Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Monday, the 24th of August. And I hope you had a wonderful weekend. Hope you enjoyed yourselves, got away from the clutches of the economy, away from the clutches of capital, and we're able to do something nice with your freedom, enjoy your life, etc., etc., all those types of things. If you are watching this and you're living in the past and you're still in the weekend, I hope you are having a wonderful one. Some interesting stuff has happened over the weekend, so we're going to be covering that today. We're going to be pretty Australian specific, I think, in our discussions today. We're going to be having a look at a fumble by One Nation recently, and Pauline Hanson's had to come out, to save the party from crumbling under what is pretty. I think it's pretty embarrassing. If you're not aware of what I'm talking about, yesterday I'm pretty sure David Farley went on ABC. He's the candidate for Farah, and said something along the lines of basically One Nation's immigration policy matches Labor's, like the government's immigration policy. And so, basically the flagship operation of One Nation is immigration policy. And if they're basically the same as Labor, then what's the what's the difference? To be honest, like what else are people really voting on? Apart from the fact that they may be just anti-establishment over mainstream politics in the country. Maybe, this is anti-establishment and protest voting of some nature. I don't know. Jag doing the roll call. How you going? Welcome. As I was just saying, we're going to be looking at a controversy for One Nation and Pauline Hanson that's happened over the last 24 hours. We're going to be having a look at pretty much a lot of Australian politics today, actually. Spandonk, good morning to you. We're going to have a look at the whole Zomi Frankcom situation. So if you weren't aware, there was an aid worker, an Australian citizen aid worker who was shot and killed in Gaza by the IDF a couple of years ago. And IDF has come out with its findings, and who would have thought the IDF have done nothing wrong? And so we're going to have a look into that, because I think the Australian response to it has been appropriate, in the sense that we're not just like, oh, well, the IDF has spoken, that's the end of it. I think Australia is pushing back on it. So we're going to have a look at how that is shaping our diplomacy a little bit at the moment. And we're also going to be having a look at Iran, the Iran situation. Trump's supposedly threatened D-Day style sanctions to obliterate Iran and get rid of them. We'll have a look at that too. And the whole situation with ASIO. So ASIO is basically our national security agency, let's call it. And there's a new ASIO bill that's passed through the Senate, I believe, that gives them extra powers for just plucking you off the street and interrogating you with greater agency on their behalf. So it's not a new bill, but like they've updated it for the new age, and they're really they're really bringing in the police state to Australia to maximum efficiency, and it seems like it's kind of got support from everyone. So we'll have a look at a bit of that too, and some other things on this variety hour, on this variety stream. It's Spandog, did I say morning to you? Good morning. And Bensel Bennett, yowdy howdy. Put a mobile pic next to the vertical stream, please, to make it distinguishable. Put a mobile pic next to the I can't change the separate titles though. It's unfortunate, actually. It both comes from the same source. Sorry. I'll give you the stream link though for the horizontal, but I can't unfortunately change the title. Let me see if I can change it post fact. No, I might be able to. But like here it is for anyone that's in the vertical stream and you want to be in the horizontal stream. That's the one for the ye old horizontal. Just make sure I give you the right one. Yeah. I'll have to look into doing it post-fact for you. All right. Before we get into the serious stuff, though, I wanted to share this with you. I've only watched half of it and it's fucking hilarious. And I was like, oh, God, I got to save this. I got to save this for when we actually start streaming. I want to watch this. So, like, if you're not across it, we've been following the flock camera situation in the US for, I don't know, like over a year now, I want to say. It's been a while. Yeah, plenty of peeps do the same. Have a pic in the description. No, I can put a pic in, but like the way that I use a program to upload, I don't know if I can delineate between the two of them. That's all. Top of the morning to you, Ben and Berry. How's it going? Hope you're well. Yeah, we're gonna have a look at this just for a few lulls before we start. Check this out. So, if you're not aware, there's this whole flock camera situation in the US. Whereas there's this company that provides these cameras, these surveillance devices that sit, they're solar powered, they just position them all over the place. And they're just wiping, like scraping off people's data in terms of they originally were just taking everyone's license plate numbers. And so it was just watching you drive everywhere. And so people could track you. But like, you know, I guess organizations or institutions could track you. And they're just an egregious attack on people's privacy and the freedom of movement without kind of being surveilled. And so like they've been very, very controversial in the States. Last week, we looked at a really good video of someone like teaching people how hypothetically you could get rid of these things because it gets really controversial in the States. And so this one is a local government meeting, a local county meeting. I don't know how the Americans call it. ICE been using them. I think a lot of institutions have been relying on them or like approving them, and like people can get access to the information on them. So like I'm not sure ICE specifically, but I think people can get access to this information. Darth sees this. It's awesome. Yeah, I think Darth Vader might have some nice things to say about total surveillance. So let's have a quick look at what Darth Vader thinks of the whole flock camera situation, shall we? Have a quick look.
The Emperor is a fan of flock, and we must continue utilizing flock technologies so that we can follow and surveil the rebel scum as they move from playground to playground, from playground to pool, from pool to gymnasium, because we all know that the flock cameras are not only following the license plate readers, they are following children. They are following children in parks and gymnasiums, and we need this. I need this so I can stalk my ex-girlfriend.
I need it so I can stalk my ex-girlfriend. Homo Joe in the house. How you going? Thanks for doing the roll call. Welcome. If you're wondering what the hell's going on, we're just watching someone be a smartass at a local council meeting in the States. I don't know where it is, actually. San Diego City Council. There you go. And so they've rocked up in protest of the flock cameras, and to make it just look ridiculous, they've dressed up as Darth Vader to say they support them. Yo, 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 4IS. How you going? Watch people behind him. All right. Keep your eye on him. Theory Thursday. Join E's new channel if you haven't already. Ooh, yeah, that's some good promo there. That one's for you, Benberry. The very first post I've put on this channel. This is for you. Here, have a look at this. This is a new channel of mine. The very first piece of content is actually about Marx's idea of value. That one's for you. All right. Let's get back to flock. Ha, already followed. Thank you very much. The algorithm is doing its work.
And we need this. I need this so I can stalk my ex-girlfriend. Also, it should be known that the people of this town, the pools that want their storm drains cleared, they should not have their storm drains cleared. Because in order to do that, we will have to raise taxes. And how will the people trust this city council when this city council continues to vote for surveillance technology that imprisons them? Miss Campbell, you must work on your Jedi mind tricks. Do it like this. And when you do it, make sure that when you're double speaking them into telling them that police services have become more humanitarian, make sure that you don't emphasize the detail that you put a ban on camping. You put a ban. You made criminalizing homelessness illegal, and that is why there is no such thing as humanitarian policing for the homeless, because we have effectively criminalized homelessness, which is good. Now we can staff, now we can fill our jails with free prison labor, especially like that of the Otay Mason Detention Center, where they are making $1 a day for working for 12 hours.
Isn't that crazy? Do you remember we looked at that other detention center? I think it's Delaney, and they're paying people $1 a day or something like that to manage the facility, so they don't have to staff it properly. They just get the inmates in there. And this is an ICE detention facility, though, to do all of the maintenance work, and they pay them $1 a day. And they're just like, it's not slavery. We paid them. We paid them $1. It's okay. Just for you. Was 4AS not the algorithm for me? We need more cameras installed. All streets should have them, and public places. Yes, cameras watching cameras. That's labor. That's labor value. Yes, it's about the Marxian concept of value. But yes.
And there have been multiple cases of tuberculosis. Yes, and this is good. This is what the emperor needs. This technology will help us find the rebel scum and their hidden base on Hoth. This technology will help us find Luke Skywalker as he traverses the universe in his X-Wing. This technology is a necessary force.
Thank you. Roger Ralphs?
He just walks away. It's so good. If only they asked him questions, bro. Sith cameras. Yes. This will track Luke Skywalker as he traverses the universe, the galaxy in an X-Wing. That's what it's for, man. Tracking little kids dressed as Luke Skywalker on Halloween. Oh, man. What a legend. What a goddamn legend. I bet you they didn't take anything that he said into account at all. That's democracy at work, baby. Just for you. People hate cameras until they are binge watching mindless cop shows or upskirting. Selective hatred. Actually, I think one of the most recent or more recent, very questionable and unfortunate situations with ICE that we watched a couple of months ago, where that guy just seemingly just got popped for no reason, sitting in his car by ICE agents. That was captured on a flock camera, actually. Well, the only real footage they had of it, outside of, I'm assuming, ICE body cam footage, which they're probably not going to release to the public. But yeah, that was all caught on a flock camera, if I recall properly. All right, we're going to jump now to have a look at the big gaffe that is affecting One Nation at the moment. I don't know how dramatic this is. It's probably just all media hype and media beat up. But again, One Nation's flagship policy or position is migration. And yet David Farley, who's the representative for Farah, I'm pretty sure, was being interviewed by ABC yesterday, and came out and basically said that, One Nation and Labor's policies, federal government that everyone's really upset with for the migration crisis, their policies are basically the same. And I think One Nation, or Pauline, has come in to do damage control on that situation massively. But I haven't seen the damage control yet, so let's just have a quick look and get some context on this one. Because I actually want to see what the drama is, to be honest. Because again, like this is One Nation's bread and butter, and if they can't get consistency like this, like Tubby over here can't get consistent with his approach on migration, like it's not going to look good for these guys. It might confuse people a little bit. But let's see what the drama is first before we speculate too much.
One Nation's signature immigration policy is in chaos following contradictory statements from MP David Farley. Farley delivering a quite different take on the party's stance, triggering a swift and public slapdown from leader Pauline Hanson.
If there's one...
Yeah, I'm not sure what Davey Boy's been smoking, but half the intake does not equal the same policy. LOL. Could you imagine an election campaign if they can't get immigration policy in order? Well, it's just going to be a lot of this. Like, this is just going to be a snapshot. Chaos. It's chaos. But, like, this is it. Like, this is what defines one nation. It's migration policy. Like, you'd have to think that, yeah, okay, we don't know what he's been smoking, but they've got to be united on this one thing. Like, this is it. This is where the rubber hits the road for one nation. Like, this is why people flock to one nation. Like, don't get me wrong, there are other factors there. I think like, the massive part of it is people are disenfranchised with politics generally, and are upset. And like, whether they like to admit it or not, they do represent a protest vote, or at least an anti-establishment ticket, because people are sick of the majors and they want some change. It seems very, like, the vibe of it seems very similar to the whole situation with Trump. Like, everyone was kind of like, oh, in 2016, they were like, like, let's just go Trump. Let's just throw a spanner in the works and see how it goes. You know, he's going to drain the swamp. He's going to do all these amazing things to make America great again. Let's just go with that. And there were heaps of people like that wouldn't be traditionally Republican voters that were probably like, fuck yeah, let's just get this guy, this dark horse, get him in there to shake up the system. And there's a big feeling, a vibe of that with One Nation, I think. I don't think Pauline Hanson likes that. She's said a number of times that she doesn't want to be referred to as a protest vote. She's a standalone politician with a political agenda, and she has a real party. And if it's really built around migration policy, they got to do better than this, honestly. I don't want to coach them or anything, but like, come on, they got to do better than this. Chaos. People will beg the government for personalized cameras installed via volunteer surgery for a lobotomy, unless he has a zero net migration boy. We read someone today weighing how housing prices are going down, but immigration is the same. So maybe the immigrants didn't increase the cost of housing after all. That's an interesting point, isn't it? I was thinking about that earlier today as well, with the reported Sydney, house prices going down faster than any other time in history. That whole sensation. And I think what that does demonstrate, though, off the bat, is just how much speculation, because of the investor class, how much speculation was in Sydney's housing prices. And now that they have lost confidence, like, what we're just seeing is they're just shaving off all of that extra inflated cost that was just there from investment speculation. The bastards. Imagine all those people out there who have bought property at like prices that were just too inflated anyway, just because they were compensating for an investor class that was being given money by the taxpayer through negative gearing. It's really upsetting. But yeah, it seems like it's the fat's being trimmed here a little bit, if nothing else. Reddit, sorry, I love this infighting right after their latest Please Explain, saying that they have no infighting. That's hilarious. The irony is delicious. Nom, nom, nom. Well, we'll see. We'll see if there's infighting, or if it's just like someone rogue again saying crazy stuff that she needs to do damage control for. We saw this recently. I think Barnaby Joyce said something crazy about what was it, like permanent residents. He's going to go around, One Nation is going to kick permanent residents out of their homes and then give them to Australians, like Australian citizens. And she did do the same thing. Do you remember? This was like 2-3 months ago. And she was like, no, we're not kicking people out of their homes. This isn't Stalinist Soviet Union or something. We're not going to be repossessing people's houses. We don't do that type of stuff. We're not communists. And so she does a bit of damage control, I think. Were you talking to a kid, Woozle? I'm surprised actually that the Trumpian style that has been adopted by One Nation is so popular here in Oz. Yeah. I don't know. I think people are disenfranchised with politics. And so, much like I said, she doesn't want to admit it. There's a large section of people out there that are protest voting with One Nation as a big, due to the system kind of things. And it explains a lot of the traction, I would say. A lot of these people, like you see when they're talking, they just want to, at all costs, bring down Albanese. And it's funny because if Albanese or Labor, federal Labor's policies are exactly the same on migration, what are they really upset about? house go down doesn't mean they are for sale. Oh, never mind. Investment speculation being the reason is ease take 2. Apparently it's not just kids. LOL. Well, it's what happens when you hit an affordability cap while simultaneously jacking up interest rates repeatedly. I don't think the 1% to 2% drop in prices has anything to do with Labor policy. That's interesting. House prices are affected by market confidence. I agree. I've worked in an adjacent industry for long enough to know that it's like that. But Spandonk knows all, as always. It's just got to do with interest rates, apparently. And nothing to do with policy. Definitely not. I really don't get it. It's just another establishment party. With a new flavor, nothing will change for the good. That's the funny thing about this, isn't it, Hobo Joe? That, like, at the end of the day, someone like David comes out who is more of an establishment, like a career and professional politician, unlike some of the other people that might be applying to get into One Nation. And he's just spouting establishment party policy reactions to migration. It's hilarious, actually. I 100% get the disenfranchised. I still am a little disappointed that it has worked. Well, look, that's what I was saying the other day on Friday when we were looking at the recent Please Explain. You know, I'm all for One Nation. Bring it on. All right. Everybody wants the protest vote. Everyone wants to be anti-establishment about this. Let's do it. Go on, One Nation. Let's see you run the country. I'd love to see it. Speculation is a factor. 100%. I'll even give the policy some blame. But if it's true, then the trend should continue downwards, as speculation does too. We'll see what happens to prices. It's just that I'm getting new propaganda here in Sydney about Sydney's prices continually dropping, or the historic drop. So I think that would indicate that an abrupt, whoa, my God, and people are holding off, which seems to be a speculative phenomenon, to be honest. Because we've had interest rates going up and down. All of last year was just basically interest rates going up, and house prices kept going up as well. So there was so much conjecture about interest rates last year and the year before. But yeah, Josh in the house. How you going? Hi, everybody. Who's watching Dave Hughes' opinion on it all today was wretched. Dave Hughes. It was funny when he just used to be funny. Why would you wish a disaster on the country by letting One Nation run it? Strange. Well, everybody's so convinced, eh? She's going to do it all. She's going to balance the budget. She's going to fix migration, housing, everything. So, if that's true, why stand in the way of progress? Bandit. Disaster? How dare you? Eh? I would not stand in the way of progress is actually the point I'm trying to make here. I think the majors have failed us, and it's time to get someone in who has business acumen, knows how to run a fish and chip shop, knows how to run the country, and we'll all be better off for it. We'll have this conversation again, Bandit, in about 3 years' time, when we're living in an Australian utopia, and I will accept your apology. Disaster? ? My bad. I'll step to one side. Please enter. All right, back to it.
One topic Pauline Hanson has campaigned on long and hard, it's the big M.
Mass migration under this current Albanese government.
Today, it's more mass confusion. One Nation's declared...
Mass migration or mass confusion? You have to use that line.
Policy is to bring down net overseas migration, or NOM, down to 130,000, which is well below the government's target of 225,000. But Senator Hanson's newest colleague doesn't see it that way.
What we're doing is we're focusing on the NOM in its true form.
By that, David Farley says some migration is excluded from One Nation's target, including temporary workers from the Pacific Islands, among others.
Well, eh? When push comes to shove, what is migration policy really about? Eh? It's almost like we live in a crony capitalist world. That's capitalism, baby. Hey, but we do need cheap laborers to work in agriculture. Somebody gotta go out there fruit picking. The average Australian's not gonna do that. Those entitled with their high expectations, high living standards. They expect good conditions. How are we going to keep our sector, our agricultural sector going? How are we going to get the produce flowing if it's not for cheap migrant labor? Hey? Exclusions abound. Gotta keep the crony capitalist system going. It's just like what we saw in America. We did a really interesting investigation last year, I want to say, maybe early this year, about what's really going on with ICE. And there was this farming consultant, Farm to Tabler or something like that. Incredible channel. And she made the case that part of the reason why the ICE raids are happening is because they want to discipline the migrant workers that are coming in to the US to work on farms and stuff like that, because they're too free. Like when they get like exploited too much on a farm, they just go to the next farm and they shop around for good conditions. And so like the farmers are sick of them, like the Mexicans or whatever, shopping around to find a good employer. And so part of the drive is, if these people get picked up, they'll apply for visas. And then when you get a visa, a H21A visa or something like that, I can't remember what it was, you get this visa, then you actually have to stick to a farm. And so the farmers are all for the crackdowns on the Mexican laborers working on the farms, because it ties them to a farm like serfs. It ties them to the farm. H1A. Wasn't that crazy? That was mental, bro. Absolutely mental. And like, lo and behold, they're arguing over, yeah, but like, and this guy's an ex, like a politician from the major parties, right? And he's like, yeah, but come on, we need someone to pick the fruit. Come on. Oh no, sorry, it was H2A. Got it. Farm to Tabor. Thank you. You watch her too, Woozle, or is that from last year that you remember that? She was great. Migrants are the only ones that go to mass these days. That's not the type of mass migration we're talking about here, is it? Also, house price wise, if we want to speculate on policy impacts over obvious market trends, then we can also talk about working visa, complete pause, and slow down on the rest for the rest of the financial year that Labor has been doing. So migration has stayed the same, prices have gone down. Isn't accurate. Migration has gone down. LOL. I watch her. Oh, you watch her. She's great. Farm to Tabor. Yeah, she's very interesting. Farm to Tabor. All right, anyway, let's get back to this. Sorry.
Well, if you just took the PALM program in itself, that's about 40,000 a year. You take the skilled aged care nurses, probably 68 to 70,000 a year. Then you come down into the technical sides of mechanicking and engineering. Again, there's quite some numbers there.
He says working backpackers aren't counted in One Nation's target either.
You're saying it needs to be 130,000 NOM plus about 100,000 more.
Yeah, at a minimum.
Because it appears to me, based on what Mr Farley said, that One Nation now agrees with the approach of the government.
Not so fast. Pauline Hanson taking to social media, declaring One Nation's migration target is less than half Labor's current level.
It doesn't matter on the number. All they care about is where they're coming from. That is racist.
Our opponents are all over the shop when it comes to migration.
That's all the Greens have got on this one. It's just like, doesn't matter what they're talking about. Could be one person, could be 20 million. They're racist. Oh, come on, you gotta have something better than that. Like, honestly. Like, this is hilarious, watching them, like, try and scrap together a response to this. But like that, come on, man. It's racist. All the right-wing people in the audience cringing at that one. Oh man, she said the R word again. How dare they care about where these people come from? Race. We got them. We got them. That'll scare them into submission.
And migration numbers.
David Farley may be a new MP, but he's lived in his electorate a long time and he knows the value of migrant workers to its farms and hospitals. All this points to unresolved tensions inside the One Nation party race.
Contradictions. Unresolvable contradictions. You have people in rural areas where One Nation seems to be potentially in regional areas going to be cleaning up, for lack of a better word. And they're like, hey, we're all for getting rid of, like Muslims and stuff like that. But like, we do need migrant laborers or we will have to take a hit to the pocket. And that's just not acceptable. Even if it is to round up Muslims and remigrate them. Country boy Dave been smoking too much of the wacky backy. Oh well. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe he is a little bit more realistic than just pushing out populist political rhetoric. And he's not going to sacrifice his political career for a bit of One Nation style populism. All right, this is the infamous interview. And I'm sorry, like, if you find this grating, but I thought we should actually hear what they have to say about this. I'll speed it up for you. But let's have a little listen, shall we?
David Farley, welcome to the program. Finish your water, take your time. Good to have you. Look, what do you say to this argument that One Nation only has thought bubbles, no serious policy positions?
No, well...
Dude, what a way to start this interview. It just has thought bubbles, no serious policies, and then that happened. Dun, dun, dun. Well, they are all corrupt and fail to deliver anyway. Well, jeebus.
One of my jobs, especially the portfolios that I'm looking after...
No serious policy positions.
No, well, one of my jobs, especially the portfolios that I'm looking after, agriculture, water, part of the environment, is going over those policies and making sure they're current, but more importantly, are they concurrent with other policies? Like agriculture must be concurrent with biosecurity, must be concurrent with energy, etc. So those policies are there. All of my drafting so far is now with the executive of One Nation, who are going through it all.
I wonder why this guy ran under One Nation. It seemed opposite to his previous stance on a lot of things. I don't know enough about him. But hey, got to ride that wave. Got to survive in politics. Yeah, I thought he was a lib. But I'm not sure what his other policies were. He's very big biz focused. I guess that explains why he's worried about migrant labor, right? There are a lot of people attached to him in business. They wouldn't want it to affect their margins.
Making sure that it sits with party policy, it's executable, and it's there. There's a powerful amount of work goes on it, and I tilt my hat to Hanson here that the money she's raised recently is going to building the executive strength of the party, and a lot of it is going into these areas, the executive that the nation doesn't see.
So who's the executive?
Well, you work it from James Ashby down, and there's a number of new recruits. I haven't met them all, but one of them, of course, has come on board to help is Chris Taylor. Chris Taylor's brought a protege along with him, and there's more following in.
And so they're running the fine-tooth comb over policy?
But policy and strategy.
Okay, well, let's talk about big policy area for One Nation, immigration. Can you just clear up what your position is on immigration?
Well, it's pretty simple. We've got to get in control of immigration. At the moment, immigration's in control of us.
Ooh, Blaz in the house. Labor's immigration policy going to make... Keep those cheap pro-migration. Woo, keep those cheap workers coming. Yeah, like let's just cut away some of like the fluffy stuff. We've got to keep on, and we'll talk about getting it down to 130, but like, that excludes all the actual workers that we need to make the economy work for us in business. But apart from that, we're going to nail migration. Can't make this up. Kites. Yes, kites are now officially named as a war weapon, and as a result, they'll probably have to more kids. Oh my God. I wonder what you're referring to.
working their way around our rules to maintain a presence in Australia. Our position's 130,000 net NOM, net overseas migration. So when we look at the NOM, we've got to also be cognizant there's about 1 million Australians living offshore at the moment. Even if half of them decided to return, they'll affect the NOM. So what we're going to do is match skills requirement, we've got to match housing, we've got to match education, law enforcement and health to that demand, plus our natural increase. Now, if we don't do that, we're just going to end up in a stressed society all the way along. Now, on top of the NOM, of course, we've got all the other programs that we run. The PALM program, which is important to my...
All right, slow down. We're going to fact check his different programs here. Oh, not fact check them, let's be honest. I'm just going to ask our research assistant about it. Let's see what his positions are. Can you very briefly explain the idea of net overseas migration? We have just heard a position that there are over 1 million Australians living abroad, and if they were all to decide to return home at once, this would indeed affect net overseas migration. Can you help clarify this understanding? Just keep them in the regions picking berries or whatever. In is not rail. Oh, in is not rail, the kites thing. Oh, God. Yeah, well, kites and drones, eh? That thing's got no string attached to it. That's a fiber. That's fiber optics. Only immigration allowed for non-white countries is somewhere where they're neither seen nor heard for one nation. That seems to be what we're talking about here. Yes, net overseas migration is essentially the number of people who move into Australia permanently or long-term minus the number of people who leave permanently or long-term. So it's got nothing to do with citizenship status, actually. Let's see, it's just whether you decide to come home or not, or stay at home, wherever that is. No, on the long-term permanent arrivals minus long-term permanent departures. The important point regarding Australians living overseas is that Australians returning home are counted as arrivals. Therefore, if hypothetically 1 million Australians living overseas all return to Australia within a relevant period, that would produce a very large increase in overseas migration, therefore substantial increase to NOM. If you wanted to crash a political party in the current climate, just convince 1 million Australians to return home and just be like, 1 million people just crossed the border and the government did nothing to stop it. I knew it. That would produce a very large increase in overseas migration and therefore substantially increased NOM, assuming they met the statistical definition for long-term migrant. It wouldn't necessarily mean Australia has gained 1 million net migrants, though. Yeah, that's an important distinction, isn't it? For example, 1 million Australians return from overseas. 200,000 people leave Australia. Net overseas is 800 plus. Stream chat mystery for 50 seconds. Trump being accused now of stealing lunch money too. LOL. I was actually going to look at this later. This is the whole Canada tariff situation, is it? That's like heating up. We might have a look at that later. This guy looks like, I don't know why, he just looks like a wrestler to me. I don't see a politician when I see this guy's face. I expect him to, I don't know, give somebody the chair.
We have to use every tool in our toolbox to make sure, as Donald Trump is trying to inflict pain on every Canadian, that we inflict pain right back until he realizes that we're his #1 customer in the world. And yes, they're our #1 customer. But we have to make sure that we look at every single asset that we have.
And again, I'm going to give the Prime Minister credit one more time. It's very complicated, folks. And, you know, President Trump, he can't be trusted. Simple as that. He changes the deal. He keeps moving the goalpost. You know, let me tell you about President Trump. President Trump is the type of person that would steal your lunch money the first day. He'd steal the toque off your head the second day, and the third day he'd steal your running shoes. He is not to be trusted whatsoever. We need to stay united.
We have to
Your lunch money and your running shoes? Outrageous. Why didn't somebody tell me about Trump before? This guy, Doug Ford, sucks. Dilemmas has entered the chat. There it is. How you going, mate? Hope you're well. Oh, wait, dude, we're learning about Pauline and the drama, the chaos that is affecting the party right now because of Farley over here saying that, look, let's be honest, we actually need migrants to pick vegetables. I think it would be appropriate if we stuck to something like, I don't know, the numbers that are being proposed by the current government. Don't tell anyone, though. And so apparently, Pauline, has come out. I watched the Farley interview on the weekend. And how do you feel about it? Do you feel betrayed? No, I don't give a shit. All right, back to it. So net overseas migration is really not about migration at all. Like, as in, it's not about like how many migrants are coming in. Because like if there was like 1 million Australians who decided to return home all at once and they all had homes to go back to, like there were just a whole bunch of like, I don't know, 24-year-olds that were out on gap year and they all decided to come back to their mum and dad's house or something, they wouldn't impact housing at all. So like these technical terms are really difficult because they're clouded with so many factors or variables that like just don't match up with what people are trying to fix in the country. It's not one-to-one, all these things. Just sounds like a representative acting in the best interest of their constituents. Yeah, fine. That's fine. And like that's what we're talking about here. Like he's obviously got his interests for his electorate and that's what he's talking about. But let's just say that's true though, Dilemmas, and what he's proposing is exactly the same as what Labor is doing. Does that mean everyone's visceral hatred for Labor is just going to disappear? Because Labor's doing what is good for the constituents of Farah? Or is there something else going on there that we need to know about? Probably something else, not going to lie. Maybe it has nothing to do with migration at all. It's more of a anti-establishment thing. Armidale without immigrants would be a married couple that are related and shovel they drew a face upon for a company when IVF didn't work out. Damn, savage entry to the chat. Blaz, nah, the branding is still perpetually damaged for Labor RE immigration. Now all Labor has to do is stop attacking personal freedoms. And that's it. That's it. Fair enough. To be honest, it's pretty self-explanatory. Anyone who knows, even a hint of economics, knows what a gross versus net means. And taking net migration, not counting this and that group, you can clearly see David doesn't. It's a joke. Net is net. Yeah, but like net is net in relation to what the definition of a migrant is. And I thought, like, to be honest, like migrants are people that are non-citizens. And so if net overseas migration is actually taking into consideration people that are citizens as well, like that really throws all of this out, like this discussion out. It's about flows of people as opposed to migration status. I think that's a really important distinction, actually. But like, yeah, look, net and gross is a very simple concept, but it depends what you're counting. That's the devil's in the detail, that's for sure. One Nation isn't the anti-immigration party. It's the pro-Australia party. I don't know, man. Like, okay. But like the pro-Australia stance is kind of built on the idea of, you know, too many of those people coming in. Do you know what I mean? Before it was the Asians, and now it's the other ones. You know what I'm talking about. The ones from the third world. Hey? Import the third world, get the third world. For real, I can't defend Labor on a bunch of police state, nanny state shit. Yeah, man, we're going to look at the ASIO bill today as well, but that seems to be bipartisan. But I don't know how you effectively fight something that both Labor and Liberal support for some stupid reason. E.g. Palantir in the NDIS. It's big government. You don't have to defend it. It's just bourgeois politics. You just have to pick which is the lesser of two evils. Or three evils. Maybe more. One Nation supported the ASIO bill, if I recall. Well, we'll have a look into that. Yeah, it's why the numbers are still so high. Minimum. Even One Nation have a minimum of 130,000 for those immigrants living overseas and returning home combined with workers, etc. Like, I don't think One Nation has said anything about the 3D printer stuff to prevent guns from being printed. I don't think you would want to touch the whole gun debate, though, if you were One Nation. People don't want their rights stepped on. Don't you touch my guns, even if they are plastic. One Nation supported... Oh, no, I read that. MA Labour member, secretary of my branch. But she, dog, I can't defend this, and no one has any good response. Is it your job to to defend it, though? You don't have... If you don't like a policy, I mean, like, I don't know. You don't like a policy. Politics ain't easy. It's definitely not easy. And it's bourgeois. That's the thing. That's the contradiction you're feeling there. There's interests outside of working people's interests. And you can't defend that stuff. Bourgeois. And why would you want to defend bourgeois stuff anyway? Defending your own party's policies, yeah, I'd say that's your job. Nah, but like, is it though? Like, what if your party did something that you didn't like, if you had a party? Like, you don't have to defend everything. It's not your job to defend everything your party does. Things get decided on outside of your opinions. It's supposed to be like that, actually. It's supposed to be democratic. Like, someone can, or the party can agree on an idea that you actually don't agree with yourself personally. And you probably wouldn't want to defend it. Otherwise, start your own with blackjack and hookers. Don't worry, the Greens will stop One Nation. Me, a kid in 2006. Dude, did you see the, what was it? Who was the politician? Was it Senator Hanson Young who was there before? Like, her only response was just like, oh, it doesn't matter. All the migration policy is racist. Like, that's it. That's the substance. They're not going to be able to defend against One Nation if that's all they do. They're just like, everyone who supports this policy is racist. It's not going to help. Yeah, I'm exaggerating. Weigh your options and values, obviously. Don't decide on things on a whim. In general, good advice, life advice, with Spandog. Tune in tomorrow for more. Labor and Liberal have effectively graped this country and didn't even have the decency to put Australia in a refuge. Oh my God. All right, back to it. Don't worry, the new Teal Party of Independent Group thing will stop One Nation. Oh man, so good. What are they called? The Teals that have come together? It's some stupid name. Yeah, what are they, like Community First or something like that? The More You Know theme and Rainbow Shooting Star. Politics sucks, dog. It's difficult. And it's bourgeois politics. Yeah. CSA. Community something. But what is that? Community something Australia? Let's call it that. That's pretty good. All right, back to it.
Farah, the skilled registered aged care nurses, etc. We're just going to end up in a stressed society. Match skills requirement. We've got to match housing. We've got to match education, law enforcement and health to that demand, plus our natural increase. Now, if we don't do that, we're just going to end up in a stressed society all the way along. Now, on top of the NOM, of course, we've got all the other programs that we run. The PALM program, which is important to my electorate, Farah, the skilled registered aged care nurses, etc., are all very important.
And backpackers too?
Well, and backpackers.
What is the PALM policy in terms of immigration? What is the PALM policy in terms of immigration? in Australia. It's called the Party, which is a one policy platform, and the platform is a dance floor. It's community strong. All right, fair enough. Community strong Australia. Teal is such a gay color. Look out, One Nation. Not the gayest party after all. PALM stands for Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme. Very simply, it is a temporary migrant worker program allowing Australian employers to recruit workers from 9 Pacific Island countries and Timor-Leste when they cannot find enough local workers. It's so Caribbean, this stuff. Like, if you know the history, like, just lightly, of, yeah, the Caribbean, maybe the top, yeah, most of South America, actually, let's be honest, but like the top of South America and the Caribbean, where they're just like taking workers to islands, from islands to other islands, to work on plantations. Far out. Hey, we don't have enough workers at home. Let's just import some cheap labor, if you know what I mean. Accommodate them at the plantation. There are 2 main streams. Short-term workers can come for 9 months. Long-term workers can come for 1 to 4 years. It is particularly important in agriculture, but workers can also be employed in other industries, principally in regional and rural areas. Employers are required to undertake labour market testing, meaning Australians are supposed to have priority for available jobs. Supposed. I like that word. That's a good one. One important distinction for the immigration debate we're discussing: PALM is not primarily a permanent migration pathway. The workers are on temporary visas and are generally required to return home. So, like, once they're not needed anymore, they have no rights. But I've been here for the last 4 years. Get back to the island from whence you came. Please, I have a life here now. So if someone is talking about Australia's net overseas migration, PALM workers can be relevant to the numbers depending on how long they remain in Australia, because NOM is based on the duration of stay rather than simply whether someone has a permanent visa. So PALM could affect NOM if they're here for like a year or 2. It's also convoluted, isn't it? Does anyone have the answer? You know who knows the real answer to this? Palantir. Palantir would have access to enough government information to actually know what the numbers are. You just need to go talk to Palantir. That descends from the ceiling, like that industrial gay nightclub in The Simpsons. Hear that, Reform UK. You're gay too? I'd like to establish a think tank whose entire purpose is to expose the processes, state by state, local council by council, to get done. I think you might have to start at the federal and the state level. Could you imagine going through all the councils? That's ridiculous. There are hundreds of councils. Councils would love that too. They're always looking for process improvements. Somebody else can do the job for them. Palantir, yeah, I know the numbers, but I can't tell you until explode a girl. Oh my God. Okay, right. Until you explode a girl. So lovely. Lovely. Must hit the detonate button before I give you more information. Society not functioning is how the economy in Australia functions. So fixing everything would put everyone out of a job because it's exploitation all the way down. Pretty spot on, Jet. Reform mining and housing and Oz go bye-bye. Vansel, my son manages a venue in Brisbane. Work visas make up a lot of the workers they employ. They're reliable, apparently. A quality that keeps them employed. Go figure, but not worthy of living here. Apparently. Oh, wait. What type of work visas are we talking about? Palm work visas? People who abuse Palm are more likely to be British, no? I don't know. I'm pro less pommies here. Racist. I knew it. I got your dilemmas. Finally, after years, I knew it. I had my suspicions. I ain't never gonna learn how to spell bourgeoisie. All right. Back to it. Palantir just released a new surveillance system that fuses satellite. Oh god. Really? Is this real? Palantir do scary Palantir stuff. No. No, surely not.
Palantir's software as a service product that we are deploying across the...
Wait, slow down. What's the thing? Palantir just released a new surveillance system that fuses satellites, radar, and every camera into one real-time tracker of people and movement. Who's not scared? Oh, man, seriously. This is depressing, Voltates. Come on, man. Come on now.
This is Maven Smart System, Palantir's software as a service product that we are deploying across the entire department. As you can see, it's not just one data feed, it's multiple. And instead of having 8 or 9 systems for those decision makers to look at every single day, in order for them to make decisions, you then fuse it into a single visualization tool. The single visualization tool allows you to select, deselect different types of data, look at different approaches to data, but more importantly, action from the same system that you're trying to develop your workflows around. Once you have a detection that you want to actually move into a targeting workflow, for example, this is what we do. Left click, right click, left click, magically, it becomes a detection. That detection then gets moved into a workflow. This is standard digitized workflow, but I want to walk you through it quickly. You have different types of
left click, right click, left click, right click, drone strike. We got him. That's what it looks like we're staring at here. Did he just select a random vehicle and it just came up with information on it? Feature request, 1 click, contextual drone strikes, dude. Far out.
Targets that are identified on the left there, every single column produces a different type of decision-making process. Once you have that decision and you're trying to actually action that process, we now move into COA generation, course of action generation.
Who asked before if Flock is somehow associated with ICE? Maybe we should be asking if Flock is associated with Palantir, because Palantir is associated with ICE. So it all comes together. I bet the cheat codes are awesome. Amazon 1-click purchase, Palantir 1-click strikes. I love the technology. It's impressive. You know what? I'm not going to argue with that. This is incredibly impressive. Could you imagine if it was not held by private interests for profit and it was held by some institution that had a mandate to do something that was more in line with a shared social vision or coordination, like coordinating food supply across the nation so there's no one starving or no one malnourished, let's say. If only. If only. Technology itself, or inherently, is not the problem. But the capability. Like the government. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing to argue. It is impressive.
Where we are automatically, via a number of factors, trying to identify what the best asset to prosecute a target looks like. Once we've got the different approaches and we select one, we then can move directly into how do we action that target. So we've gone from identifying the target to now coming up with a course of action to now actioning that target, all from one system. This is revolutionary. We were having this done in about 8 or 9 systems where humans were literally moving detections left and right in order to get to our desired end state. In this case,
oh my god, it is for a drone strike. You were right. It's not a joke. This is actually for a drone strike. I thought they were just like collating information to surveil people. They're like, we got the target acquired.
Actually closing a kill chain.
Kill chain. There you go. Hungry people identified. Send aid to target. Yeah. Crushing people with aid crates falling from the sky. Well, they could be hungry anymore, I guess. Oh, man. Far out. Drones don't kill people. People who misclick a drone strike target because of Dorito finger dust jamming the controls get suspended paid leave. Oh, this is so dark, but it's funny. Walking up to someone and they know more about you than you do. There's some power. Prosecute and action a target. Yeah, should have realized from the language. Pen tester, how you going? Hope you're well. You guys are watching this on YouTube and you haven't already. Make sure you activate the like button. Do yourself a favor. Do me a favor. Do everybody else a favor. Help us get discovered, etc., etc. All right, let's go.
Play a role, and it's interesting to go dive down into the system and work out where do these skilled aged care workers come from. A lot of them come out of the backpacking, they're going to get themselves qualified. A lot of them come out of the education and work their way through the system.
So you're saying 130,000 net overseas migration plus backpackers, palm visas, and some skilled workers.
And they work on programs, rotating programs, and those programs have been there for over a decade now. And those programs can be as shallow as 9 months and as deep as 4 years as they rotate through.
If you're here for more than 12 months, you're included in the NOM, the net overseas migration. So if you're including the backpackers, the palm, Pacific workers, and the skilled workers, your NOM would be higher than 130, wouldn't it?
Yeah, net plus. That's what he's talking about, which is literally. Good idiot. But like, if this is his position, though, this is his position. They're just trying to frame it so it sounds like, no, it's only 130,000 plus some other one, but we're not going to talk about them. But it's only 130,000. I think it's just an acknowledgement. So I don't understand net or gross. How did I get this job? Well, you idiots don't know either. Welcome to Idiocracy. Look, like most good politicians do, and this is where I'll have to give them credit for this type of stuff. And this is why I'm trying to figure out what they actually include or not. He could be just like, let's just change the definition of NOM to exclude anyone who's palm or required in the regions for aged care or whatever other services he was talking about. If they just exclude that, it'd be 130,000. It's going to work. It's going to work. I'm going to start calling numbers that aren't zero net plus. I would much rather have munitions being fired and lobbed than have an actual target attached to them than carpet bombing in hope, to be honest. Interesting. Yeah, I guess. Didn't help the girls' school though, did it?
Well, what we're doing is we're focusing on the NOM in its true form, and then we've got these programs that have been available now for over a decade that drive our economy.
And so how many would that end up being?
Oh, well, if you just took the PALM program in itself, that's about 40,000 a year. You take the skilled aged care nurses, probably 68 to 70,000 a year. Then you come down into the technical sides of mechanicking and engineering. Again, there's quite some numbers there.
Plus backpackers as well?
Well, they're how would you say, they're there, but they're on the shallow end of Kenya.
So potentially an extra 100,000 on top of the 130,000?
Yeah.
That's 130,000 plus 100,000?
It's 100, yeah, a minimum of 100, but the 130,000 is what we call the true NOM.
Right. But you're saying it needs to be 130,000 NOM.
See, Spenlock, there you go. There's true NOM, and there's just a little bit of extra on the side. Don't worry about it. Don't ask any more questions. See, it's true NOM versus not so true NOM.
Plus about 100,000 more.
Yeah, at a minimum.
Okay. So you're getting pretty close to what the government's forecast is in the budget.
Well, maybe, yeah, I think the government's really got to define its narrative where it is. And what we've really got to define is we've got roughly 3 million...
It's true net versus fake net. So good.
At the moment, sitting in Australia on temporary visas. And if you look at what I would consider the outside of it all, the illegal ones, that's now approaching, according to Pizzulo, it's now approaching about 82,000. It's growing at about 5% a year. And, you know, for me being a pastoralist, and that is you've got to clean up the flock. You've got to clean the herd up. And we've got to find out who are these people, what skills have they got, and why are they here?
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like, effectively, if you're talking about a number of 220 or 30 or 40,000, is it that different to the government's objective here? I know they're not there yet, but they want to get it down to 225.
I think the big difference is we're focusing on what are the skills we need as a nation, where do we need these migrants to be.
But the raw number's not too different?
Well, the raw number's not too different, but the reality is where do we need them? We don't need them in the great urban metroplex. We need them out to be productive, working in agriculture, engineering.
Yeah, we don't need them gumming up the cities. All those latte-sipping douchebags out there. We need them working as cheap labourers for the capitalist class. They're going to blow up the boys' school But the Grok AI decided too many disaffected young men, and it's anti-woke to blow up a girls' school. Oh man, so many dark jokes today. I should have doubted Farley. It's not just gross. Fake net. See, told ya. This is what politicians do. I knew it was coming. It's how they define it. There's the true net, and then there's, a little bit of other nets going on there. There's two nets, actually. We don't fish with one net. You have to find out why they are here, really. Really? Yeah. One nation is net maxing, nom maxing. Then the gay leaders don't have to take the D out of their mouth either. Gayest party, don't forget.
In mining, etc.
And just how important is it for those businesses in agriculture, mining, I mean, not to mention aged care and hospitals, GP clinics, where I know in your electorate you've got a lot of migrant workers. How important is it for those businesses?
Well, very, very
well. So what is the difference between that policy and Labor's policy? Is he just saying, yeah, but we're going to do it right, okay? We're going to have migrants coming in here that are going to the right places, right? All right, okay? Not like what's happening at the moment. What is Labor's policy for migration and reducing it to under 250,000? Very briefly, how are they managing Australia's need for skilled workers? Or is this just a numbers cap? Labour nom 230. One Nation nom 130. Fake net. Very briefly, the 25 to 26 permanent migration program is capped at 185,000 places, not 250. The government has kept this level specifically with a focus of skilled migration. Within that, skilled migration is prioritised, including employer-sponsored regional, state-nominated and skilled independent migrants. Labor has also introduced the Skills in Demand visa, with different pathways intended to target genuine workforce shortages and highly skilled workers. Employers will generally have to demonstrate a genuine need for overseas workers, and salary requirements are designed to prevent migrant workers being used to undercut Australian wages. Importantly, not all temporary migration is capped. Many temporary work visas are demand driven. So the 185,000 figure is a permanent migration policy planning level, not a simple ceiling. So they are all just targeting workers where they are needed in the economy. Well, yeah, but when Labor does it, they don't target exactly the same workers as what we will. We'll do it better. And I base that on absolutely nothing.
As I said, I think nationwide we're about 42% of aged care nurses migrants. In my electorate, it's 68%. If you look at the animal processing industry of beef, hogs and chicken, it makes up the majority of those slaughter floors and processing units. It's a fascinating system. It's all managed through contractors who bring the labour in. And then it actually comes down to a lot of it's managed through families, where they rotate within the family with the skills. And it allows that money to flow back to especially the palm system.
So you do care about the impact on businesses of cutting those skilled workers?
Definitely.
Because Pauline Hanson has said she doesn't care about the impact on businesses.
Well, first of all, I'm talking about the food chain of Australia here. We're in Farah. I'm talking about we're running industries at the whim of Mother Nature, when it comes to picking fruits, harvesting crops, etc. So we need to have dexterity and flexibility in it. Managed properly, it works well. We've got to make sure that the black market keeps out of it, because the black market or the grey market allows opportunities to defraud workers in it and put people offside. We're talking a system that's critical to Australia. It's critical to our food chain.
And it would harm Australia if we cut too hard.
It's definitely in those above the norm numbers. Yeah, above the norm numbers. But we're getting people now who, as part of their, especially from the PALM program, as part of their life cycle, as part of their family, as they rotate in and out and do these jobs, they get an opportunity to make more money in Australia, take it back, and it helps growing their nation.
Let's turn to the issue you've been raising concerns about the last couple of weeks.
So what, they're taking money out of Australia and sending it home to their families? What? Outrageous. I thought that's what they were upset about in the first place. You have all these What do they usually? Who do they usually blame it on? Indians. They have we have Indians coming into Australia, and they send all their money home overseas to their parents or something like that. It's a drain on the Australian economy, and now we're justifying it for palm workers, but it's not acceptable for the Indian diaspora. Who would have thought? What's good for some, good for thee. It's good for me. No, just ignore big corporations doing the same. Let's focus on the working class. Like I said, unions are formed to keep cheap labor out of the market. Dude, Reason TV tried to warn us. Han tried to warn us. And we didn't listen. We didn't listen. Too bad it's not a union doing it this time. It's just politicians. But like, I hear your sentiment. Right again, as usual. What do you mean again? Right as always. Always. Always right. Be more confident about it. You've earned it, Han.
And certainly in the campaign for your by-election in Farrer, water and rice growers in particular, Sunrise has just sacked about 78
As always, so true. It's not unions, it's crony unions. Very different. So good. It's not capitalism, it's crony capitalism, and it's crony unions. But you're not wrong either, are you? I think the unions that people hate are the crony unions. The ones that like kind of just take over and constrain their industries, as opposed to just trying to get good conditions. And like, it's a balancing act, isn't it? Stupid cronies. Capitalism. Crony capitalism. Same. Ooh, Han. You're right as usual. Don't worry, Insider's talking cartoon segment will stop One Nation.
In Leeton and Deniliquin. There was also concern it would shut down its factory in Leeton, which packages the rice cakes. Yeah. But ahead of your appearance on the program here this morning, David Farley, I understand the government has now found some money to help that factory survive. I don't know the exact dollar figure, but it's some multi-million dollar water. Turn to the issue you've been raising concerns about the last couple of weeks, and certainly in the campaign for your by-election in Farrer, water and rice growers in particular. Sunrise has just sacked about 78 workers in Leeton and Deniliquin. There was also concern it would shut down its factory in Leeton, which packages the rice cakes. Yeah. But ahead of your appearance on the program here this morning, David Farley, I understand the government has now found some money to help that factory survive.
More bailouts, yes. More bailouts. Who would have thought, eh? Big government helping out the crony capitalist scum. So what is Sunrise? Is Sunrise an Australian brand, or are we just worried about workers losing jobs, so they're going to try and save the industry? Crony farmers.
Dollar figure, but it's some multi-million dollar package they're offering to Sunrise to keep that factory growing. And I understand Murray Watt, the minister, spoke to you yesterday about this. Are you happy with that outcome?
Yeah, look, I'm happy with the outcome as it's progressing. It started out with an engagement with Tony Burke, who facilitated a meeting with Murray Watt. Then I challenged Tony Burke after question time the other day. He followed it through. I was impressed how Albanese at the Governor General's event the other night came straight up to me and said, look, I'm aware of it. I'm working.
All right, whatever. I just want to hear about the migration, Gav. I do want to hear about Sunrise, though. Sunrise seems to be getting a bailout from the Australian government. Can you very briefly explain on what grounds and whether this is an Australian company? We could also be making only the right courses free in TAFE. The fact that there's only a couple dozen at most construction-related courses, and yet over 300 are free right now. Throw more money away. But like, isn't that like the point though? Is to like skill people up? Or you think it's just wastage? We need to start a conspiracy where Pauline is actually only 3 inches tall and she can't be trusted because she's a mind-altering leprechaun. Trades we can import. Get with it, mate. Yeah, that's true, actually. Lead people into what? Into becoming more skilled. We need construction workers subsidized. Ooh. Eh? Government handouts. That's all I'm hearing. If you want to do something else cool, pay for it. Fair enough. Yes, the current proposal is not really a conventional bailout. Yeah, sure. It is proposed government co-investment of about 15 million, which Sunrise would match to modernize its Riverina processing packaging facilities to help preserve jobs. Here, it's just like the situation that we saw with the aluminium smelter. Exactly the same thing. We're just giving them money to help transition because they can't pay their power bills. Here, they don't want to upgrade or modernize their facility. We just pay for that for them so they don't shut it down and jobs go to waste. The government says it's considering the proposal, but it's not yet committed the money. A formal proposal is still required. 78 jobs are being lost. Anyone good at division? What's 15 million by 78? Yes, Sunrise is fundamentally an Australian company. It was established by Riverina rice growers in New South Wales in 1950 and remains headquartered in Australia with its shares listed on the ASX. However, a large multinational food company with operators in 10 countries and sales in nearly 50 markets. Okay. Fair enough then. Sounds like it's worthy of a bailout then. The government frames its potential support as structural adjustment assistance for regional industry and local employment, similar to the assistance provided elsewhere in the Murray-Darling Basin. Construction industry subsidizes TAFE and apprenticeships, though. Other industries can't match that. And there'll always be construction demand. And there'll always be construction demand. All the blanket free TAFE is doing is encouraging TAFE to stay the unproductive POS it's turned into. Damn. Savage. Those poor TAFE students. You're useless bastards. Get into construction. Or pay your own way. We should really be getting stock options or something as a country when we subsidize. It's not a bailout. It's not subsidies. They're supporting jobs. I thought that's what they were going to say. As a structural adjustment assistance should be, yeah, let's get stocks. We get a take. We get a share in the company. No, that would be communism. But I know it's a negotiation, of course. So, e.g., if we subsidize 2 times as much, maybe it's worth stocks. Yeah, I agree. Make work jobs. Best jobs. Coded response there. Literally, if you're not a TAFE for a trade, you're just wasting your and everyone else's now time and money. Oh man, that's savage. I don't think so. I know people that have gone to TAFE and used that skill to help in their work or even gainfully finding employment. Mostly women that have done like business administration type courses. And things like that. Yeah. And they've gone into office jobs. That's not fair. Because like they do want them to have some level of experience. Because most people are like, no, sorry, you never worked in this industry before. I'm not giving you a job. And so they need it just to get a shoe in. I don't know, man. And like they wouldn't have been the type to afford it. Like honestly, like these are really working class people that wouldn't have had the money to front for a TAFE course. They wouldn't have done it. If it was free, it's so incentivized. They wouldn't have done it otherwise. Not just tick off a qualifications requirement. It actually helped them. Well, it helped them get a job. So like, what's the difference? Like, honestly, like they could have done the job without it, but like they were never going to get the job unless they had some type of, skill on paper. Like that's probably a problem with recruitment. I agree, but that is the system. Also, what industries are we talking about? Was it public benefit for them to be working now? Well, they're helping administer businesses that add to the economy. So I guess depends what you mean by whether it helped us or if these monies of the money that they help generate for the corporation is shifted off overseas somewhere or they evade tax. Why did they Why did their course deserve that? I don't know. But the point is, it's incentivizing. And I'm pretty sure these people that I know personally, this is my lived experience, they wouldn't have had the money to front it. Or they wouldn't have looked at it and be like, oh, I'll pay a few $1,000s for that or whatever. But like they were like, oh, it's free. I'll get this certificate. And then they started applying for jobs once they had it. And then they got work. So like, I know what you want to hear. Like, are they better people now because of it? I don't think so. Like, could they have done that before without the piece of paper? Yeah, probably. They just learn on the job. Like my job, I went to fucking university for almost 5 years. Did I learn much at university? Yeah, theoretically. But like, did I learn everything about the job on the job? Yes. Like most people, they learn about it on the job. So if a construction course was free instead, not all, do you think it would have influenced which industry they entered? Well, probably. If they were really desperate to find work and all they could get for free was construction, yeah, then they would have been into construction. But I'm sure they appreciated having choice, I guess. They probably didn't want to go into construction. Probably more than happy to do business administration, to be honest. That's probably the way they picked it, because there was an array of things to choose from. So we lost a construction worker. But like people, they still needed these people in business. So like there's still a demand in the economy. They still got a job. They didn't get the degree and then do nothing with it. Not a degree, a certificate. But like there was still a need for them. Yeah, they're helping business, which helps the economy. Look, whatever. If you think helping business is not helping the economy largely, then like I can go down that rabbit hole. It's usually my position. I prefer my housing related policies to be housing related, but hey, I don't know, man. I think TAFE, like funding TAFE and giving out free TAFE, is more than just housing related. It's supposed to be upskilling the population in an ever-changing world. That's the point of free education, is that industrial society advances and we have education, because in order for you to be functional in the economy and in society generally, you need to have a certain level of education. And so helping raise the standard of people's education allows us as a nation to move forward economically. That was the case when we had like free university education as well. Was there wastage? I'm sure there was wastage. Did it set up the Australian economy to be a service economy and provide those services to our region, if not the world? Absolutely. And look at the pillar of the economy that we have now. We have such a highly educated society because of people that were getting free education back in like the 70s, the 80s, that like people come to study here now. You can't like disassociate those two things. It's a pillar of our economy. Like, it's just the way it is. Let them eat ass. Like the stream, you chuds. Yeah, do what let them eat ass says. Like the stream, chuds. Do that. You're right, it depends on which lens you look at through. I actually agree free TAFE is good in general, but the way it's sold by Labor was a housing construction initiative. No. I don't know. I thought when I heard them talk about free TAFE, they were kind of like, we need an upgrade. Like Australians need a skills upgrade to match the 21st century economy. And so let's provide more free TAFE courses so people start to get an edge on the 21st century economy. That's what I thought. I didn't think it was just about the silver bullet for housing or something. Free TAFE for all, but once AI has taken over all the admin jobs, go big government. Yeah, it's big government's fault that AI is taking all the jobs. Right. It's big every time. It's so good. Every time. Yeah. Is that Ravi's alternate account or something? Like this stream, you chuds. It must be. If it's just that, I can get behind it. I thought it was just construction. To be honest, I thought they were just talking about like, the modern economy is like needs this, needs that, blah, 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 blah. Forgot I was on the opposite. Interesting. let them eat us. What an alternate count, man. Seriously. Far out. Welcome to the stream. All right. I'm getting distracted here. I just want to hear him talk about migration. We're going to talk about Sunrise. Not interested. All right, let's see Barnaby Joyce handle this one. Come on, Barnaby. Tell us what's happening, bro.
Pauline Hanson has been forced to intervene after one of her MPs said One Nation's planned migration cuts were, quote, not too different from Labor's target. One Nation's publicised net overseas migration number is 130,000, but newly elected David Farley says that figure doesn't include a minimum of 100,000 skilled workers on already established visa schemes. That would make the party's migration rate roughly 230,000, on par with the government's target of 225,000. For their take, let's bring in Social Services Minister Tanya Plibersek and One Nation MP Barnaby Joyce. Good morning. So Barnaby, Pauline
I love it when he wears the hat. So good. So good.
says it's 130,000. David Farley says it's 130,000 plus another 100.
225 versus 230. If anything, it's just like on par. Well, if you look at it, I think Labor's a little bit more One Nation than One Nation is. But hey, whatever. One Nation wants more migrants than Labor. Oh, man. You can't make this shit up, man. Seriously. When we introduced breakdancing degrees, the apprenticeship was doomed. Dude. Like, that's what we should be talking about, Spendong. Whether or not you can get a PhD in breakdancing for free or not. That's what we need. One Nation is more racially inclusive and gay than any party. It has happened, man. It has happened. They are the most woke party.
Which is it? Says it's 130,000 plus another 100. Which is it?
Well, it's 130 net. We've been saying that all along. It's 130.
True net, excuse me. It is true net, and then the 230 is the fake net. There is a net that we need outside the true net. We just don't want to tell people that because it doesn't look great. Don't tell anyone.
Net. If you're in Australia for 12 months or less out of 16, and a lot of visa holders are, that's not included.
Discord chat again? Outrageous. There's a meme template in there somewhere. I only want about this many migrants. What a screen capture that is. Good timing.
In the norm. So 16. If you're in Australia for 12 months or less out of 16, and a lot of visa holders are, that's not included in the norm. So, but that's, when no one's arguing about palm workers. But it is not, it is 130,000. We've been saying it all along. It's 130,000, it's 130,000, it's 130,000 net overseas migration. And sometimes, things like NOM, it's an acronym, you've got to get it right. It's a bit like the TIL-GT, which is $1 trillion in Labor government debt. That's another number you just can't get wrong. $1 trillion in Labor government debt is a very important number.
Okay, so the permanent migration, what would that be?
Well, the permanent migration, what we have is within that 130,000 is your net overseas migration. So if there's permanent migration, it fits within that number. That's why it's called the net.
Okay, because there are two separate figures at the moment. We've got, from what I understand, and Tanya would know more, 180,000, 85,000 permanent, and then we've got an aim of about 225. So you're saying your total would be 130?
It's 130,000 net. That means if you take the people coming and the people going away, and the difference is 130,000 on the positive side.
And no
net is net. Good on you, Barnaby. Hey. Yeah, well, he's struggling here a little bit. Now down, boys. Sit. For Labor's migration policy, it would seem that the 185,000 that it intends to take includes permanent migration. But the net overseas migration goes beyond that to 225,000. Are you able to clarify if this position is okay? Correct. It's more than struggling. Net is not total. Ah, love Jeff in the house. There you go. Hope you're well. Yes, that understanding is broadly correct, but there's an important distinction. 185,000 is the government's annual permanent migration program planning level. For 2026 to 2027, Labor has allocated 132 of those places to the skilled stream. Permanent migration program. Net overseas migration is a much broader population statistic. It counts people who come to Australia and stay long enough to qualify under the ABS definition, minus people who leave for the corresponding period. It therefore includes temporary migrants as well as permanent migrants, and is also affected by Australians returning from overseas and Australians departing. The government's current budget forecast NOM at 245,000 for 26-27, falling to 225 from 27 to 28 onwards. That's from the budget, apparently. A useful way of expressing it. 185,000 planned permanent migration places. 225,245 projected net overseas migration, including temporary migration and movements of Australians. So he's saying that 130 will capture permanent as well as any other movement within the NOM. So permanent is counted within 130,000. Now, if you listen to the other guy, David Farley said, what was he saying? Didn't he say something like, in order to service the regions alone, for healthcare workers and backpackers and people under the PALM policy, the Pacific Island workers arrangement they have, he was like, we need 40,000, 70,000. That's already at. And then there was another group as well. That's already over 100,000. So there will be let's just say it's 130,000 just to service the regions. There's only 30,000 people that can migrate permanently into Australia outside of that. Damn. I don't know if they're across this properly. I'm down with you, Josh. He's struggling here. Surprising Barnaby doesn't take sunrise interviews while he's taking a dump at this stage. Maybe the government was actually bailing out sunrise, not sunrise. AI gets confused. Australia does not have a program at this stage to capture migrants in giant nets yet. So good. All right, back to it.
80,000, 85.
And it fits within that number. That's why it's called the net.
Okay, because there are two separate figures at the moment. We've got, from what I understand, and Tanya would know more, 180,000, 85,000 permanent, and then we've got an aim of about 225. So you're saying your total would be 130?
It's 130,000 net. That means if you take the people coming and the people going away, and the difference is 130,000 on the positive side.
And no permanent?
Well, that includes your permanents. That's not
Is he swaying? KK Online. I need $1.
going to be an extra 100 on top of that, no.
Okay, so he just misspoke.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's not unusual. Show me a political career where people haven't made a mistake, and I'll show you a person who's not telling the truth.
Yeah, and we understand that. We're just clarifying. You picked up the phone and said, mate, that's not right?
We've certainly had. Well, look, I'm not going to throw anybody under a bus. When people are new in Parliament, they can sometimes get things incorrect, and that's what happens. God knows I've done it enough.
Yep, exactly. We all do.
I'm sure Tanya has, and I'm sure Jim Chalmers is doing it right now with $1 trillion in Labor government debt. Very important number, $1 trillion in Labor government debt.
Exactly. Everyone's just clarifying. Tanya, so your target is 225,000 net overseas migration. Does that include skilled workers on visa schemes that David Farley was talking about, or is that number also on top of your target?
Well, about 70% of that number is skilled visa holders, and a lot of them are already on shore. So we're converting people who are already here doing that work into visa holders. So we're not actually bringing new people into the country for a big part of that. But let me tell you a few things about migration. You know, if there's 3 One Nation MPs in a room, there's 3 different immigration policies. What you know about us is we've brought migration down by 45% since coming to government.
You know, the others are senators. Get the numbers right.
And a senator.
There's only 2 MPs. The others are senators. You've got that number wrong right at the very start.
Hang on, really got me with that one. Really got me with that one. So here's a few things, you know. We've brought...
This is so pathetic. So lame. This is Australian politics. Like, at least American politics is entertaining when we watch it. Worst blunt rotation. Ah, dude. My God. Oh, man. Hilarious. Back from taking the dogs on a 2.5-hour walk to get away from the house. That's a long walk. Welcome back.
Migration down by 45% since coming to government. The 2 highest years of visas issued were both 9 million, and I think Barnaby was Deputy Prime Minister for those ones.
Yeah, Barnaby, look at him. So good, that face when you were the deputy, when migration was at an all-time high. So good, loves it. He's had that face a few times in his career, hasn't he? Oh, yeah. So good.
We do need some skilled migrants in this country. We need to train Australians for those jobs too. That's why we've increased the number of GP places. That's why we've introduced free TAFE. But in the meanwhile, it's interesting.
Free TAFE, that's controversial. All right, that's enough. I just wanted to hear Barnaby Joyce justify this. Let's see if he gets...
such as a PALM scheme, and if, as I've said, if you're here for less than 12 months of 16 months, it's not part of the net overseas migration numbers. Everyone agrees with that. The Australian Bureau of Statistics agrees with that. So a small portion of the numbers is what Tanya always refers to. How many doctors, Tanya, do come into regional areas? Seeing you're the government and I'm the opposition, how many come in, Tanya?
Is he the opposition though? Is he?
20,000, 30,000, how many?
I think what's interesting about what Barnaby just said now is that it's 130,000 plus.
How many doctors are coming in?
130,000 plus.
130,000 doctors. There's plenty. 130,000 doctors are coming into regional Australia.
Hang on a sec, Barnaby. We'll let you answer, Tanya.
Why does she have to answer? What's going on here? This is awful. It's awful. All right, I'm changing topics. That's enough of this. Sounds like nobody really has a proper position on all of this. Do we do? Ooh. Yeah, I might do that later. I want to find out about this ASIO bill. Have you guys heard about the ASIO bill that's just changed? I think it's passed through Parliament. Let's get a get my research assistant to tell me about this. Apparently, there has been a change to ASIO powers in Australia, and a new piece of legislation has just passed through federal parliament, both houses. Are you able to very briefly describe what the changes are for ASIO? Everyone in this stream better be pretty nervous. I believe you're referring to the ASIO Amendment Bill number 2, 2025, which has now passed Parliament after being amended from the government's original proposal. Very briefly, the changes. ASIO retains compulsory questioning powers. It can obtain a warrant requiring someone, including in some circumstances a person as young as 14, to attend questioning and provide information. The powers are being expanded to cover additional security matters, including sabotage, promotion of communal violence, and serious threats to Australia's territorial border integrity, rather than being limited to the existing espionage, foreign interference, and political motivated violence grounds. Importantly, the government backed away from making these powers completely permanent. Oh, okay. The sunset mechanism remains with a 3-year review cycle. There are also changes concerning who can act as the supervising authority. All right. So there's a bit of drama around this. Apparently it's brought in during, like, you know, the height of the war on terror and all that sort of stuff, that the ASIO were given powers to just be able to pick people off the street effectively. Like I say that, like, as a matter of speaking, and they can just interrogate whoever they want for any reason. For any reason. Like, if you're associated potentially with someone who's associated with someone, like 6 degrees of separation to someone that they might be investigating, they can call you in, they can interrogate your ass, and there's no recourse. And more than that, you can't talk about it either. So it's all hush-hush kind of stuff. Are you interested in the Kirk trial? I am, actually. I am and I'm not. Like, has anything like, I would like to cover it, but like only if something substantial has happened, instead of just like somebody breathed in the courtroom, oh my god, like that type of stuff. But like, I am interested in it. Has something substantial happened? And you can't speak about the interrogation. Yes. Let us have a... And you can face jail if you ever speak about the ASIO interrogation. Yeah, it's some crazy police state stuff, isn't it? Like, they can pick you off, like just rock up to your house, take you in for interrogation, and you're never allowed to speak about it. So draconian. Labor's answer to cost of living crisis is new ASIO powers and some piffy gambling ad reforms. Gee whiz. Thanks. Dude, I'm so ready to see... Like, I'm voting One Nation. I'm ready to see what One Nation is going to do to bring down the cost of living crisis. I can't wait. Throw me in prison, LOL. I'm a fucking yapper. All right. Actually, let's see who voted on this in the Senate. Who voted in the Senate for or against this legislation or amendment? Yeah, but didn't you hear Labor basically caused Bondi? Voted against. 26 supporting. Labor senators Tammy Laurel and Jackie Lambie voted against. Greens 9 voted against. Liberal voted against. Alex Antic, we're actually going to hear from him. One Nation, Independent, David Pocock. David Pocock, so good. All right. That's funny. They didn't need senators plus Tyrrell and Jackie Lambie network. Okay. $26 for, 15 against. Let's do this.
I rise to oppose the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2. This bill doesn't merely fine-tune existing arrangements. It breaks in new powers and makes permanent what were always intended to be temporary, extraordinary intrusions on the liberty of Australians. In doing so, it flies in the face of the rule of law. So let's be clear about what is being proposed here, about what...
ASIO will implant thought crimes via the ads. Yeah, out of all the comments that we've had today, I didn't see that one coming.
What these powers actually are and what they do. Compulsory questioning warrants allow ASIO to compel a person who may never have been or may never be charged with an offence to appear and answer questions under threat of criminal penalty. Failure to answer in itself becomes a criminal offence. Telling people, telling your family and friends, your wife, your husband about the situation becomes an offence. These are not ordinary investigative tools. They sit well outside the framework of the traditional criminal justice system. The original incarnation was introduced in the shadow of September 11, 2001 as a temporary measure to fill a specific gap in our security services. Parliament since then has repeatedly extended them under successive sunset clauses precisely because they are so exceptional. Now, as it currently stands, the bill removes that sunset clause entirely, and I understand there may be a push to return that sunset clause, which is a good thing, but it is also in the framework of this bill a very small thing. Powers that were meant to expire becoming a permanent feature of the legal landscape is a problem. Extraordinary powers should never become ordinary, and history shows that temporary emergency powers have a long and checkered history and habit of becoming permanent features.
Who would have
Worse
thought?
still, the bill actually expands.
I only like it when my side expands ASIO powers. Yeah, well, it's funny that they didn't need any type of assistance here passing this legislation. They just did it themselves. Labor, that is. Generally supports expansion of ASIO powers, not these ones.
Expands the reach of adult questioning warrants. Now, currently, that framework is limited to espionage, politically motivated violence and foreign interference, but the definition of an adult questioning matter will now be broadened under this bill to include sabotage and, most alarmingly, the promotion of communal violence. There are others, of course, attacks on Australia's defence system and serious threats to territorial and border integrity, but some of these new categories are concerning in the breadth of their vagueness. Promotion of communal violence is particularly elastic. What does it actually mean? What does it capture? Does it capture passionate political speech, advocacy that offends certain groups, legitimate protest or religious expression in an official that crosses an often ill-defined line? Now, in a free society, the state shouldn't be handed an open-ended power to compel citizens to answer questions about speech or association that falls short of actual criminality. Vague drafting is the enemy of the rule of law, and citizens are and should be able to know with reasonable certainty where the line is drawn. This bill, on any measure, blurs that line and makes it very difficult for people to understand whether they could simply be detained and questioned against their will. The bill also retains the capacity to subject children as young as 14 to these processes. Now, on its surface, that alone should give this chamber reason to pause. Now, yes, this legislation makes some amendments to prescribed authorities and reporting, but they're modest and they don't cure the fundamental problem, which is the absence of robust independent judicial oversight. There is a tension between there always should be a tension between compulsory interrogation and the right to silence. That is something which underpins the very nature of our adversarial system of justice. National security obviously is vital, and no one, I think, disputes that ASIO has a very difficult and a very important job, but security which is purchased at the price of permanent, expanded and coercive powers that can sweep people up who have committed no crime is a false bargain. The rule of law requires...
Like, he's not arguing against the extraordinary provisions. He just doesn't want them to be made permanent. And from what we understand is they're not being made permanent anymore. It's just like we shouldn't be doing this permanently. Am I right? I put a recommended video and reaction recommendations when you were interested. Is this for the Kirk stuff? Interesting. Pretty well put together video about the Charlie Kirk trial. Okay. The Charlie Kirk dots you're not supposed to connect. Dun, dun, dun. Interesting. Thank you. Thanks. Not permanent yet. Yes. They've just done another 3 years on it or something. So he's arguing effectually. He's like, yeah, okay, communal violence ain't great, but like we don't want it to be permanent. All right, fair enough.
That the state's most intrusive rules remain exceptional, tightly confined, regularly scrutinised and subject to genuine sunset or renewal by the parliament, not just quietly normalised, not just quietly allowed to creep into the norm. So I simply won't support a bill that entrenches extraordinary powers and makes it at the behest of becoming ordinary. Those powers expand the scope with vague language and treat the fundamental protections of the law as optional. Extraordinary powers should never become ordinary, and I simply will not support this bill.
Yeah, you do that. I don't know if this is any good. I'm not a big fan of this person, but they are talking about it. So, take it with a grain of salt. There's just something grating about her voice. I'm really judgy with voices. I'm sorry. What's her name? Jan Fran or something like that? Jan. Something like that. Jan Fran. Let's go with that. Okay.
An amendment to the original 8.5 decades? Yeah. In 2023, an amendment to the original ASIO Act of 1979 gave that agency very, very beefed up powers. I'm talking very beefed up powers. And these powers included what's called compulsory questioning warrants that come via the Attorney General. Not a judge, but a politician. One politician. Interchangeable. They change every few years. Anyway, these warrants remove the right to silence. You cannot say no. You cannot say, no, I do not want to answer your questions. You must answer the questions. They also add the right to detain for 24 hours. They put restrictions on legal representations. And they also allow ASIO to question minors. At the time, it was as young as the age of 16, and then that was later dropped to the age of 14.
Yeah, is it alternative media? I don't know. Just wonder who funds them. It's a fair question. I'm not sure. Fair question. It's alternative, and it's got green branding. Eh? Wonder what's going on there.
The other thing that these laws did was they put gag orders on people, which meant that the first rule of being questioned by ASIO is that you don't talk about being questioned by ASIO. Otherwise, you could go to prison. All of the things that I mentioned at the top of this episode.
Hey, green, she's a hippie.
Okay, these are the things that have been around since 2003. Now, at the time, these were considered some of the most controversial laws ever passed in Australia. They were treated, rightly so, as exceptional because there was a recognition there that they trampled on the freedoms of ordinary people. At the time, they came with 15 months of debate and also some pretty hefty pushback from the opposition, which is also why they came with something called a sunset clause. Now, a sunset clause means that these powers are subjected to regular review, and that has been happening since 2003. The laws have been reviewed, and as it happens, they have been extended every few years. Now, this bill initially proposed to remove that clause entirely, which removes the review and makes these powers permanent. Now, in my view, why? Which also happens to be a view shared by all manner of folks across the political spectrum, as evidenced by this very funny Google search that showed both the Green Left and the Spectator in succession making ostensibly the same point, which is, don't do that. Also making the same point, but this time from the sensible centre, is Kate Chaney, the independent / Teal. I know they don't like being called Teals. Anyway, the member for Curtin. Here she is back in February using a few too many words, if you ask me, to make an otherwise very decent point about this.
Compulsory questioning affects the rights of people who may never be charged with an offence. It intrudes on the right of silence and can limit access to counsel in ways which are unusual in our system.
We don't have rights. Correction. No. That's not how our society works. Sorry. I mean, hey, kind of exactly what the laws are being brought in for. Align with a violent terror state and, yeah, get investigated. Makes sense. Yeah, and like everyone that may potentially be associated with you, like your barber or the guy at the shops that you talk to sometimes. Everybody gets to be interrogated too. Hey, you ever seen this person before? Yes? I think so. That's the guy that I see down at the park sometimes. Get him! And you're not allowed to talk about it either.
These features explain why, for 20 plus years, Parliament has insisted on sunsetting to force a recalibration if the security context or operational experience changes. Removing that discipline risks normalising exceptionality.
Okay, a lot of words. Can I try and translate this a little bit from Kate? I think what Kate's trying to say is that these laws are not normal. Okay. And that's why we need a sunset clause. We need to review them. We need to keep an eye on them because they're not normal. And if we stop keeping an eye on them, if we stop reviewing them, then we make something that is not normal, normal. And that's bad.
Don't agree with it, but it's what the laws are for, LOL. Yeah, okay, I guess the functionality. But remember what we saw on Friday? How the AFP were kind of entrapping autistic kids online in the name of fighting terror. First, we create the terror. Then we fight the terror. Like, if they have powers of this nature and they're able, or they have been implicated and proven to be implicated in that type of behavior, then, like, if you give them arbitrary powers of this nature, why wouldn't they do untoward things? It's not just like, oh, this person is potentially part of the network. It's just like, well, let's create the network and put this person inside of it, and then we'll just take all these people out. We will do the right thing. Don't worry. Don't worry. We mock the US Patriot Act laws. Ha! Yeah, I know, right? That's funny. Hey, look at us. Well, we are a good testing ground, I've heard, for the US. Because we don't have rights. And so we get all like the experimental stuff just to see how it goes. Well, entrapping was a bit much, we learned. He was online being groomed a year before the parents realized anything. Yeah, but okay, fine. He was online, but he was being entrapped. Like, they were actually teaching him things and getting him to learn stuff that he wouldn't have been engaged with before. So they could then investigate him further and then take him out. It was, man. Like, even if he was interested, he was terror curious. He was literally being taken further down the rabbit hole by these people so they could then prosecute him, and persecute him. We should not import them with AI this time. Then went the cops and expected them to help. There was already an investigation into their son. Sorry. I mean, define entrapment. Oh, God. No, sorry. I'm anti-semantic. I'm a gone there. What's legal with sting ops is very grey. Yeah, how about, like, not entrapping children? That's a good start. And this applies to 14-year-olds. Hey? I wonder why. Am I right thinking our states have given us human rights, but on a federal level, it's basically we've agreed to not no such thing. Not that I understand. I don't think we have human rights as such, like a Bill of Rights. It's not my understanding of how it works, no. The states provide their powers through the federal constitution. And like rights from the federal constitution are implied rights because of the functionality of the constitution. So like political rights are technically ensured because voting is laid out in the constitution. So like, why would you have voting and like the structure and of how voting should be undertaken if it's not implied that we have political freedom? So I don't know. I don't think we have rights. Like, we've supposedly signed up to the UN Charter of Human Rights, but that doesn't really carry any weight, I don't think. Sounds like a really awful Mr. Beast video. It does. I entrapped an autistic kid. Yeah, for a whole year. Oh man, this is what we learn. Untrapping children sounds like a great start, especially the disabled ones. The state grants us our rights is how it works, I believe. A court case in Australia involved a vulnerable 13 to 14-year-old autistic boy, pseudonym Thomas Carrick, whose fixation on ISIS was allegedly fed and worsened by an undercover joint counterterrorism operation involving the Australian Federal Police, State Police, and ASIO. Yeah, that's the one we're talking about. We watched that on Friday. We give you the right to be a good little slave to the system. Yeah, and you can't talk about it either if we decide to interrogate you and impinge upon your civil liberties. In Queensland, the Human Rights Act protects 23 human rights. The Human Rights Act 2019 imposes obligations on public entities to properly consider what your human rights and act to make decisions compatibly with human rights. If your human rights are limited, the limitation must be reasonable and justifiable. That's fine. That's fair. But like an act is not like a constitution, because acts can be repealed. So it's not really a right. It's more of a like, you are required to consider these things until we change the legislation, and then you'll have nothing. Our rights aren't explicit. We smoke and no, these laws are going to make radicalizing young kids a lot easier for ASIO. We're smoking that FBI pack. So good. It's kind of true though, isn't it? Biased viewer, are you new here? Let us know. Captain Bucket's in the house. How you going? Yo. That makes sense to my old brain. Thank you. Well, that's how I understand it. Okay. Like a constitutional right is like, you know, you have to basically reconstitute. You have to restructure the entire political system effectively to do it, to reconstitute. And it should have the gravity that is associated with that. It should be done like through, I don't know, a referendum or something of that nature. Some like process that involves the entire democratic populace. But like, yeah, laws and acts and stuff like that, they just get like when a government comes in with enough power and or bipartisan support, they just get rid of the act. Like it's good, but it's not inalienable, as the Americans like to say. I'm off, friends. Have a lovely day for me. Thanks for hanging. Enjoy another 2.5 hour walk, if that's what you're doing. Somewhat new, been in a few streams. Well, welcome officially. Welcome to the crew. It's a wonder we haven't all gotten together and demanded rights. Why are we waiting for democracy to sort it out? Well, this is what I'm saying. I think, and like this is pure speculation, but I think there are like the US, for example, likes having countries within the empire that don't have like full rights, like constitutional rights, because they can test things out on us. Like, they can see how legislation like this works, things of this nature. And so, you know, we're not going to get democracy. It's never going to happen. Like democracy. We're not going to get rights, human rights instilled in our political system. We'd actually have to have some type of constitutional change. We'd have to change the politics of it. Dude, that is so good, that thumbnail. It's perfect. Mr. Beast, AFB. I entrapped a 13-year-old autistic 13-year-old for a whole year. Crazy. Whoa. But yeah, I don't know. We'd have to actually change our political system. And like, I think you could curl that up. Like, if you can convince Australians to form a republic and to drop the monarchy, like being a parliamentary monarchy system, like you could reconstitute, and then we could demand like a Bill of Rights, a constitutionally enshrined rights at that point. So like that's a much easier sell to the Australian public, because I think people would be happy to turn to a republic and shake up the political system a bit. And at that point, you could constitute. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Look, the highfalutin efforts to get people to care about this, it's so hard. So hard. Rights. Yeah, who needs rights? DM in the house. Good afternoon. How you going? Like, people don't care that prisoners are treated like, e.g., deaths in custody, right? Meh, rights, meh, freedom, whatever. It's just, don't do the crime. People are crime reductionists. They don't give it about this. Yeah. They want cheap groceries, power, and rent. We are a consumer society. Everything else is secondary. Who needs rights when you're on the left? Am I right, lads? Yeah. Am I right? Yeah. Especially if you are in the US, and NSPM 7 is on the board. People will vote to become literal slaves as long as is cheap and they're comfy. It's coming, bro. Techno-feudalism is coming.
Want to do that. After all this, Labor...
True trips to Bali per year legislated. We can't drop the Republic without taking sovereign control back over our military and resources. That's why it probably won't happen as well, because I don't know if the US would want to see us form a republic. It'd be shaky for them. They'd be like, wait a minute, what happens to all of our military bases? Eh? You're not going to touch them, right? No, of course not. We just want to form a republic. It's like redecorating. That's all. No rights without responsibility. But we do. Like, unlike other countries, I think Australians actually have responsibilities democratically anyway. Like, we have compulsory voting. We ensure that people go out and, like, partake in their civic duties. Other countries aren't like that. They actually try to make people as disenfranchised as possible and apathetic so they don't get motivated to vote, I would say. Otherwise, we will end up as a banana republic for exotic minerals. What do you mean, end up? But come on. We are a banana republic. That's what the whole gas debate is over, biased viewer. Don't you reckon? It's just like, wait a minute. Are we just a banana republic for gas? For foreign countries and foreign capital? And everyone's just having that realization now. And they're just like, oh my God. We're getting screwed? Oh my God. By corporations? Who would have thought? Yes. Can we do something about it? No, probably not. The ship has sailed. But you're upset about it now, aren't you? Eh? It's on your radar now, isn't it? Yeah. Australia has more rights than America. Go on. You've got me intrigued now. I would like to know more. No, America, we just respect you so much that we want to be like you. We have big dicks. Yeah, you all have big dicks and we want to have big... what's the South Park joke with the Pokemon episode? Oh, American penis so big. Yeah, Japanese penis so small. We just love you Americans. And he's like, oh, thank you very much. And he leaves. So good. We just want to be like you, America, and have a republic. Dude, that's how we push it. We just want to be like you, America. Rogue. Yeah, especially for workers' rights. Okay. That's the angle we're taking. Those technically, like, they're not rights. Like, they're legislated. But they can be taken away. Yeah, that's the episode. So, shushmo. And they get away with everything based on that. And Stan's mum comes out in the end and she's like, are you listening to this? This guy doesn't even have a small penis. Like, we have better conditions, but like actual rights, like they're enshrined in a constitution. I don't know, man. Workers' rights? No, we don't need those. We got to be the most obvious example of how compulsory voting is a broken system. Doesn't matter at all in terms of party effectiveness and representation. Yeah, look, I understand what you're saying. Like, does it really make a difference if it's compulsory? But we're talking about responsibility here. And at least, yeah, people have to get off their asses and do something. I'm for that. Hard disagree. Well, like, so, like, what unalienable rights do we have? I would like to know. I'm gonna write them down in my book. Oh no, you're talking about voting rights, not like worker rights. ACCC, for example, consumer goods protection. Yeah, and like they're all great. Don't get me wrong, but like they're not rights. Those consumer commissions can be taken away, and they will be, when appropriate, by our crony capitalist overlords. Compulsory voting means we all participate. We all take that 20 minutes every few years to write a dick on the ballot. Without compulsory voting, you get civil war. And because it's compulsory, we make sure it's on a weekend. We make sure you get 2 weeks to vote before. We have mail-in ballots, etc. Yeah. All right, back to it.
A couple of months ago was like, okay, fine. We won't get rid of the sunset clause. And so that's one point of contention that seems to be resolved, lack of a better word. There is another point of contention, though, in these laws. Another aspect of this latest bill, again, the bill that just passed, is that it would expand the remit of what is called adult questioning matter, which is what you can be questioned about by ASIO. Now, we already have matters that ASIO can question someone on, such as espionage or politically motivated violence or foreign interference. This bill seeks to expand those matters to cover sabotage, attacks on Australia's defence system, threats to our border integrity, and this one is a little kooky, the promotion of communal violence. But what does that mean? Now,
It's
this
like,
phrase...
What the hell does social cohesion mean? What the hell do any of these words mean? In-step lawyers. I'll debate it for you, and I'll charge you hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it, if you ever get to it.
Does have a specific meaning. According to the ASIO Act, it means acts that are directed to promoting violence between different groups of persons in the Australian community so as to endanger the peace, order, or good government of the Commonwealth. But again, what does that mean? Because it's a little vague. It's a little vague. Maybe it's a little open to interpretation. Like, what might this look like in the everyday life of, say, the regular Australian? I'm going to let the Green Senator, David Shoebridge, explain that one. It's a little long, but I think it's worth getting the full picture of...
Whoa. Eh? Whoa. Teals and Green Senators getting important coverage on this piece from OnlyFans.
Potential of these laws.
What happens under this law? Well, ASIO decides that you're thinking about to discuss it and drag him in. Well, you get, because I don't.
You don't have to have done. This does sound excessive. I'm not going to lie. You don't have to have done anything to cop a knock at the door. You could have done nothing, but someone that you know might have done something that is determined to have promoted communal violence. But regardless, you get pulled into a room and you get questioned for up to 24 hours. And maybe your lawyer is there, or maybe your lawyer is not. And it is a criminal offense to tell anyone that this even happened. How does that actually work, though? Like, you get pulled off the street for 24 hours and no one asks you a question? I'm sure whatever family member you got going on is going to be like, I'm sorry, where the fuck were you for the last day? I was trying to call you and your phone was off. You can't tell them. You can't.
Dude, that's fucking hilarious. Where were you? I can't talk about it. That's it. I want a divorce. No, please, baby. Come on. I swear. I didn't go back there. I swear. Well, then tell me where you were. Has anyone been interrogated using these special powers that we know of? Yes, these powers have actually been used, but very rarely. The most recent publicly disclosed figures show that since 2020, ASIO has issued 4 compulsory questioning warrants involving 3 people. 2 people were connected to a counter-espionage investigation. 1 person was connected to a counter-terrorism investigation. The identities and substantive details of those people have not been publicly disclosed because ASIO operations are secret, of course. But like they have since 2020 been used. The powers are not merely theoretical and have been used extremely sparingly. Yeah, good. I hope so.
Say anything. You're gonna have to tell me you're cheating. That's it. That's the only thing that you can say, because at this point that is easier to say, yeah, I was cheating on you, babe. Because that way at least you don't risk a jail term. I don't know, you risk the demise of your marriage, sure. Different thing. Swings and roundabouts. The above does seem a little excessive. And what is confusing is that the very people who pushed back against these laws when they were first introduced are now the ones that are pushing to expand them and to actually make them permanent. And this is why I brought up Labor wanting to remove the sunset clause, even though it technically now is a non-starter. Like it's not going to happen. But I just wanted to give you that context because if they could have done it, they would have done it. You know what I mean? It feels like they're trying on some shit. And this is the party whose leader said in 2003, when these laws were first introduced, and this has been doing around by various politicians that don't care much for Anthony Albanese, but I think it's relevant here. He said the following: in 2003, this legislation is without precedent in Australia's post-Second World War legal history. Its provisions potentially allow for the mistreatment of ethnic minorities, the suppression of dissent, and the detaining and investigation of wholly innocent Australians. Labor is committed to developing the strongest of measures to combat terrorism, but equally, Labor is determined to defend Australia's hard-won democratic freedoms. Okay.
Okay. Democratic freedoms. What? What is a democratic freedom? The right to vote. Just because you put the word democratic in front of something doesn't make it better. They're freedoms. All right? It's not like, yeah, we get extra points for putting the word democracy in there. All right. All right. That's enough of this. That's enough of this. Let's move on to another topic, shall we? I wanted to cover this situation because I thought it was rather interesting. I think people have probably been across this, but I'll give you some context anyway. The Zomi Frankcom situation. So there was this volunteer worker, I guess, aid worker, an Australian who was killed in Gaza. I think it was in 2023. No, 2024. And like, you know, pretty taken out and pretty obvious. I think it's obvious circumstances that these people shouldn't have been targeted. Like they were aware that they were there, and they're obviously providing like aid work, assistance, but whatever. It was investigated by the IDF after they struck this car full of aid workers and killed them all. And yeah, she was killed. And like Australia's been like following this and asking for some type of recourse. And so the IDF recently came out, I think it was the end of last week, I want to say. And they were kind of like, yeah, it's awful, isn't it? But we didn't do anything wrong. So tough tits, Australia. And I think the Australian government has been pushing back on this one, which is, I believe, is what people expect from the Australian government. Like, I don't know, there might be some people in here who are kind of anti anything that comes out of or has anything in relation to do with Gaza or anything, and just be like, she deserved it. That's what you get for going over and trying to help people. I have that feeling that there'll be some people that take that position, but I think a majority of Australians, or a majority of people out there, probably sympathise with her cause and don't want Australians to be indiscriminately killed by the IDF. And so, yeah, they've said that they're not going to let this one slide. I don't know what they can do about it. It feels like ship has sailed kind of territory for me. But yeah, the IDF did their investigation. They found no wrongdoing, although it's unfortunate. And the Australian government has turned around and said, whoa, that's not good enough. We need some type of justice here for the Australian citizen. What are you going to do about this? Let's have a look into it, shall we? Let's get across it.
Almost 18 months ago, the humanitarian community in Gaza was torn apart by an Israeli strike hitting an aid convoy. 2 armoured vehicles were hit by the IDF, killing 7 staff from World Central Kitchen, despite being clearly marked with the organisation's logos and their mission to deliver aid being communicated to authorities. Among those killed, 43-year-old Australian Zomi Frankcom. Her family and friends and World Central Kitchen itself have spent the time since the attack demanding justice for her.
What name is that? One Frankcom. What nationality is that? What? And Zomi? Does anyone know anyone called Zomi? I've never come across a name like that before. I wonder what nationality she is.
And her colleagues. The IDF says it identified what it believed to be a Hamas fighter having infiltrated that convoy. That individual turned out to be an armed security guard. The IDF insists the presence of the guard had not been communicated to it, and so it launched the attack. Despite acknowledging serious flaws in that false identification, the IDF's findings are that there was no reasonable suspicion of criminal wrongdoing by the commanders authorising the attack. World Central Kitchen has condemned the findings, labelling them deeply offensive. The IDF has also released its findings into the killing of 5-year-old Palestinian girl Hind Rajab. And
that one was also controversial, wasn't it? Well, there you go. So the IDF, that's your context. Now, I actually wanted to see how the Australian government has responded to this. Because like usually it's just like, oh, well, Israel, hey, what are you going to do? And I wonder how they responded to this. And like why this didn't come up more with the Herzog visit. Because like people were talking about it when Herzog, if you're not across what I'm talking about, Herzog, the president of Israel, came for a visit after the Bondi situation, and everyone was talking about him coming here, and it caused all those protests. People were pretty upset. And they're like, you know, they have killed Australians. Like, why are we entertaining this, these type of diplomatic relations? And like people were upset about that at the time. Like we do demand answers on this one. Ooh, Penny has a say on it? Interesting. We've investigated ourselves and we find we didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, that's pretty much the story. So let's hear how the government's gonna tackle this one.
Australia is outraged by the Israeli government's decision to not pursue any criminal proceedings against those responsible for killing Zomi Frankcom and her World Central Kitchen colleagues. Australian government learned of Israel's decision late last night, moments before it was announced, on World Humanitarian Day. It is the day we commemorate humanitarian workers lost and celebrate and commend the work of humanitarians everywhere. We had just launched the Zomi Frankcom Humanitarian Award, and we didn't have the opportunity to inform Zomi's family before Israel's decision was made public because of the lack of notice. To learn of these developments in these circumstances was especially insulting and hurtful to Zomi's loved ones, to humanitarians, and to Australians. And today I called in Ambassador Hillel Newman, the Israeli ambassador to Australia. And I made clear to him Australia's views, that Israel's decision falls far short of the accountability we expect. And last night, Australia's ambassador to Israel conveyed the same message directly to Israeli authorities, including the Office of the Foreign Minister. There are still many unanswered questions. These include why, even if the first strike was a catastrophic error, 2 further strikes followed, each 2 minutes apart. As Mark Binskin concluded in his public report, these strikes were in violation of Israeli Defence Force standard operating procedures and rules of engagement. We still have not had a satisfactory explanation of why the strike occurred in a humanitarian fire control zone, and after High Command had directed the brigade commander not to engage the convoy. We have not had a...
In before BB claims about anti-Semitism. Yes, just for the record, before I get called anti-Semitic, we are upset with the Israelis on this one. You can't do that. You're not allowed to say that. Broke the rules, yet nothing will happen, ... again. Mistakes were made, but we did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong 3 times, apparently. It wasn't just like, whoops, rogue missile. Whoopsie, sorry. Bang, again. And just one more to be short. Oh, there we go. Who would have thought? Maybe not so mistaken after all. Look, if it is a mistake, then like come out with it. Come out with it in the sense that the mistake that we're all thinking, right? It was some type of Palantir Claude situation where they were testing out artificial intelligence to see if it could make good decisions and using the information at hand. And like, hey, it makes mistakes, right? It's training. You've never made a mistake when you're training before? Give AI a break. Seriously. Come on. Yeah, whoops, my little finger slipped. And then my other hand tried to catch the little finger that slipped and pressed the button. And then as those 2 hands went down, I headbutted the button as well. 3 times. Travel to active war zone, get engaged, surprise ensues. I knew there was going to be some of this kind of commentary. That's what you get for going to a war zone. Hey, take that. There's such a harsh take on that. Come on, man. Seriously. That's what you get for providing humanitarian aid. Loser. Seriously. Come on, man. Come on. So harsh. Just try to feed people. I get it. There's danger. But there's danger and there's being hit 3 times. 3 times. You're an A truck, man. Harsh but true. Fair enough. Fair enough. I knew I could feel it coming. I said it. I called it beforehand. Harsh but true. Take it. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. This was the worst possible outcome. That's the smoking gun. And your intuition was correct. Would you like to talk to a human representative? Are we supposed to buy the Australian government is shocked? The idea, the IDF, maybe would kill a civilian. Scroll down. Oh, like on what? Oh, man. Scroll down. Oops, my fingers slipped. Yes, okay. The strikes were fine. What's this? From a certain point of view. All right.
Satisfactory explanation regarding the senior brigade officer involved in the strikes being a signatory to a letter to the IDF Chief of the General Staff calling for aid to be restricted to Gaza. We have not received the drone audio as requested multiple times by the government on behalf of Zomi's family. The Australian government does not believe that the removal of 2 officers from their positions and 3 officers being reprimanded is sufficient accountability for the deaths of 7 people, including an Australian citizen. And we do not have confidence in the IDF's Military Advocate General's process given the many unanswered questions. And I would note this follows a case where the former Military Advocate General was arrested after allegedly acting as a whistleblower and leaking surveillance footage showing Israeli soldiers abusing Palestinian detainees. I have said many times, and I say it again, democracies seek and accept higher standards. The Australian Government will continue to keep pressing Israel for justice for Zomi and her colleagues, and we will consult with Zomi Frankcom's family before we announce further steps. In my meeting with the Israeli ambassador, I also raised the Israeli government's publication of a tender for the E1 settlement. It is a project which the United Kingdom has described as an unacceptable and destructive act, and Australia agrees with the United Kingdom, and we call for the tender to be retracted, which I communicated to the ambassador. As I said to him, we believe there will be no peace for Israelis or Palestinians without a two-state solution. Happy to take questions.
Minister, as he was leaving here, the ambassador said, what does it mean, justice? Do you lynch people in the street? What does justice look like, or should justice look like, for the Frankcom family? And can you explain why you haven't expelled the ambassador when so many people are asking you to do that?
Well, I don't want to speak for Mal from Frankcom and the family. I was with him just a few hours before this news broke, and I respect him greatly and what he's done in the years in the time since his sister's passing and the way he's secured her legacy. I'll leave the family to speak for themselves. What I would say to you, Mark, is, and you've probably heard me say it previously, we don't maintain diplomatic relations as an endorsement of any particular country. We maintain those relationships because they enable us to engage in order to advance Australia's interests. And that is what we do.
And so what about Iran? When we kicked out the Iranian ambassador, are we not trying to advance Australians' interests when it comes to Iran as well? Hey? Come on. Come on. No. They're separate.
Moving an ambassador would remove our ability to be able to engage, press for Australia's interests, and on this, relevantly here, to put the views of Australia and Zomi's Australia and on an ongoing basis of Zomi's family to the Israeli government.
Minister, can I ask just in terms of the drone strike audio, Hillel Newman, the Israeli ambassador, was asked about this directly at the press club months ago, yet today he was again saying it's not up to him, he doesn't have any more information, it's something for the Israeli Defence Forces. One of the questions that has been raised is whether or not you should expel him specifically and ask Israel to send somebody who can actually be someone you work with. Is that being contemplated? And what do you think of his ongoing reticence to actually deal with an issue that he said months ago he would deal with?
Our position on the drone.
I was wondering that as well. That guy's hair looks like a yarmulke. I was like, wait a minute. Is he wearing a hat? No, definitely not.
Footage audio is being clear and consistent. We have called for that consistently at a range of levels of government, including by me. In relation to his presence, I deal with Ambassador Hillel as a representative of the government of Israel.
Minister, the ambassador also said in his comments that this decision was the result of a legal process, that you can't just dismiss that if you disagree with the decision of this legal process. Do you have confidence in the legal processes? Because it sounds like you don't.
Well, I believe, we believe, the Australian government believes that this decision fails to engage with key questions that have been raised in the Binskin inquiry and subsequently. So that is the first point. The second point, and this is very important, this is not the conclusion of an investigation and a court trial, etc. It is a decision not to proceed with any criminal investigation whatsoever. So, it is a decision not to proceed with any criminal investigation whatsoever. We want answers to the questions, including those outlined, and we want accountability. 1, 2, 3.
Minister, what further steps could you consider?
Well, I would consult with Zomi's family on that.
Would you be interested in the International Criminal Court or a similar body looking at this? And could you comment on the fact, Mark Vinson in his report, he spoke about procedural
We're
failure.
not allowed to talk about the International Criminal Court anymore. That's not allowed.
Friends, 3 years ago, the Australian people made a collective decision to turn the page and write a new future for ourselves. Tonight, together, we start the new chapter. And we will write this next chapter so all Australians are part of our nation's story. No matter who we are or where we come from, no matter age or gender, no matter the lottery of birth, Australia's opportunity is for us all.
I'm waiting for the drop, man. Give me that drop. Penny Wong Hope Core. Wong Core. Oh, man. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. She speaks in such a weird DJ cadence. Yeah, and it lends itself, all that reverb and stuff and the echo, it lends itself nicely to that, doesn't it? All right. Let's move. This one's for you, Lab Jeff, if you're watching. I want to see how News 24, Sky News, justifies this one. How dare Penny Wong fight for the interests of an Australian that was killed by a foreign state? How dare she? Outrageous. How do they balance this one, being like so pro-Australian, but then also so pro-Israeli? How does News 24, how does Sky News resolve this conundrum? I'm listening.
Now, just a couple of things to say about Penny Wong, who today hauled in the Israeli ambassador to berate him over news that Israel wouldn't pursue criminal charges over the tragic but accidental death of Australian aid worker Zomi Frankcom.
Tragic but accidental. We only bombed her 3 times. Tragic but accidental. Well. Maybe she got the $7,000 for doing positive or doing PR that is not real. Eh? God, I hate how Sky News does their segments. It's like being lectured by a 60-year-old liberal. A 60-year-old liberal who's now pro Pauline and very scathing of the Liberal Party, it would seem. And you have to listen to them because they're your boss.
To berate him over news that Israel wouldn't pursue criminal charges over the tragic but accidental death of Australian aid worker Zomi Frankcom in a war zone. Now, Penny Wong claimed...
It's the Spang Dong defense in a war zone, might I add. Idiot. It's really her own fault, honestly. You really can't blame the IDF at all. She shouldn't have been there in the first place. Stupid aid workers hanging out in war zones. Who would have thought?
Inaccurately, that this was an Israeli government decision. We know she hates Benjamin Netanyahu.
Australia is outraged by the Israeli government's decision to not pursue any criminal proceedings against those responsible for killing Zomi Frankcom and her World Central Kitchen colleagues.
Her messaging is dangerous because, like in Australia, the Israeli government is independent of its military justice system. The Israeli government can't command the judiciary to charge someone, just like Albanese can't ask our judiciary.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Are you admitting something there, Spandong? That's a very interesting admission. Can't blame Hamas either. Not like there was a war. They obviously target her specifically. They just, the bitch. Hated the bitch, yeah. Yeah, they finally made the news change to they made the change to News 24. It happened, man. They will always be Sky News, like X will always be Twitter. Naming rights. Is that what this is about? Is it? Oh, here's the drop. Thank God. I was waiting for it. It was mixed so well. Look at his head. It's so good. His head. So what is that? If this is, the other one was Wong core, is this Albo core? I wish I didn't watch this. Sky News Australia officially changed its name to News 24 because its 10-year brand licensing agreement expired. And the British owner of Sky trademark declined to renew. Oh, there you go. I had no idea. That sucks. Bring back Sky, bro. Is it possible to book a holiday there at the moment? I don't know, man. Because if you go over there, then it's your own fault. So I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. It's just holding the camera at an angle to give him a mega mind head. Okay. Nice.
System to imprison someone. It's independent. Yeah. And it's so independent that former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert was jailed for corruption and current Prime Minister Netanyahu remains on trial. Penny Wong, of course, would know this, which means her language is deliberately reckless and inflammatory. It'll make anti-Semites freshly angry at Israel.
Ding, 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 ding. We got it. Who called it before? They was Blaz. Okay, so if anyone opposes any decision that the state of Israel makes, or the IDF or whatever, there it is. It's anti-Semitic. You can't disagree with what Israel has done. Penny Wong saying that she's not happy that the IDF has decided that the killing of an Australian citizen is not acceptable. She's not happy with that decision that they've come to as according to their own internal investigation. She's not happy, but if she says it, then it's anti-Semitic. Like, this is woke. This is woke. It's just like any other form of woke. Mind virus. If you don't fully agree with what we are saying, and you don't think the way that we do about any criticism of Israel being associated with anti-Semitism, if you don't think like that, then we will crush you. We'll try to get you cancelled for being anti-Semitic. It's the Israeli version of wokeism. It's happening, man. Yeah, and anti-Israel is anti-Australia. It's a logical conclusion.
And by extension, Jews. And we know this can have devastating consequences. And what's more, Israel is
more devastating than the Australian that got killed by the IDF. Like, here's the comparison. When people die in Bondi, devastating consequences. When Australians die in Gaza, hey, the bitch had it coming. Like, why would you go there in the first place? Eh? The fact that she was offering aid in Gaza is kind of anti-Semitic, actually, if you think about it. Because, like, she wasn't offering aid to the right people. So, like, technically it was anti-Semitic aid. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest.
Pursuing criminal charges in 2 other cases arising from the IDF's conduct in Gaza. Again, Penny Wong would know this. Secondly, Wong's own investigator, the former chief of the Australian Defence Force, Mark Binskin, did his own investigation. He went over there and he found that the World Central Kitchen strike was accidental. Israeli soldiers had seen armed men on board the convoy and mistook them for terrorists. And as a result of this tragic mistake, Israel sacked 2 officers and reprimanded 3. Its action was swift. And Binskin, in his official report, which I pulled up today again. He said this. He said, "It is my assessment that Israel's acceptance of accountability for the 1st April World Central Kitchen incident and investigation, reporting and responding has, to this point, been timely, appropriate and, with some exceptions, sufficient." He reviewed all the evidence, including the drone footage Penny Wong was demanding today, and he did not recommend criminal charges. Again, Penny Wong's own investigator did not recommend criminal charges. I mean, it's extraordinary how Penny Wong is prepared to dismiss her own expert that she sent in to investigate. But the bigger point is this. Another Australian, Galit Carbone, was killed on October 7. She was murdered by Hamas terrorists while she was at home in kibbutz Be'eri. It wasn't accidental, it was deliberate. And while she was hiding...
How do you know? Did you investigate it? Shari cares more for Israelis than Australians. No, she's working on it. She's about to tie October 7. Like, this is just the usual play. Now, quickly, insert reference to October 7. Where was Penny Wong then? Actually, they've condemned Hamas. Do you condemn Hamas? They've condemned hummus many times, but it's so delicious. But I condemn it. Oh, man. It's the same playbook every single time. Any criticism of he's not real, he's anti-Semitic, and just so you don't forget it, October 7. October 7. All right, fine. October 7, I guess. I burned toast due to Hamas. I burnt toast due to Hamas. Sky News is allergic to investigating, like how Is Not Rail is allergic to accountability. I'm squinting to see the lizard eye slits. And this is painful. That's enough. That's enough. I can't do any more. I'm sorry. That's enough. All right, just one more. I want to see what the human rights lawyer... Like, she's
Foreign Minister
investigated
Penny
it.
Wong says Australia...
She's investigated it. Sky News... Sorry. News 24 has investigated and they've made the call. Look, there's nothing to see here. And if you try to say anything, you're anti-Semitic. And October 7. Insert October 7 reference here. So don't say anything about it, please. I will be very upset. And now let's hear what a human rights lawyer has to say about this situation. A woke human rights lawyer on the ABC, of course. Bro, people don't even get dementia. It's made up. They just watch too much Sky News. Dementia villages are just regular nursing homes all along. 24's coverage is fairly fair and balanced. The scales just aren't calibrated according to code. If I hear the same talking points from the 80s, I'd wake up thinking I'm fit and young every day. Sky calls it psychosis, not dementia. Yeah, get it right. I'm sure the ABC won't be biased at all either. Now, I did call it. I said, let's get the woke call from the woke ABC. We've got woke News 24 shilling hard for Is Not Rail. And now we've got the ABC shilling hard for human rights lawyers. Yeah. Or for Australians, I guess. Is that the opposite for an Australian citizen? Demanding justice? I guess, man, if I had to pick, I'd want to hope that we'd be protecting Australians. At least pretending to, anyway. Actually, Sky News causes schizophrenia. They make 60-year-olds think the kids are all commies. Can we get an AI perspective, please? Like, are you actually, like, asking for sure? Is that part of a joke? Shilling hard for Labour. Right. And, like, let's see if they tie Labour into this. Let's go. Let's go.
Is outraged by the IDF's decision to clear its personnel of any criminal wrongdoing over a strike on a humanitarian convoy in Gaza that killed Australian woman Zomi Frankcom. Chris Sidoti is a commissioner of the UN-appointed Commission of Inquiry into the occupied Palestinian territory and Israel. He says the latest developments are surprising.
The first surprise for me is that the Israeli military has released these findings. Typically, they announce an investigation when a matter becomes controversial, and that's the last we hear of it. These investigations are very superficial. They're conducted internally by a special unit within the Commander-in-Chief's central office. They're not conducted by criminal investigators, but most of the time they just disappear. So I am surprised that we have had announcements of the results of 3 investigations. And I'm surprised that in 5 investigations. And I'm surprised that in 2 of those 5 situations, there has been a reference for criminal investigation. Far too late and possibly compromised because it's far too late. But what's not surprising is that in 3 out of the 5 cases, that's the end of the line. And that includes the case relating to the World Central Kitchen, the humanitarian workers, including an Australian, who were killed by Israeli military forces. So it's ridiculous, it is outrageous, as the Foreign Minister has said, but I can't say that I'm especially surprised.
We'll get to the cases that have been referred to a criminal investigation in a moment, but we have heard just earlier from the Israeli ambassador following his meeting with the Foreign Minister, Penny Wong. Now, he gave a pretty robust defence of the independence of this investigation, and there was also no acceptance of criminal liabilities regarding the killing of Australian aid worker Zomi Frankcom and other aid workers in that particular attack. What did you make of his comments?
Izzy is doing a crash course on how not to win a PR campaign. Yeah, it's like is anyone comfortable with this? Like, is anyone like, yeah, Australian citizens, whatever, who cares? They get killed in this nature anyway. Can't speak in all cases. Like, whatever. Anyone okay? Apart from the, she shouldn't have been there. Idiot went to a war zone. She had it coming. Because it is not, you're right, like, this is not good PR for someone who's already floundering massively on that front. Now do the US and China's foreign ops and self-investigating and why this is different. Like, have they killed Australian citizens? Is that what you're talking about? Now do the US and China's foreign ops and self-investigation and why this is different. Like, do you have examples? Or are you just kind of being like, double standard? Yes. Okay. Of like China and the US killing Australians. All right, well, I'd still be pretty upset if the Americans and the Chinese were killing Australian citizens. It's pretty bad.
The bloke's not fit to be ambassador. He needs to be sent home. I hope that the Foreign Minister will send him home. Now, I'm not saying that we should break off diplomatic relations or close the embassies or anything like that. I think that's a bad idea. But we need an ambassador from Israel in Australia, and an Australian ambassador in Israel too, for that matter, who has credibility and commitment to diplomatic engagement. This bloke has got neither. He seeks to intervene in Australia's internal affairs. He denigrates, talks down Australian citizens who have been subjected to maltreatment when part of the humanitarian flotilla. And now he is completely minimising the killing of an Australian by Israeli military forces. The bloke needs to be sent home.
Now, you mentioned earlier the other cases that were looked into. This was not the only IDF finding overnight. The Israeli military has completed reviews of 150 incidents of troop conduct in Gaza. Now, your Commission of Inquiry looked into some of these specific cases, particularly those 2 that you mentioned that have been referred to criminal investigation. On one that was referring to the attack where 5-year-old Palestinian girl...
So like the Vietnamese military, the Iraqi military, and Afghanistani military, that's what you're talking about? Like military organizations, or like people that were like tourists? And that's just the US? Oh, wait, you're talking about US citizens being killed in Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan. I'm confused, sorry.
Hind Rajab was killed along with 6 relatives in Gaza. That was in 2024. Do you welcome the fact that that's been referred to a criminal investigation?
Oh, right. Okay, that's the US accidentally killing humanitarian citizens. Yeah, that's pretty outrageous too, no? You don't think that's outrageous? The question was more, do people not find this? Like, is everyone like, nah, this is a nothing burger, who cares? They're working as doctors, etc. Yes, and that's not good. Not good. I would say not good to that. I don't like that at all. That's outrageous too. A lot of outrageous stuff going on here today. Can I just say? So much outrageous stuff going on. All right. Yeah, I do think so. Why, when the US, China, and other powers have done and are doing worse right now, are we focusing on Israel? Like, should we not focus on all of them? Yeah, why not? So, like, these are all recent as this. I haven't heard any of the stories of the Chinese military killing doctors, Australian doctors, or humanitarian citizens. But I just don't get the focus on them. Really? Other than the Jews? It's just that. It's got nothing to do with the history of it and how long this situation's been going on for and the humanitarian crisis. It's just because they're Jewish. Interesting. Come on, man. Seriously. Or ignorance cooperated by people with an agenda. Well, there's definitely a media machine behind it. But, like, it's just because people don't like Jews that people are critical of Israel at the moment and hyper fixating on Israel. It's just because they're Jewish. Like, honestly, that's the Sky News defense. You can't concentrate on anything that Israel does because that's anti-Semitic. Like, that's the Sky News defense. Sorry, News 24 defense. Don't talk about it because it's anti-Semitic. We should just turn a blind eye to what they're doing like we turn a blind eye to other people. Well, like, I don't know if that's the solution, honestly. If it was generally humanitarian by people who aren't directly impacted, then why aren't we focusing on other worse humanitarian issues? I don't know, man. There's always a worse humanitarian issue, isn't there? But, like, if you don't think that there's a specific focus on Israel for a reason, like, come on. You don't think that they're in the limelight and people go in and out of the limelight and that's just not the way of things. Like, come on, bro. Seriously. Agree. I agree to disagree. The focus is anti-Semitic. Oh, whoa. So you've really drunk the Kool-Aid on that one, haven't you? Wow. So you must hate when people are critical of Iran because they're being Islamophobic then, right? Or if people are critical of, I don't know, America as being anti-Christian, right? You must really hate it. And, like, if people are critical of China, they are anti-Buddhist. Or they're, yeah, you must be really upset about that. Spandunk drank the Kool-Aid. All of his lost now. Why are Israel in the limelight more than... You know exactly why. Because of the humanitarian crisis they are inflicting on their neighbors. Why are we not focusing on all humanitarian crises equally? It's a fair question. But if you can't put 2 and 2 together, then fair enough, man. Honestly. If you can't put 2 and 2 together on that one and see why people are concerned and focus on what Israel are doing, then, like, come on. Mr. Student of History can't put 2 and 2 together on why people are focusing on the actions of Israel, considering all that they've been exposed for doing. Seriously. Come on, man. So much for the student of history. Like, this is the first time ever that people have focused on a country's actions and put them in the limelight. I said it before. I said that obviously the media machine is a factor in this. You don't think the media has co-opted you there a little? I said the media machine has an impact on this. Why are people focused there? Because it's been broadcast. It's like, why were people focused on Vietnam so much? Because, like, for one of the first times in history, they really broadcast the war. And so it was really damaged in its public opinion. And so, like, people are broadcasting this humanitarian crisis. And so, like, people have got opinions on it. And so people focus on it. Honestly, bro, seriously. You can't see that. Oh, come on. Wow. Again, like, you're self-described student of history, and you can't see why people are focusing on this, especially given all the context and the technology we have and all that sort of stuff. Fair enough. If you obviously can't see why people are focusing on this, like, I can't explain it to you in 5 minutes, let alone 3 hours. Like, it's not going to happen. How many global conflicts are happening right now? We're connected indirectly in the same way we are to Israel. Just for example, there are plenty of videos being broadcast about the African Civil War. Yes, I agree. And, like, what's happening in Sudan, for example. Yes. Where's the attention? The protests. Well, there is attention on it. But, like, people are focusing on this. This is a historic matter. It's been going on for decades. And, like, there's been Palestine action groups around for longer than just recently. They've actually been around for a long time. And so this is a long time coming. So it's not as simple as what you're making it out to be. But whatever. I can explain it for you. I can't understand it for you. That's an interesting quote. Never heard that one before. Yeah, criticism of the Israeli government is not anti-Semitic. You can't agree that some anti-Semitic forces might be behind the immediate tension. I don't think so. Like, let's be honest. Like, who? Like, give me one news source that's anti-Semitic, like actually anti-Semitic. Like, give me like a mainstream media news source we're talking about here. I only looked at mainstream media. And, like, I do that for the point of analyzing the manufacturing consent machine. Like, give me one then. Just tell me one that's mainstream media. I'm sure there's plenty of alternative media sources out there that's anti-Semitic. But, like, give me one. Like, honestly. So neo-Nazis wouldn't be criticizing Israel now? Yeah, I'm sure they are. What, you think Fox is anti-Semitic? Wow. I wonder if that's true. Like, and, like, your test for being anti-Semitic is not supporting Israel, or, like, not criticizing Israel. I have no idea if that's really true. I don't think Fox criticizes Israel at all. We've seen plenty of Fox News and Business and live Fox interviews, and all they do is justify and lick asshole of Israel and justify their existence. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of MSM. Well, you claimed it, bro. You said that there's media, the media is out there being anti-Semitic to Israel. Like, give me an example in the mainstream media. That's what we're watching here. I'm not talking about other media sources. You made a call. No, dude, criticize if you want. I'm saying the amount of attention it gets is a little blown up. Yeah, and, like, you have absolutely no reason. You have no idea. Like, it's just completely random why people are focusing on this at the moment. It's just like, they're just racist. That's why. Like, are you listening to the wokeness coming out of this Discord right now? It's just because they're racist. They're not allowed to talk badly about Israel. I'm not saying it makes the individual anti-Semitic. It does reflect there's a collective bias, though. Yes, I think that's fair. There's probably a collective bias towards humanitarian crises. Yes. When people are being made aware of humanitarian crises, there is usually a collective bias on that. Absolutely. I agree. tying the Israeli government to the plight of the Jewish people is inherently anti-Semitic. Yeah, especially because there's so many Jewish people out there that don't want to be associated with the state of Israel or the Israeli government. So to say that they represent all interests of all Jewish people is offensive. Yes, I agree. It's definitely offensive to all the people that don't want to be associated with it. All right. We're going to have a quick break, and then we're going to be back with some more. But yes, activate the like button if you haven't done already and you're on YouTube. If you're new here, subscribe for more. Follow for more on Twitch. You know the story, etc., etc., etc. Here's an invitation to our Discord. Come and join us in that community over there. And here is an invitation to Patreon. Please go over to Patreon and sign up and become a free member. And I can get you on an email list, because notifications don't go to you all the time. And I would prefer that you went on the email list so I could, get notifications to you. If you can financially support on Patreon, I would love you forever so we can keep doing this. But come along. Come along, please. All right. We'll be back. Tip your waitresses. Press the like button. An email list. Yeah, well, look, let's be honest. The email list will be controlled by Patreon. But at least I can get emails to you. All right? Okay? I'm not trying to surveil you. Maybe Patreon is. I just need access to you outside of a notification system. All right. Do your thing. Like the stream, etc. these jokes so dark now. So dark. I clicked the like button, accidentally did a drone strike. Oh man. Far out. All because we watched that Palantir instructional video. Literally a war crime if they did so. Do 2 war crimes, make it right. So a drone struck a second hospital. When a country spends decades propagandizing the world that they're God's country and can do no wrong, looks pretty bad when they do wrong, eh? Would it make sense psychologically? It's an interesting question. An interesting point, if nothing else. All right. Let us continue down our train today. We did ASIO. We had a look at some Zomi Frankcom immigration. Oh, yeah. I wanted to have a look at the Iranian sanctions situation. So apparently, Trump's warning D-Day in terms of, I don't know how you can get much worse than what's already happened. Like, yeah. I think it's actually a really interesting admission. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, though, I should give you some context. But, yeah, Trump is threatening to, double the sanctions on Iran? Like the sanctions weren't enough already? I don't know. But he wants the world to cut off Iran. And it would seem that, and like, if you're not aware, like, the US had already imposed significant sanctions on Iran, which kind of crippled their economy and was forcing them to have to make a decision about whether or not they were going, like the Iranians anyway, to whether or not they were going to, overthrow their government, etc., etc., etc. That's the point of this type of economic warfare, is to put pressure on the domestic population to overthrow their own government so you don't have to spend any of your own resources, I guess, taking them over by force. But it would seem, this is a strange admission, I think, this whole situation that Trump is threatening economic D-Day, there it is, economic D-Day on Iran, and he's going to finally finish them off once and for all economically. It's kind of telling, I think, that the US is going back to sanctions to finish this off. It's kind of like they're running out of options in a militaristic sense. And they're trying to get the world to help them squeeze the last life out of Iran. And like, this is one of their only plays on the books at the moment. I'm not cancelling out the US. But like, at this stage, this is all they've got. And so they're just going to pressure the world into doing it. And they're expecting that everybody else plays ball. So if America says, let's sanction Iran, then everybody must follow suit and economically sanction them also. So any businesses associated with Iran will then not be able to do any, will be penalized by the US. And China has already turned around and said, nope, sorry, thanks, but no thanks. This is not the way to go. We're not joining you in your request for sanctions. So I guess we'll see what the rest of the world has to say about this. I found a potential fraud case cancelling their NDIS. Palantir. I heard thought crimes sick the AFP on them. Yeah, the ones the AFP are radicalizing. Does that matter? Lovely. That went so well for Whitler. All right. Let's hear what we have to say. Oh, what like the mainstream again has to say about D-Day, economic D-Day for Iran. Yeah, we all know Albo is on board. Yeah, I'm sure. Who wants to get castigated by Trump and then disciplined by the US? LOL, break in stream chat if you want. What's this? Guy who doesn't understand button dilemma. Me in chat right now. Comedic interlude, please, sir. It's a joke thing, right?
So would you press it?
I'm not gonna press the button, dude.
No. $1 million tax-free, and you wouldn't press it.
It doesn't matter how much.
Tax-free?
That's a person's life.
Come on.
It's actually
That's
messed up, man. That's messed up. It's messed up.
It's a stranger. Like, you don't know them.
It's on your conscience.
It's more the fact of morals.
It's on your conscience.
I don't know if I believe you guys.
I don't know, man. You kind of sound like you want to press it. Sounds like this.
Yeah. You're definitely saying that. You're definitely saying that you wouldn't.
Hell yeah, I'd press it. I'd press it over and over and over again.
What's that now?
Hell, I'd even install a macro program that recognizes me. And its job would be to mash that button as fast as is possible. As many times as it takes.
Takes for what?
Change.
What are we changing?
Everything.
Oh, he's joking.
He almost had us there.
He did have me for a second.
He's doing the villain thing.
Yeah.
What would you even do with all that money?
It's not about the money. It's not about the money.
What?
It's about the greater good.
The good of...
Look around you. The state of the world. Corruption grows like cancer. Wars rage on. Famine, drought exist despite the resources to end them. The human experiment has failed. Humanity's cannibalizing itself. Our leaders have failed us. We have failed each other.
It's not that bad, but...
Eventually, I will have enough money to destabilize the world economy, to crash all the markets, to ruin the value of the almighty dollar.
Bro.
All those billionaires, trillionaires, the wealthy elite that puppet master our daily lives, that play with the lives of their fellow humans.
What?
They worship money. They live for it. They are sick. It is a disease. And I am the cure. Where is their power when money means nothing? Where is their God now? Akin to Icarus' flight too close to the sun, their fall will be delicious. It will be magnificent.
What about all the people that died from the button?
Yeah, what about them?
All revolutions require sacrifice. And their sacrifice will be remembered fondly in the new world. A just world, a fair world, a fresh start, a level playing field, true equality, factory reset humanity. So yeah, I would press it. I'd fucking press it. Oh, I got another one. Would you rather have spaghetti for hair or marshmallow for teeth?
I don't think I want to play this game anymore.
Come on.
Very clever. That's me. Yeah, you and Woozle, I think. Yeah, I mean, oh my god. Spaghetti hair. Yeah, spaghetti hair for sure. I want functional teeth. Come on. I'm not supposed to eat with marshmallow teeth, seriously. Very good. Definitely the spaghetti hair. All right. Thanks for that. I'm glad we've gotten down to the button question. Do we accidentally use AI for a drone strike or not? All right, let's do this.
First, President Trump says he will launch new economic measures against Iran and any country helping or doing business with it. In a post on Truth Social, he said, "I'm announcing the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country," adding, "I'm also announcing that any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences." President Trump listed...
You could save the world with $1 trillion. I mean, they're already doing it in Gaza. May as well get something from it. Ask any insurance actuary. $1 million is incredible value. also know that you scrolled up to click on that. Haha, yeah, thanks. I need like a stream manager though. Just a heads up, you're not up to date in the chat anymore. Thanks, got it.
Several activities that he said need to stop immediately, including oil smuggling, cash transfers and front companies. But Mr. Trump gave no further details and did not name any other country. At an earlier White House event, he did talk about possible new sanctions on Iran.
Well, we have things that we could sanction. We have very draconian sanctions, and we'll see what happens. Right now, the strait is open. A lot of boats are coming through. People aren't reporting that, and that may slow down a little bit at some point. But right now, a lot of boats are coming through. The naval.
BBC calling him Mr. Trump. Such a takedown, isn't it? Using the word draconian like it's positive. It's the most draconian sanctions ever. Yeah, it's not a good thing, man. You want to be Mr. Draconian sanctions? You're that guy. If I hit fast forward when Trump is talking, he becomes max headroom and more tolerable. Every time I think I can get surprised.
Blockade has been extremely effective. Zero, I mean, literally while it's up, and that's been for quite a while, you know, except for a couple of little pauses where we opened it purposely with a deal, but the deal didn't terminate, you know, the deal didn't turn out to be what they said, you know, when they tell us one thing and they do another.
While Iran's foreign minister dismissed President Trump's new economic measures, Abbas Araghchi posted, "The so-called economic D-Day is a diversion from America's own crisis, unprecedented debt and surging interest costs. Doubling down on failed policies will only bring further defeat and enmity of Iranians." Whilst the Foreign Ministry accused the United States of economic terrorism and crimes against humanity after President Trump's threat to ramp up sanctions.
He's now trying this sort of middle course between a peace deal and a ramping up of military pressure. He's talking about increasing the economic pressure. Now, the danger there, of course, is A, will it work? And B, will it impose suffering on the Iranians?
No, the question is why? Why is he doing this? It's because he's got no other option. It's pretty clear, I think. It's kind of shameful, really, that he has to do this. Has to sanction them again. It's like they've gone back to square one. They were sanctioning them before Israel and the US decided to indiscriminately start striking or attacking them. And like they've had to revert back to that. but now it's kind of embarrassing, actually. It's not like, oh, we've entered into a new phase of the conflict and we're going to hit them with the two-prong. Trump always does this. What exactly? Like regressing? Definitely looks like he looks old there, doesn't he? He really looks his age. He's not doing well.
People, but not actually increase pressure on the Iranian leadership. All of this, as you say, a far cry from his initial promise that the war...
Acts like a hero when things go back to square one after he things up and makes things worse. Yeah, taco. Yeah, Trump always chickens out. It's embarrassing. Auto-tune the news. Still gets stuck in my head every time it comes up. The Dow.
When it began in late February, was going to be over in 4 or 5 or 6 weeks. Here we are in mid-August, and it's still a conflict zone, certainly, even if it's not full-blown war in the way that we saw in the first weeks of the conflict.
Neil Stanage, White House columnist at The Hill there. Let's go live to Washington and our White House reporter, Bernd de Boosman. So, Bernd, just tell us more about the Trump threats on the economy. What more do we know?
Well, we still don't know the actual mechanics of what these new sanctions will look like. That's likely to be announced at a press conference this coming Monday. But earlier, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent essentially declared the strategy as one that either countries are with the U.S. in its campaign against Iran or against it. What that means in practice, one economic expert I've spoken to suggested it would be like widening the economic blast radius of sanctions by going after any company and any entity anywhere in the world, including in U.S. allies, that does any sort of business with Iran or that has any sort of exposure to Iran, but also relies on the U.S. dollar for their own economy. In practice,
it's just more sanctions or more hardcore restrictive sanctions. But they already had this situation set up. Has anyone heard anything different? Because that's all I've heard as well. It's just like, okay, if anyone tries to do business with Iran now, that business or that country, but like that organization, whatever it is, that entity that tries to do business with Iran will then be blacklisted by the US and like will be cut out of the financial system somehow. Which is already the scale of the sanctions that they had on them before. And like I said, China's already turned around and said, thanks, but no thanks, we're not interested, Mr. Trump. They use their usual Chinese diplomatic language of, let 1,000 blossoms bloom or whatever. And they say, we don't think sanctions is the way to resolve this situation, so no, we're not buying into it. Yeah, I'm sure Trump will act on China. Yeah, sacrifice the entire American economy. Right, that's it, China. We're cancelling all business relations with you. Biased viewer, not confirmed, but Iran reportedly been invited to join the Mecca Joint Defense Agreement. What is that the one with the? No way. Is that the one that we heard recently about with the Saudis, the Pakistanis, and Turkey? No way. Brigadier General Anthony reporting for duty, sir. Yeah, that one? No way. I didn't think the Saudis would have a bar of that. Turkey, I guess. Pakistan, whatever. But yeah, that's interesting. Wow. Did not see that coming. Like the stream. Oh, sanctions are coming for you next. Yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. Do yourself a favor. It hasn't been officially confirmed, but being reported in the last 10 or so hours. Wow. What's it like watching from the sidelines? I know it's nice. It's nice. Thanks for asking. Trump can only bully those that are at the whim of the USA. Yeah. Or need the US dollar effectively, right? So even if you're not effectively doing the business with the US, if you're using the US dollar to make your transactions and they can cut you or they can affect you. Sanctions on the Revolutionary Guard place anything else. Trump. Men not in the arena. I don't know, man. That's not fair. I live in the world. And so like these type of global political issues do affect me as a resident of planet Earth. But I guess that's not specific enough for you, as usual. Sanche.
This could mean many of these targeted entities could be in U.S. allies. Turkey and Iraq have come up a number of times as suggestions, as well as China, which importantly continues to provide Iran that vital economic lifeline. But in any case, these sanctions, Iran has proven very adept at evading the sanctions that have so far been announced, including a very similar package of sanctions called Operation Economic Fury, which was announced at the beginning of the conflict. It remains to be seen how effective these could be.
And I mean, there have been obviously, sanctions existing, and you talked about the other countries that might be affected, and some of those are US allies.
And I think that is a challenge to the Trump administration, as it has to potentially sanction the economies of other U.S. allies, Turkey in particular, other countries that have otherwise been helpful in terms of pushing forward negotiations. But the Trump administration clearly hopes that even the threat of these additional sanctions and any sort of economic blowback that these countries face would force compliance. Now, at the same time, Iran has found ways around the sanctions that have already been announced, shadow vessels, for example, new front companies countries that pop up as older ones are already sanctioned. So it's very much a game of catch-up. But between that and the blockade on Iranian ports, the Trump administration hopes that Iran will eventually come to the table of its own volition and that the U.S. won't have to return to armed conflict. Earlier, Scott Bessent said he thinks it's very unlikely the U.S. returns to any sort of large-scale combat.
The blockade of what? I thought the strait was now American territory. So America is blockading its own strait. That doesn't make sense. Surely they wouldn't do that. America blockading its own territory. That doesn't make sense. I think he's extending the bench analogy, as in we're collectively Oz, not a player. I think, yeah, I get it. But like, I am, or we are, we're able to comment on this. We are citizens of the world. Oz, big player in this, yes. Instrumental player.
Operations and instead lets these economic sanctions take hold over time.
And on the waters, a new US aircraft carrier has arrived in the region. What do we know about that?
Well, the new...
Ooh, yeah, we play a role in these wars. Don't forget Pine Gap provides significant for a lot of the systems used. Yeah, the best views is from the bench. Yeah, like I said at the start, it's comfortable. It's okay from here. We're not in the firing line yet.
U.S. aircraft carrier, the George Washington, has arrived in the Central Command area of responsibility. We don't know where exactly, but that's the waters around the Middle East, essentially. It's there to relieve another vessel, the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has now been at sea for well over 250 days. There's been reports that the Trump administration has been forced to contend with of food shortages, of mental health issues faced by some of these sailors on what has essentially been a much longer deployment than anticipated. And that's something the Trump administration was kind of on the back foot, having to respond to those claims of the conditions on board that ship. So I think while they've shrugged off those reports of the plight of those sailors, and we don't know exactly when that'll return to the United States, those headlines have been very negative for the Trump campaign, which initially promised a really swift military victory. That's ring hollow for the families of the sailors that have now been at sea for 250 days.
Bernd de Boosman,
They're
thank you.
going home after all the banter that we had last week and all the chat about those people on the USS Lincoln. Just suck it up, douchebags. Hey, that's what you get for being in the Navy. You don't like it? Soldiers have it harder than you. And they're being replaced. It's happened. They're subbing out. They're going to be on the sidelines. They're going to the bench. And the USS George Washington is coming to replace them. Australia is playing a fine line. We have been providing signals intelligence dating back to 73, Yom Kippur War. Squeaky wheel gets the grease. Yeah, very interesting. It didn't take long for them to be turned around and sent home. I think morale is important at this point in the war. And like people are supportive of it. Like I find like in terms of the MAGA core seem to be supportive of the war for the most part. Like they're happy to go with Trump on this one if it gets some type of result. And like having people complain about conditions of soldiers or military personnel, like it's not a good look. And so they had to do something about it, it would seem. They actually did something about it. Squeaky wheel.
Next, Iran had threatened to get its Yemen Houthi allies to block shipping in the Red Sea. Well, today, maritime security reports say a tanker travelling off the coast of Yemen has been seized by 6 armed men who've diverted it towards Somalia. The UK Maritime Trade Organisation...
Abdu? I'm going to go with Abdu. US incapable to fight wars alone. What made them think they could handle this one? They're not fighting alone. At the start, it was the US and Israel that were doing all the strikes, right? And now it is really just the US because Israel doesn't want to be in the firing line anymore. So they've backed out. Like, you guys handle this. Thanks for starting this, but like you guys do it. Please. You take over. All you. And like Trump was pretty upset as well about people not helping him. The UK, the Spanish, I think the French at one point denied access to certain things. The Greeks did. He was upset with South Korea for not providing support. Very upset.
Says the vessel was travelling west in the Gulf of Aden when it was approached by an unauthorised boat and sent out a distress call. Barbara Plett-Usher, our correspondent in Nairobi, says it's not yet clear if the incident is linked to the Middle East conflict.
Reports say that this resurgence...
Yoink! Up to Somalia. That's just individual pirates, not group aligned generally. Operation Epstein Fury was a flop, but it's over and it was successful. They're on to something else now.
The incident is linked to the Middle East conflict.
Reports say that this resurgence in piracy, which has basically been quiet for about a decade, is because the fishermen, the local fishermen, have been angered by foreign trawlers that are decimating the industry, and so they have taken to piracy. But there are some defense analysts who suspect that this is related to the wider issue of shipping in the Middle East. So Iran had threatened to activate its Houthi allies in Yemen to block shipping in the Red Sea. The Red Sea flows through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait into the Gulf of Aden, where this ship was taken. And so some defense analysts think maybe the Houthi rebels in Yemen are coordinating with the pirates to disrupt shipping. We can't say that for sure, of course, but there has been a resurgence in Somali piracy, and it's coming at a time when there are a lot of stresses and pressures on shipping because of the U.S. naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, and because the Iranians have also been blocking shipping there.
Barbara Plett-Usher. The U.S. military says it is continuing to enforce the American...
Oh, it was Trump who was advocating for piracy just a couple of months ago, right? Apparently piracy is very, very profitable to use. At the same time, Trump did say piracy is profitable. There it is. It is rather profitable. Apparently you can just take stuff. You just take it. Oh, man. So good. Look at me. I'm the captain now. Yeah, asshole. Look at me. Far out. No, that's more than Somali's GDP. Times 10 in one big hole. No wonder they don't stop. Grab them by the tanker. What a scandal that is.
Blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. US Central Command posted that as of Wednesday, US forces had redirected 65 commercial vessels, disabled 3 and boarded 2 to ensure compliance. The latest shipping data says that shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz on Wednesday was unchanged from the day before. The tracking data from Kepler says that what it called commodity vessel transits totaled 9. Some vessels may be sailing through the waterway with their transponders turned off, which won't show on the data. Well, President Trump addressed the issue of the Strait of Hormuz at his White House event.
The blockade has been 100% successful. No boats have gotten into Iran, but they are getting in for other places. But we'll see. We're going to see what happens. It'll either be extremely good and oil prices are going to drop like a rock, or we'll continue to do exactly what we're doing. You know, they were talking about $350 a barrel, and it's today $84, $85. And we are getting a lot of oil out. But the other thing that's happened is people have found other...
I know, right? Who are the characters? Is this the crony capitalist mafia behind him? I wonder what press conference this was part of with these characters standing behind him. It does look like a mafia situation. Dropping oil prices because AI data centers are diesel powered? Question mark. I just love how... Didn't we find out last week? I'm pretty sure Dilemmas was the first to report on this, that the strait is now U.S. territory. It's American territory. Just like the Gulf of Mexico is now the Gulf of America. the Strait of Hormuz is American territory, apparently. And so, in saying that, what are they blockading? I really want to know. Actually, you know what? Let's just, for shits and giggles, let's ask the AI research assistant, shall we? There are reports that Trump last week said that the Strait of Hormuz is now U.S. territory. I'm also hearing Trump speak about the blockade of the strait. Is it possible for a country to blockade its own territory in this? Wait, let's just go with it. Yeah, he said it on Truth Social. It has to be true. Yes, in principle, a country can impose a blockade on territory controls. That is really not what's happening here. I love this. It's speculating hard. The key point is Trump's statement that the Strait of Hormuz is now U.S. territory does not make it legally U.S. territory, but he said it on Truth Social. It has to be true. The strait lies between Iran and Oman. And Trump's social media map describing the new U.S. territory is a political assertion, not an internationally recognized transfer of sovereignty. Get out of here. Seriously? That's not right. So when you hear Trump is blockading the Strait of Hormuz, that potentially is misleading shorthand. The U.S. is imposing a naval blockade on the Iranian ports and shipping, while Iran has separately restricted blocked traffic through the strait. Did he say it in all caps, though? Oh, man.
Alternatives, which they never thought about. Texas, Alaska, Louisiana, and other places. In addition, a lot of pipelines, record numbers of pipelines are being built. So I think the Hormuz Strait's not going to be quite as important as it was in the past.
Qatar's Prime Minister said that the maritime routes should not be held hostage to what he called political...
If you think Trump means the shit that he says all the time, then you are at a loss. But it's still funny, though.
blackmail. He made the remarks during talks with Egypt's foreign minister in the Mediterranean city of Al Alamein. Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani said that the freedom of navigation must be guaranteed and that Qatar was working with its Gulf partners to find a diplomatic path.
Thank you. It is. I agree, Saint Che. Look like you're back to your old happy self after whatever was happening last week when you came back after saying that you were gone forever. Let's talk in douche Aussie voice. Let's do it. Have you been practicing? Can you do it as well? You should record yourself and send it to us on Discord. I'd like to hear your version of it. Because pipelines are helping at the moment.
With bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani said that the freedom of navigation must be guaranteed and that Qatar was working with its Gulf partners to find a diplomatic path with Iran. Suresh Negadari from BBC Monitoring has more on the traffic in the Strait.
On the Strait of Hormuz, the situation is pretty much the same, if not worse. Very small number of ships sailing through the Strait of Hormuz, and both sides claiming that they control the strategic waterway, but this is not going to help global shipping because no matter whether Iran is blocking the ships and stopping the ships from sailing through it, or the U.S., there is very limited transit, and the economic pressure is on all the countries in the region and some other countries in Asia and elsewhere.
Next.
What's this? A few more years of Trump tanker diplomacy. Let's have a look. I actually liked this movie. People said that it was a flop. I thought it was entertaining. They've all got like perfect tailored cigarettes. Who produces the tailored cigarettes? Who's doing this?
Goddamn clue. Don't worry. They'll roll for a month before they figure out I'm faking it.
But, what?
Oh, you want details? Well, I'm not telling these savages that we haven't solved the map yet. Now, I promise them results, and I'll get them if I gotta cut him out of her goddamn back. Who is that? Who is that?
Elite class, even in Waterworld. America will have no influence in that region in the coming years, do you reckon? Well. But they're gonna blockade things. That'll work.
Pair of clothes? Why aren't you rowing?
It's him.
It is him. You guys are in so much trouble.
Take that, kid.
Well, I'll be seeing.
So good. 100% no influence. Whoa, that's a massive call. Like, as in no influence in the sense of hard power. Like, they will withdraw from that region. Like, they will remove their military or something like that. What about soft power? What about Is Not Rail? Like, they still use Is Not Rail as their outposts in West Asia, right? Surely they're not going to abandon Is Not Rail. They'll have some level of say via that point there. The Pentagon is weighing a strategic reduction and westward relocation of the Middle East forces. Okay. And so they're pulling back towards the Mediterranean effectively. The Arabs are realizing that they need to secure themselves. Rock hard power. Oh, man. That was a big call, man. And how long did you give that timeline there? In the coming years? Like a decade? That'll be the move. What is going to happen between the time the US has no influence? That is what scares me. Yeah, and we're actually going to get onto a piece of them next, and it discusses the idea that Iran is shaping up to get themselves some nuclear weapons now. So 2 to 5 years, and tops. I think the thing that will really determine whether or not that comes along is how much of the world is using the US dollar to trade at that point. If that region can somehow figure out a way around using the US dollar, then I reckon your prediction will be true. You know what I mean? Like if they're economically liberated or financially liberated would be the better term. That would make a huge difference. And they really could figure themselves out. Imagine a united West Asia. The new Saudi pact might influence the US dollar's influence. Yeah, RMB and BRICS. The new world order. With Kevin Costner.
It's the gentleman Guppy. You know, he's like a turd that won't flush. I want the girl. You know, I thought you were stupid, friend. But I underestimated you. You were a total freaking retard.
Are you allowed to say that anymore? Apparently you can't say that. That's not a thing. Sunny no like Shia. Yeah, okay, fair enough. But maybe they could confederate. What influences the US dollar is the US. Of course. Of course. We have a large continent with a lot of resources. The dollar is protected. If you honestly think that the US dollar is simply tied to whatever the US does, it's not part of a broader economic system, I would like to introduce you to a little thing called Planet Earth. I know it's hard for some people in some countries to think that there is a world outside of their own. But let me just assure you, there is a world outside of America, Saint-Chi. Dude, you are not an economist. I am. Okay. What type of economist are you? I worked in China in a bank. That makes me an economist. I'm actually surprised the left don't use this movie more as a subtle nod to Trump. No, I won't hand over the kid. I control the oil here. It'll help in terms of destabilizing US dominance, but they won't be offered a place in pact. Too many cultural, religious, and historical differences. But if they have something to unite against, it might be the thing.
I want the girl. That's all.
Well, what on this screwed up earth makes you think that you're gonna get her?
You know what this is? I drop it, you burn. We all burn.
Now wait. Let's not do anything right.
So he's just a terrorist. I knew it.
Ash here. I mean, are you sure she's worth all this? I mean, she never does stop talking. She never shuts up.
I noticed.
What is it then, huh? It's the map.
She's my friend.
Aww.
Golly gee, a single tear rolls down my cheek. I mean, you're gonna die for your friend.
It is Trump. Oh my God. Mocking people. The dollar no longer has the security it had. Countries are turning away from treasuries and selling bonds. The more Trump does, the quicker it will spiral. Vote 1 for Trump and a third term. No, it doesn't work like that. No other countries buy US bonds or try to trade in US dollars, according to Saint-Chi, our stream economist. Only America cares about the American dollar. No one else has any impact on the US dollar because America is a self-sustaining continent that makes everything it needs to survive. Doesn't rely on the world supply chain at all. Don't forget it, Bansal Bandit. You are incorrect. The dollar is a reserve currency because of all the damn resources here, not much else. You think Russia can prop up its currency with oil? No country will drop the dollar. We will buy them back on the cheap. You don't get it. Low level. Fair enough. Saint-Chi has spoken. That's all we need to know.
If it comes to that.
He's bluffing. Look at him.
He's not bluffing. He never bluffs.
Shut up.
Stupid.
I don't think you're gonna drop that torch, my friend.
Why not?
Because you're not crazy.
Oh, thank God.
Dilemmas. Thanks for sharing. I'm buying some US bonds this month. They're gonna need it. Good Americans like you, Saint-Chi, to prop up the system. Hope everybody gets their savings accounts out. Oh man. Highest interest rate since 2007. It's a good deal. It's a great deal. Trump sanctioning war, sanctions against a trading corridor that can't be sanctioned. Smart move. All right. Let's finish this one off, shall we?
Iran's Revolutionary Guards say that they will use more destructive weapons if another round of conflict breaks out. Speaking on Iranian state TV, an IRGC spokesperson said that they are producing weapons that are more accurate, more destructive.
What happened in 2007? Don't worry. Our stream economist has got it covered, Jag. Don't worry.
And more technological. With me is BBC Persian special correspondent Khosrow Naji. Khosrow, thanks for being with us. Tell us more about what the IRGC is saying.
Well, as you just said, they are threatening to use better and more accurate missiles. But, you know, you have to read into that a lot of bluster too. But it shows also that they are concerned. They are worried that there's going to be more fighting, and they're trying to sort of avoid that if they can. At this
Bro's ego is larger than America's total debt. Check yourself. Like this guy's serious. Like what? The Iranians are scared about further conflict. Yes. Why wouldn't they? Like they're actually getting attacked here. This isn't like hypothetical like it is for most of like the Americans that are involved in this conflict. Yeah, it's over there on the other side of the world. Like this is real for the Iranians. Of course they would want to fucking bluff or show, what is it, bluster? Yes. But like they actually have stuff to back it up. Not like, oh man, we've got no other option. Let's just do let's do sanctions and economic warfare for now to hold everybody off. So it looks like we're doing something here.
Same time, I get the impression that they feel that they're losing the initiative. Initiative is important. In the last of the war, in the 40-day war, as they call it, Iran maintained some kind of initiative. They were the ones that were driving the scene. But now it seems the Americans are doing this by blockading Iran on one hand, and they are about to impose pretty sort of hard sanctions against Iran too at the same time. So all these things are happening, and Iran has no say in this, and that doesn't look good for the leadership in Tehran. I think they're probably sitting around thinking about what to do to take the initiative.
Has there been reaction from Iran to the economic moves that Trump is talking about?
Yes, we had the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi tweeting today, calling these new sanctions that the US is about to impose as economic terrorism. And he said that
it's a fair call. Like we've seen how sanctions have been used to cripple people around the world. And like with that intention to destabilize people's governments, like that's terrorism. It's a pretty fair call. If you're intentionally sanctioning someone to cripple their society, kill innocent civilians in a way to turn them against their government to overthrow it, like, why not? If the shoe fits, man, let's call it what it is.
This will have the effect of turning Iranians even more against the US. But obviously, when the sanctions do get imposed and start...
I'm assuming you mean I can't ban so ban. 50 years of sanctions already on Iran. I can't see more sanctions working. Yeah, like, what is the go with this announcement? They're already sanctioned and heavily. How could they do more? How could they do any more and think that this would be effectual? Unless it's all just this, to get people thinking, oh, like the US is still hot on Iran's heels, and like this is part of a multifaceted strategy that's going to take them out. It's just the illusion of more. Like, what else can they do here? It's betting on the government paying off their debt. It's really a bet that you want to make right now. That's what bonds are, government debt you're buying. Can't. The illusion of more. It's an interesting point.
It's going to make life difficult for Iran. Although Iran has been under sanctions for decades and has learned to be resilient and the economy is up and running up to a point. Although we have inflation at 65% according to official figures, and so on and so forth. But obviously it's worrying. Under blockade, a naval blockade, is going to have even more impact on Iran. There's hardly anything left to be sanctioned, but I guess there are ways of tightening the screw on Iran in terms of stopping back and forth of money into the country one way or another, smuggled or through exchange houses and that kind of thing.
Yeah, who's going to force China and Russia to abide? Even India. Yeah, and like at this point, like at one point they were trying to pressure India to abide, and like they were kind of, you know, on the fence about it. And then they had to set up that whole extravagant way that they were getting stuff from Russia, but not really getting Russia, like stuff to India, and then getting that to other places around the world. But who's going to enforce this now, honestly? And like I said before, China's already turned around and said, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. Not happening. Not happening. All right, I want to get another take on this. I'm done with the mainstream, with the BBC on this one. I'm going to Car reporter on this one. I love this guy. He's funny. So Iran has responded, it would seem, in a veiled way. Let's see if we can pick up on what the veiled way is. I haven't heard this directly from anyone else but this guy, the reporter over here, Car reporter, saying this. But Iran has threatened quite significant action, if you ask me. These are the type of stuff that terrifies me. I don't like the direction all of this is going. All the, you know, the economic warfare, all of the tit for tat kind of stuff is one thing, but like bringing nuclear weapons into this game, I'm not a big fan of this idea. I'm back from the afternoon run. Been loving life, sanding down lead paint. It's fantastic. Oh my God. Lead paint.
But there is even a greater worry for Trump, if he is in the right state of mind to understand the intensity of this development. Iran's newly appointed Supreme National Security Council chief, Mohsen Rezai, has dropped a hint that his country could well be on its way to acquire nuclear weapons. According to Iran's Tasnim news agency, Rezai said, and I quote, "Trump's recklessness with his attacks on Iran has increased the desire of people around the world to acquire nuclear weapons, especially when they saw that membership in the International Atomic Energy Agency and the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, also known as the NPT, was ineffective in preventing attacks from the United States." End quote. I wonder what this would do to an already crippling state of Trump's mental well-being. Such is the condition of the mental state of this coward that he is now busy attacking a Senate candidate from Michigan, Abdul El-Sayed. He is literally comparing himself to an inexperienced politician who has yet to win a Senate election.
Terrible what's gone on in Illinois. But in Michigan, the Democrat nominee for Senate, Abdul El-Sayed, admitted openly.
Say it a couple of times. Abdul. Boo, he's got a foreign name. Dear Lord, at least where you're an adult, I guess, don't let kids inhale. Yeah, far out. We've got enough Labour voters. Thanks, asbestos. Savage. How many countries have risen so quickly as the US and put themselves in a position that could set them back just as fast? Question mark. Is that a loaded question? Do you have a response to that? I would like to know. Oh, there you go. Like, it's not a biggie, but there it is. From the Supreme National Security Council Chief of Iran. Do you reckon that's a guy that or a veiled threat at nuclear warfare? Trump's recklessness with his attacks on Iran has increased the desire of people around the world to acquire nuclear weapons. Has it? What are you saying, bro? Are you going to get nuclear weapons now? Especially when they saw the membership of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the NEP, was ineffective in preventing attacks from the United States. Uh-oh. Is it a veiled threat, do you reckon? What happened to the fatwa? I guess it doesn't hold weight anymore. I wonder if our research assistant knows anything about this. I have heard reports that the Iranian National Security Council has hinted or implied that they are seeking to obtain nuclear weapons. Are you able to clarify this report? Do you have any sources or evidence for this? Next time Trump says praise be to Allah, I want to see him with a prayer mat tucked under his arm. Yes, there is very recent reporting behind what you've heard. It's more significant than some earlier statements. On the 23rd, Mohsen Razi, did I say that? Rezai, the newly appointed Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, suggests that Iran could consider its long-standing position against developing nuclear weapons following US-Israeli attacks on Iran. Multiple reports describe this as a hint at a possible change in Iran's nuclear doctrine, rather than an announcement that Iran has decided to build a bomb. Previous Iranian position has repeatedly said it does not seek nuclear weapons. What has changed? Rezai is now arguing that the attacks and the destruction of Iran's nuclear infrastructure have fundamentally altered the strategic calculation. His comments suggest that Iran may reconsider whether remaining non-nuclear leaves it vulnerable to attack. I know it's pretty obvious, right? Of course it does. I have not found evidence that the Supreme National Security Council has formally decided to manufacture or acquire nuclear weapons. The reporting is about a senior official signaling such a decision. Yeah, that's all I've seen as well. Who could have seen this coming? Yeah. The country not committed at all to wanting to create nuclear weapons, all of a sudden now considering creating nuclear weapons. Like, if only we had them to start with and they wouldn't have bombed us. Oh, man. Yeah, this guy's so depressed, Blaz. More destructive than this? Dude, these are so good. I remember we watched the first Lego movie. So good. Lego propaganda piece, I should say. All right. Iran Wire and Iran International. They're all Iranian sources, apparently. Iran Wire. Wonder what that is. Yeah. A National Security Committee member, Iran must begin producing nuclear weapons. A member of the Iranian Parliament's National Security Foreign Policy Committee has stated that the Islamic Republic of Japan should move toward manufacturing nuclear weapons. These remarks come despite a recent memorandum of understanding signed between Tehran and Washington, in which Iran explicitly committed to refraining from producing or acquiring a nuclear bomb. What? They're going to go against someone in a deal between Tehran and Washington would renege on their deal? Never. Well. We shall see, eh? We shall see. Yeah, that's true. We killed our local business and now import labor for mining and construction to fuel our two only industries. Iran is being ambiguous on purpose regarding nuclear anything. Following is not rails precedent should be supported, not criticized. It's the Israeli way. What nuclear program? What nukes? We don't have nukes. Keep everyone guessing. That's the way to do it, right? Keep them all guessing. Insanely effective use of AI, to be honest, assuming it was AI. Pretty sure this is what killed Sora, the AI video making thing, and or the Disney IP infringement. Yeah, that one with the guy in the bag, the very first one that came out, that was the one, man. That was the one. Why not? Same with bioweapons. Yeah, I guess. What a fuck world we live in, man. Why not, eh? Bioweapons, am I right? Yes, you are, unfortunately. Genocide? Never heard of her. All right, let's move on to another topic. All right, we do some tech stuff now. Let's get away from all the dry politics that we've been doing all morning. Apologies. Thanks for coming on the journey, though. This is the code report. And apparently DeepSeek has done it again. Do you remember last year? I think it was last year when DeepSeek dropped a bombshell and destroyed all aspirations that people had, that the United States were years ahead of the competition in terms of artificial intelligence, with regards specifically to like large language models and stuff like that. So DeepSeek has done it again. Well, let's learn why people are glazing DeepSeek again, and why Sam Altman looks so uncomfortable here. Poor Sam.
Yesterday, OpenAI took a page out of the Anthropic playbook and announced to every journalist on Earth that their next AI model is super duper scary and dangerous. And because Sam Altman cares about your safety more than anything, he decided to hit the pause button on Frontier. Because Sam Altman cares about
Majority of 18 to 34-year-olds don't trust today's AI leaders, poll shows. Survey respondents were asked, thinking of AI leaders, who do you trust to act responsibly on AI? Sam Altman, 31% trust, 69% don't. Yeah. Why not? Why couldn't you trust that guy?
about your safety more than anything, he decided to hit the pause button on frontier reinforcement learning for the next 2 weeks. That's so controversial yet so brave, and the official
my AI is better than yours. Every tech bro.
reason is that OpenAI's next model, codenamed Astra, may have crossed the critical cyber capability threshold. And maybe that's not too far-fetched, considering one of their models recently escaped an evaluation sandbox, so it could hack Hugging Face's production servers to cheat on a benchmark. But not everybody is buying this story, because nobody with half a brain actually believes they're stopping the largest planned training run in history for, quote, safety. There's an unimaginable amount of power and wealth at stake in the AI race right now, and some
Is that a real picture? Or is that AI?
There's an unimaginable
These guys standing around in the car park smoking cigars. It's the veritable who's who. Google, Apple, OpenAI. I'm assuming that must be Bezos, right? Amazon, Meta, X, AI, Nvidia. Is this a real picture? That's crazy. There's what? Trillions of dollars in this picture, right? I want to know more about the next image, please. Yes.
Amount of power and wealth at stake in the AI race right now.
There's some, that is one expensive puff pass. An oath. Is the gut real? Was that naked man really there? Yes, it was. You're about to find out.
Now, and some armchair experts say this is proof that AI has plateaued, while others say it's all about regulatory capture. But perhaps the most likely theory is what's happening 6,000 miles away in China, because coincidentally, DeepSeek just returned and released the fastest starred GitHub repo in history. In today's video, we'll take a look at DeepSeek Harness and find out if it lives up to the hype, or if it's just a cheap Temu knockoff of Claude Code. It is August 20th, 2026, and you're watching the Code.
How they get a photo of me? Which one? The clown one? It's the clown one, right?
If you know your AI history, you might remember that the entire TypeScript codebase of Claude Code was leaked to the internet after Anthropic accidentally shipped a 57 megabyte source map file to NPM. Anthropic is famously smug about being anti-open source and anti-open weight, so this leak was like the invisible hand of God finally clicking public repository. We analyzed Claude Code's source code on
The Cuban cigar roller is stashed in the boot of the Tesla. All the island time they had. It's like Petri dishes for mouths.
on this channel, and it was pretty mid, so it's not surprising to see Chinese knockoff harnesses popping up now. But wait a minute, you might be wondering, what even is a harness? Well, to get AI to write your code, you first need a model to spit out and predict tokens. That's the brain of the operation, but to do everything else, you need to strap on a harness that allows the brain to use tools, plugins, the file system, manage context, and so on. And the harness runs all these things in a loop that decides when to keep going and when to stop. Some popular harnesses are OpenAI Codex, Claude Code, OpenCode, and many others. But the DeepSeek harness takes a much different architectural approach that can be summarized in 3 words. Everything is a plugin. The model adapter is a plugin, the tools are plugins, even the sandbox and the UI and the while loop at the center of the coding agent itself are plugins. Or in other words, they're just ordinary packages that you can swap out with one line of YAML. And that's really cool if you're a developer, because it means you have a ton of control to customize your harness in ways that are not possible on other platforms. Like instead of using the sandbox Anthropic told you was safe, you have the freedom to use a custom sandbox from some random half-assed unmaintained GitHub repo. The whole thing feels like Linux, but for AI agents. At a deeper level though, this tool is built on a paper that was released by DeepSeek about spatiotemporal composability. The general idea is that component
As sad as the world is, at least you get a laugh at times here. Ah, yeah. Developers love using plugins. Handling bullshit plugins, however. I hate supporting plugins as a feature. Strap-on harness and everything is a plugin. Isn't a good combo.
should be hot swappable, both as dependencies in the harness and over time, and they actually built a small framework called Quartus to facilitate this plugin architecture. Now, I've used many different terrible plugin systems in my days, like in WordPress and Webpack, but this paper from DeepSeek is easily the most elaborate justification I've ever seen for a plugin system. But the big question is, can the DeepSeek harness write better code than Codex or Claude Code? Well, at the same time of the release of the DeepSeek harness, they also released version 4 Pro of their flagship model, along with a massive price increase in the API. I happen to have $20 sitting on my DeepSeek account, so let's find out if it can build a production version of Horse Tinder. For this one-shot prompt, I'm using V4 Pro with the max settings, but one thing to keep in mind is that you can point any different model to this harness. It's not
build a beautiful full-stack web application called Horse Tinder. Make no mistakes.
Just limited to DeepSeek's models. The first interesting thing you'll notice is that there's different modes for running this prompt. I'm just going to go with standard mode, but there's also a minimal mode that will speed things up, and a creator mode if you actually want to dive into the plugins and create your own stuff. After submitting the prompt, it immediately gets to work, and as it's doing its work, we can go to this trajectory panel where you can see all the reasoning, tool calls, and results in a way that feels like a stack trace for your AI model's thinking process. But pretty cool, and after staring at that for about 29 minutes and 58 seconds, I finally had a working application built with 2.6 million output tokens, which cost a grand total of 30 cents. It built the entire thing with Node.js and React, and at first I was a little bit disappointed with the UI. You'll definitely get more spectacular results with Fable or Codex, but this DeepSeek application is still pretty solid. The swipe animation was implemented well, it has a nice chat feature, and got the job done well on a bunch of other small details. So yeah, if I were Sam or Dario right now, I would be totally terrified and just give up on this whole AI grift. But if you want to actually understand AI issues at a deep level, you need to check out Blue Dot Impact, the sponsor of today's video. The main safety, HAI.
So it does some incredible things. DeepSeek's done it again, baby. Anyone doing code out there? Anyone? My man can't let go of Horse Tinder. Horse Tinder for 30 cents is wild. 30 cents is insane. Man, an entire app. I'm assuming a bit rusty. But like 30 cents. Sky's the limit. Sky is the limit. Plug-in supply chain attack. Speed run. The Chinese are coming to get you. And like these are the two things that we talked about. Like there's two differences between the applications of artificial intelligence. And like the US is going hard on the theoretical endeavor to produce super intelligence with their artificial intelligence race. They just want to produce a machine or they want to produce a form of machine learning that is just going to take over and do human intellectual labor, I guess. You replace human skill in that front. And China's doing both. It's doing that and integrating it into the productive economy. And like, let's just say they win at both, then it's game over, man. It's game over. How do you compete with that? How do you compete with that productive capacity? And like, this is the point of all of the economics that we talk about. Like, money's important, don't get me wrong. But like, it really comes down to who can produce. It's all about productive capability. That's where the real value's at. That's all that really matters at the end of the day. Man. DeepSeek. Somehow DeepSeek returns. Alright, let's do some more tech. This one I found incredibly scary. I haven't finished it. I wanted to watch it with you guys. But this is the future of tech. Production from limited resources. Have you guys seen, I think Woozle actually had put something in the stream chat earlier. Oh, not in the stream chat, but in Discord earlier about this. We are not ready for biocomputing. AI is the ultimate hubris of humankind, as if we can create anything as great or beautiful as us. It's just some computer code tied to the douchey internet. The tech in AI is crazy good. My boys create their own apps and interfaces for projects all through Claude. The customization ability is wild. This looks fascinating. This looks terrifying. But yes, fascinating. And like, I watched half of it and I was just like, oh my God, this is not happening. I want to watch this with everyone. And yeah, Woozle put something in Discord about this, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, biocomputing. And it seems to be all about energy. Like, living tissue can short circuit the process, the computational process, and it's just more energy efficient, who would have thought, than running electrodes through metal. The tech in AI is crazy, what I heard. It's so hard to beat King on hard. Alright, let's do this.
In a few seconds, I'm going to show you one of the most disturbing things happening in science right now, and almost no one is talking about it. That's why we made this video. You're looking at a computer in a laboratory called...
Transhumanism isn't for everyone. Chip up. Dude, this is like reverse transhumanism. It's like taking parts of humans and putting them into computers. It's crazy. Flesh AI. I've seen enough sci-fi to know that's a bad idea. What do you think about this, all of my tech bros or brothers of tech in the stream chat? I know you guys love to play with. You guys are all tech heads. Like, this is some scary shit.
Cortical labs. It's playing Doom. But look closer. There's nobody playing it. Or actually, there is. They just can't get out. They are trapped there because this computer is running on living human brain cells, and those cells are the ones playing. So why would anyone build a computer out of brain cells? It basically comes down to power. AI uses a massive amount of electricity, and that number keeps going up.
Amazon investing another $15 billion. Meta continuing its massive investments in AI, this time in the form of compute power.
The computing power it takes.
Organ donation cards will have a box for chip donation. Oh, man.
To train these models roughly doubles every 6 months. Almost nothing in the real world grows that fast, but you can't build power plants that quickly. So there's a growing gap between what AI needs and what we can actually supply, and it keeps getting wider. You can see the panic in what the big companies are doing. They're going after energy now, not just better software. Old nuclear plants that got shut down years ago are being turned back on just to power them. Companies are signing deals to lock up huge chunks of the grid years ahead of time. It's not really a race for smarter AI anymore, it's turning into a race for electricity. So a few researchers went a totally different direction. They looked at the brain. Because the brain figured this out a long time ago. Think about what your brain is doing right now and how little it runs on. Everything you're thinking runs on about 20 watts. We're using whole power plants just to copy a small piece of what your brain does on basically nothing. And it learns way better than our machines too. To teach a computer what a dog is, you have to show it thousands of photos. A little kid sees a dog once or twice and just gets it. So how did we get from that to a dish playing Doom? It took 3 steps. Back in 2008, researchers grew a sheet of...
Canada has the US by the balls regarding energy if they were smart? In what sense? Insert Beyond 2000 soundtrack. I mentioned this at the start of the year, but we will get uploaded intelligence. As in, uploaded to us. Or we'll be uploading our intelligence to some other interface. Because that's what, Peter Thiel and the boys have been talking about. Well, supply, gas and oil. Got it. Our brains will be uploading to our own brains. Have you seen that recent, there's videos that have come out from China and stuff like that where they're doing the chips and they use them on people that have disabilities, I guess you would say, or people that have become paraplegic or whatever and they can't move, and they've put the chips in the back of their head and they can send radio signals from their heads to an interface, and they can communicate, they can speak. And then they can send commands to artificial limbs to move and stuff. Nah, uploading our brains to a network. Okay, that's the stuff that Peter Thiel and all that were talking about. It's not essentially keeping their human bodies being trapped in this, this fleshy existence. They want to upload their consciousness to something they can live forever. And that's the holy grail. Forever, for as long as there has been class societies and rulers that have immense power, they've always endeavored to find the fountain of youth so they can live forever. The holy grail, to live forever. And that's the key. That's why they're rushing this technology through and pouring as much resources behind it as they can if they control this technology. Peter Thiel can be around with us forever. Living forever sounds like a nightmare. Please, for the love of God, don't make me live forever. Oh, you just haven't met the right computer to upload your consciousness to. And they might be able to solve the issue with AI being emotionless. Gear's looking pretty gnarly right about now, LOL. Truly surveil our brains. You will drive the driverless car and be happy. Here's some dopamine for correctly driving. No, thank you. Hey, don't be like that, you snob, you Luddite. Get with the program. It's not for all of us. It'll just be for a rich few, I'm sure. The chip in the brain trying to transmit something has been around for ages. Trying to download upload is the grail raced for. Hey, make me a spreadsheet. Bebop.
Rat neurons and hooked it up to a little robot. And the cells actually drove it around. It sounds bigger than it was. The neurons just sat flat on a grid of electrodes and connected to their neighbors. That was pretty much it. Researchers grew. It took 3 steps. Back in 2008, researchers grew a sheet of rat neurons and hooked it up to a little robot. And the cells actually drove it around. It sounds bigger than it was. The neurons just sat flat on a grid of electrodes and connected to their neighbors. That was pretty much it. This was nowhere near a real brain. And it wasn't even the first time someone had wired.
Actually, you can make me into one of those talking fish that gets put up in man caves. I could make little quips. New death plans discovered. You would totally spend your eternity hanging out in someone's man cave, wouldn't you? Totally.
Add living tissue to a machine. One team even did it with the brain of a lamprey. The footage always looked a little like a horror movie. And from the start, people had one real doubt. Were the cells actually driving, or was the computer just taking their random signals and making it look that way? Keep that question in mind. We're coming back to it. The second step came in 2013. A scientist named Shinya Yamanaka showed you could reset a grown-up cell all the way back to the start. He found 4 proteins that turn a regular cell into a blank, brand new one. And from there, you can turn it into almost anything, including a neuron. That was huge. It meant you didn't have to take neurons out of a brain anymore. You could just take a bit of skin and grow them. There was another big step too. If you grow neurons on a flat dish, they only connect to the ones right next to them. But if you let them grow in 3D, they start to organize on their own. They spread out, fold into layers, and form the rough beginnings of real brain regions, kind of like an embryo does. One of those.
I'm not sure. I'm sure it won't be just the rich. Us plebs will be used to do the meaningless tasks. But like in a world where they have like access to such incredible technology, where they're uploaded onto some, I don't know, system. Like what type of meaningless task would they require? To be honest, like they would have transcended. They'd have been transhumanist at that point. What would they need plebs around for? I reckon they just let us go wild. Like return to the earth kind of thing. There'll be these network state kind of cities, like Prospera cities, littered around the globe with a little tech bro transhumanist living forever in each one. And they'll just be like in between those network cities, they'll just be wild humans grazing the plains. Return to earth kind of thing. And then they will ascend into the heavens and integrate with the universe at a higher level of consciousness. And then it's reset for the human race. Maintaining that system, data recording. Won't they have tech for that? Toilets and sewers will always need cleaning. Well, in a world where a ruling class doesn't really have human form anymore, do they need toilets and sewers? Simulation experiments?
Those tiny balls of tissue is called an organoid, kind of like an embryo does. One of those tiny balls of tissue is called an organoid. Then, in 2022, a company called Cortical Labs put all of this together into something they called Dish Brain. They grew about 800,000 neurons, part mouse and part human, and taught them to play Pong. 2 things about this were a big deal. First, a dish of cells was actually working toward a goal. Second, and this is the weird part, they'd figured out how to teach it. They could ask the cells a question and get an answer back. You're not supposed to be able to do that to a blob of tissue in a dish. So how do you teach a neuron? You can't give it a treat. So they used a basic fact about neurons.
Boom. Is it conscious? I don't know. That's a very good question. Is it conscious? The obvious answer is yes. But I think like well, in my opinion, the question is like orders of consciousness or consciousness spectrum, as it were. And like, yeah, it's obviously conscious if it is being able to react to its environment and learn from it. Not just react, but like adapt to it. As there is stimulus coming in, it's responding to that. It's not just like trapped in a loop or something. This is crazy. Yes. I was thinking along the lines of turning us into AI agents to do something like we use AI for now, so they don't need to use their own power to do tasks. Yeah. Well, I hope not. I hope we are liberated and we just get to go back to living off the land or something like that. I'd take that existence and then start again. We start from scratch. It's time to get it right. Without the dark ages, we would have already had luxury gay space communism by now.
They hate chaos. If you teach a neuron, you can't give it a treat. So they used a basic fact about neurons. They hate chaos. If you give them a signal they can't predict, it stresses them out. So the setup was simple and kind of mean. When they missed the ball, they got hit with scrambled, random noise. When they hit it back, the signal went calm and steady. The neurons have no idea what Pong is. They're not playing to win. They're just trying to make the chaos stop. And they didn't pick that method at random. They based it on an idea of the free energy principle. Basically, it says every living thing is always trying to avoid surprises and keep its world predictable. Because being surprised usually means something's wrong. So that urge to calm things down isn't something the scientists added. It might be the most basic thing a living cell does. But there's a big catch. We can grow brain tissue in 3D, and we can talk to living neurons. We just can't do both at the same time yet. So in order to talk to them, Dish Brain had to keep the cells flat because the chip that reads them is a flat grid. If you put a round organoid on it, you only touch the bottom layer. So they had to flatten it out and give up the brain's real shape just to talk to it. And remember, this is the crude version. Half the design is missing. Which brings us to a big new. Cortical Labs showed off a computer that runs on brain cells. They call it CL1, and it plays Doom. This one was grown from about
good.
200...
Here is a brain computer, and it plays Doom. From such humble beginnings. This is where it all started, remember that. I was thinking along the lines of us turning into AI agents to do something like, we use AI for now, so they don't need to use their own power to do tasks. What's the point of them doing so if they have no one to control and leaving us to roam the world when we could just band together and turn them off? Well, yeah, you're right. I agree. But like these little network state cities, like if you have a look at them, they're like guarded fortresses of private cities. Like they're not gonna, they won't be, they'll be impregnable from the outside. Like we won't be able to break into them and shut them down. I just don't feel like if they become immortal, let's just say arguably, if a group that has incredible technology is able to become immortal, I feel like they will be almost negligent to the rest of the human race. Like they won't need any reason to have us around. So like I'm picking the best scenario there, that they just let us roam around and graze off the land. That's like the nice scenario. The other option there is like they actually do decide that we are a threat, like you're saying, roaming around the earth, and they just eradicate everyone that's not necessary. And like, what is not necessary? I don't know. That's a good question. Like, what is the point of having other people around? if the tech is where it's at. It's just a vehicle for consciousness. I also play Doom. It's just like for real. Just like me. For real. Celebrity salami. Let's be honest. What would they be doing at the time if beyond our comprehension? We could think of any issues, but it wouldn't even be a consideration in that time. Yeah. Being human will mean something different, and those who are not immortal will be seen as non-valuable. Goodbye now. Limited resources means unnecessary humans are a threat to competition. Why not eliminate it? Again, let's just be positive here. They'll just let us roam the earth. Stone Age style. Come on. Let's go back to the Stone Age. Come on. Just look at how we treat other humans that are different, or animals for that matter. Let's just let them take over. I woke up choosing nihilism today. Lab-grown biopsy cells of celebrities salted and cured and turned into salami.
1,000 human neural labs showed off a computer that runs on brain cells. They call it CL1, and it plays Doom. This one was grown from about 200,000 human neurons. They took skin cells, reset them, turned them into neurons, and spread them across a bed of electrodes. Then they tied the signals to moving and shooting the same way as before. When it did well, the signal stayed calm. When it took damage or died, the cells got flooded with chaos. And within about a week, it had learned the basics of moving around and shooting. I'm not going to pretend to be calm about this, and I don't think you should be either. It's amazing, and it kind of makes me sick. And I think both of those reactions are fair, because that computer came from a real person. It's literally made of human cells. I keep imagining what it would be like to be the thing stuck in there, playing the same little piece of game over and over forever, not remembering anything before it, not knowing that anything else even exists. For these cells, there's nothing else, just the game. Are we making a piece of a human being whose whole world is getting shocked inside a violent video game just to save some electricity? For years, we worried about the opposite thing, humans turning into machines, chips in our heads, that whole idea. Almost nobody expected it to happen the other way around, but that's kind of what's going on here. Now, to be fair, there was a big backlash to all of this, and it was kind of fair. When Cortical Labs published the Pong word, the title used a heavy word. It said the neurons showed sentience. Normally, that word means someone's in there having an experience, but the scientists meant it in a really narrow, technical way.
It is proposed that these neural cultures would meet the formal definition of sentience as being responsive to sensory impressions through adaptive internal processes. Yeah, what? Through stressing them out and shocking them when they get stuff wrong. We will become human batteries like in the Matrix. AI will become brains in a tube. Yes. That's where we're going. That's transhumanism in the way these guys envisaged it. Technology lends itself to that. And like as technology advances around us, that's what we become as well. We become less connected to nature and the physical world from which we came or evolved from, whatever your beliefs are. And we become brains in a tube ourselves because technology will increasingly do everything for us. And so like, why not make the transition literal and just become a brain in a tube that's connected to some type of power generating device that just sustains your consciousness. It's like that's like the metaphoric trajectory of our relationship to technology. Is like as we get more advanced, we do less and less things, and we just become a brain inside a vessel. And so like they've taken that to the literal next step then. For them, yeah, just get the brain and upload it to something else. When we rely on and mandate infertile seeds for cropping, introduce a reliance on synthetic fertilizers and control/interrupt supply lines, overpopulation solutions are easily fixed. Uh-oh. It's built in. Well, like everyone was stressing about overpopulation like 10 years ago, if you remember. Everyone was talking about how the human race was not going to be able to support, the planet Earth was not going to be able to support the human race, etc., etc. And like, now it's all demographic collapse. And humans might not be here in the same numbers in a few years' time.
Basically, anyway, the story blew up, and a lot of scientists were angry too. About 30 of them signed a letter saying the company had twisted the word just to get headlines and oversold the whole thing to help the business. Their worry was pretty practical. Too much hype leads to backlash, and enough backlash could shut down a young field like this. And this research really matters. Scientists use these same cells to build living models of human diseases. They can watch how a disease develops and test drugs on tissue that's way closer to ours than a mouse's. That could save real lives and replace a lot of animal testing. It would be a real loss if a stunt with Pong and Doom dragged it all down. Doom really was kind of a stunt. The audience asked for it, and it made great marketing. But it brings us right back to that doubt from 2008. Is the brain really playing, or is the computer just cleaning up random noise and making it look good? Almost 20 years later, we can finally check. The developer behind the demo, who goes by Sean Call, released the code so anyone can read it. And what's inside is not just a brain in a box. There are 3 parts. First, a normal computer chip running an AI that watches the game and decides when to reward and when to punish. Second, the 200,000 human neurons. And third, a translator in the middle passing messages both ways. Here's the uncomfortable part. Almost all of the actual smarts are on the chip, not in the cells. Reading the screen, running the learning, telling a win from a loss, that's all the computer. The developer was even worried his AI would get so good it wouldn't need the neurons at all. So he ran a simple test. He took the cells out and replaced them with pure random noise. And the learning just stopped. So the neurons are doing something real, even if it's a small part. So the truth is somewhere in the middle. It's not a brain playing on its own, but the cells aren't just for show either. It's mostly a normal computer doing the work, with living cells adding a small but real piece. That's where we are today, and here's where I think it goes next. I don't think that small biological parts stay small. Labs all over are racing to grow this tissue in full 3D and connect to it properly, and it's already turning into a business, a huge business. A Swiss company called Final Spark rents out living human neurons over the internet. You pay a monthly fee, log in from anywhere in the world, and run experiments on 16 tiny human mini brains.
Does anyone have any ethical concerns with this? There's a company in Switzerland that hires out living tissue that you can run. You can experiment with. So you can run, I don't know, computations or something. Anyone? Anyone see any ethical issues with this? Where's all the philosophers that usually sit in here and want to debate this type of stuff? Hey, where's Benneberry? Where's 4IS? Nope. Yeah, screw that human tissue. Rent it out to the highest bidder. Let's do this. It's all fucked. The whole thing is it's just all fucked. It's all fucked. Fauci and the Beagle research torture got covered up quick. Final Spark, very morbid name. That's not a bad point. I didn't even think about this. New and interesting ways to torture things. Go us. Yeah, but concerning. Yeah, a bit concerning maybe. But hard to say, hey. Yeah. So the argument here is like, oh, but like if they just do it on the tissue and artificially manufacture the tissue that saves like a rat or a mouse or whatever else what other living creature they're going to experiment on. You just extract a little bit of tissue, take some skin tissue out of someone's hand, take those cells, repurpose them so they can turn into any cell, and then just like keep this tissue alive so you can experiment on it. Just the tissue. Is that okay? Where's the issue in trying to play God exactly? Question mark. I don't know. It's a good question. It all depends on the context. No human rights issues if you're God. Where's the line between brain tissue and humans? We grew something that can think and made it do work. Yeah, made it play a game and make decisions constantly. Like stress-induced environment as well. Not carrot and stick, just stick. It comes down to defining consciousness or sentience. Good luck. Who's ever going to agree to a definition of consciousness? Or even sentience is too hard to define, apparently. Sounds a little bit anti-semantic if you ask me. Just saying. We don't like being anti-semantic here. It's common sense. I don't know. We still create and slaughter and forcibly inseminate cows and chickens, etc., etc. Yeah, but there are obvious ethical implications there. People find that ethically challenging. That's why I'm asking. Does anyone find this an ethical nightmare? I think Woozle kind of does. New ways to torture things. My cells, my choice, right? Am I right? Yes, dilemmas. You're all over it, bro. Very good. If you're watching this and you're on YouTube already and you haven't already, activate the like button. Go on, activate the like button. Do it. If you're new here, subscribe for more, etc., etc. Follow for more on Twitch. Where should the line be exactly? Oh, it's tissue. It's alive, I guess. It's always been contentious. Experimenting on living things. Do you have a dog or anything, Bandsaw Bandit? Only trying to make people walk again. Is that what they're doing here? Do you reckon? They're concerned about making people walk again? Apparently, this is about finding a more energy efficient way to do computing. This actually doesn't have to do with like, let's solve this incurable form of disease or whatever. This is about making computers more efficient. Yes, Mamalut, Max. Would you experiment on your dog? Would you experiment on Max? Modern necromancy. Oh my god, it is a bit like that, isn't it? It's bringing tissue back to life. And like resurrecting tissue to experiment on it. Modern necromancy. Dude, that's crazy. All the time? Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, I guess there's no ethical issue for you then. I thought you'd be like, no, I wouldn't experiment on my dog. And that's why it's an ethical concern. But like, if you're cool with experimenting on your dog, then I guess there's no further discussion needed there. We also harvest living creatures for meat, and like cows need to be pregnant to produce milk. So we're doing the 40k dark horror stuff already. Not just on humans. Yes. Yes. Remember the Black Mirror episode of a chick waking up to discover she's a mental clone of herself without the sole duty to be a personal assistant? I don't know if you know anything about Warhammer 40k, you know, the whole blood planet or whatever. Shut up. No, I don't know. Not into it. However many tens of thousands of sacrifices for the Emperor daily. What do you think training is? Training is training. It's not experimenting. It's a bit of a stretch of the word. Training is training. Training is like more akin to education than experimentation. But like, hey, whatever. Making artificial brains to make the authentic ones obsolete. We really need to teach you 40K law. Okay. I'll get into it. Why not? Just for you guys. Free tape for AI. Dude, that's so good. We talked about that before. I see what you did there.
Keep alive in their lab. And their whole pitch is the same thing we started with: energy. They say these living chips can run on up to 1 million times less power than a normal one. So this weird one-off experiment is basically becoming a product you can subscribe to. And I believe sooner or later, someone's going to connect a full 3D mini brain and close that last gap. But let's go back to that Doom machine for a second. Most of the smarts are in the computer. The cells only do a little. So it would be easy to hear that and just ignore it. But being smart was never the scary part here. Being smart and being awake are two different things. You can be great at solving problems and still not feel anything at all. So the real question isn't whether those cells are clever, it's whether anyone's actually in there. And it turns out being able to feel might not need a big smart brain at all. A renowned neuroscientist, Mark Solms, argues almost the opposite of what we were taught. Solms says feeling isn't something that sits on top of intelligence. He thinks it comes first, underneath everything else, and that it comes straight out of the basic drive to stay alive. Think about what came first in evolution. It wasn't logic or language. The earliest living things weren't solving anything. They were just doing something much simpler and older, moving toward what kept them alive and away from what didn't. So something like feeling was already around long before thinking showed up. Now think back to how these cells get trained. Chaos when they fail, calm when they succeed. That's the free energy principle again. That same drive every living thing has to avoid surprise and keep itself steady. And if Solms is right, that drive isn't just close to feeling. It might be where feeling actually starts. So maybe we've had it backwards this whole time. We're not slowly building a mind and waiting for it to wake up at the top. We might be poking at the exact thing feeling comes from, right at the bottom, from the very first moment we turn the dish on. And if something in there did start to feel, we'd probably miss it completely. We can barely spot it in each other. In 2006, a scientist named Adrian Owen studied a young woman who everyone had given up on. They'd called her vegetative. He put her in a brain scanner and asked her to imagine playing tennis. And her brain lit up exactly like yours would. She was completely awake and aware. She just couldn't move or speak to show it. And a later study found out that about 1 in 4 patients written off like that are actually still aware. So if we can miss a fully conscious person lying right in front of us, what chance do we have of spotting it in a clump of cells?
Anyone want to revise there your position on whether this is ethical or not? Maybe these things are conscious, fully aware of what's going on, and they're trapped in the matrix playing Doom. So some computer nerds can prove a point to other computer nerds.
We like to tell ourselves that feeling needs the right parts.
I feel stuff from the bottom all the time. Now it's official science.
Receptors, certain brain structures, but even that is shaky. Insects don't have a visual cortex, and they clearly see, so feeling might run on parts that look nothing like ours, parts we'd never even think.
I think it's bad, but I'm biased. Why? Because you're alive? I have feelings for things that are also alive. I'm biased. Fair enough. But yeah, it's very questionable, this stuff, isn't it? So questionable.
To check. When the noise in the dish gets too loud, the cells turn their response down like they're trying to...
Fairly certain none of this is Jesus approved, just saying.
Block it out. Something in pain would do that. But so would something that feels nothing at all. Backing away from a bad signal isn't the same as suffering. And from the outside, there's no test that can tell the two apart. This is what the philosopher David Chalmers called the hard problem. We can map every single cell in a brain and still have no idea how it turns into an actual feeling. So let me be honest about both sides of this.
At what point is it creating a human slave without a human body to rebel or complain? Well, that's effectively what it is, right? They're using a human brain or brain tissue that was reappropriated from another part of a human, their skin, and then, yeah, using that to experiment on, as opposed to just cutting out brain tissue from a human to experiment on, which is not acceptable. So going to a human and cutting out brain tissue from them to experiment on, not okay. But growing your own human brain tissue is okay. Where does the line get blurred? When is it okay? When it is not? It's a good question.
Think about what this research could give us. It could help us finally understand diseases. It could replace a lot of animal testing. And all of it comes from a tiny few cells sitting in a dish, playing a game that's older than most.
My line is at the point of pain and suffering. And so, like, what? If you injected the brain tissue with, like, painkillers then, or numbed it, then it would be okay because it's not suffering or in pain. Because they already described that the way they teach this thing is through reinforcement learning. And so, like, when it does the wrong thing, it gets shocked with white noise, which it finds stressful. So it's already being tortured to learn, technically. It's already happening. They're torturing tissue to teach it to do stuff. But, like, in the same way that we get tortured by our environment. Like, we learn to do stuff usually because we get rewarded for this behavior or we get punished for this behavior. It's a hard one.
Of the people in the lab and diseases. It could replace a lot of animal testing. And all of it comes from a tiny few cells sitting in a dish, playing a game that's older than most of the people in the lab. It looks like nothing, but it might be the start of something huge. For almost the entire history of the universe, there was just matter and nobody around to feel any of it. Then, at some point, some of that matter arranged itself in a way that did something completely new. It started to feel. We've always thought of that as the rarest thing there is, something it took billions of years of evolution to make. And now we're basically trying to do it again in a lab on purpose. We take some cells, we wire them up, we train them with calm and chaos, and we watch to see what happens. And don't forget where those cells came from. They started as ordinary skin from a real living person who's still out there right now. We were never really trying to copy human thinking. That was never the scary part. The scary part is that somewhere in that dish, a piece of that person might start to feel something. And nothing on the outside would change. The game would just keep playing, and nobody would ever know.
Dun dun dun. Da, 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 da. There it is. So many questions. So many questions. Their training is all. It's robot boot camp. Cruelty is so subjective. Yes. It's particularly subjective for the person that is being treated cruelly, usually. Very true, Banser. It's all relative. It's relativism. Everything is relative. Everything is valid. It's all okay. My PC died. I have no mouth, and I must play Doom. Is that the thing that you were talking about before, Blaz? That time I was reincarnated as a biocomputer. We're not ready for biocomputing. Shouted the biocomputer. We made an artificial human brain, and literally the first thing we did was put it in a simulated hell. Oh my god, it is actually hell, right? The Doom story. Born to be a gamer. Literally. I see. Seems like a solid first step to establish hell on Earth. Don't think selecting Doom was just a coincidence. Dun dun dun. I posted in Discord before, I have no mouth and I must scream. Science fiction author. In my book, I invented the Torment Nexus as a cautionary tale. Tech company. At long last, we have created the Torment Nexus from the classic sci-fi novel. Don't create the Torment Nexus. That's pretty good. So good. They're not playing to win. They just want the chaos to stop. I felt that. That's crazy. Imagine waking up and instead of your comfy bed, you're in hell holding a shotgun. Am I living in a simulation is becoming a more valid question. As fucked as it is, I'd like to see it have a crack at Minecraft. Yeah, there we go. Let's put it to good use, shall we? Critically arises in complex systems perched between order and disorder, and is marked by fluctuations that do not have any privileged spatial or temporal scale. Brian, when it sees AI, look at what we need to mimic a fraction of our power. Look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Yeah, crazy shit, eh? I thought you guys would be interested in this one. I know I was. Thought it was rather spooky. But like, this is the future. Welcome to the future. Welcome to the future. Alright. I wanted to have a look at... Where were we? Staying a similar concept, I guess. It's got to do with humans and ethics. I haven't pre-watched this to make sure it's like a good piece of content. So we're all going to trial this one together. But this is a piece. I haven't come across this channel before. Maybe you have. Fern. It's got a lot of subscribers. But yeah, exposing a $1.9 billion pharma company. So it's an ethical minefield, this one. I thought we might get into this together. Looking at corporations doing questionable things. Anyway, I got grandkids to pick up from jail. Till next time, you under-trained anarchists. Spencer, thanks for hanging. Next time. Good luck picking up your kids from training. Your grandkids from training, I should say. Poor man's cocaine? You mean crack? Let's find out together, shall we? Been in and out. Have we discussed this? World's first brain cell server rack opens in Singapore. Neurons expire in 6 months. No, I haven't. I haven't looked at that. All right, strap yourselves in, kids. Let's do this.
Victoria, Southern Australia. Linda Matthews is watching her husband, Brad, lose control. Fear rises up from the pit of her stomach. She's never seen him like this before. But Brad is hooked on a strong opioid painkiller called tapentadol. Marco lives in Berlin, Germany. He's 23 years old. A few years ago, he bought a special printer that lets him create a very specific type of document. Prescriptions for a drug called tramadol. Today, he's taking one to a pharmacy for the last time. In Zico's hometown of Lomé, Togo, tramadol is known as the poor man's cocaine. He pops one and hops in his moto taxi to start his shift. An invisible thread runs through these people's stories. It leads back to an industrial town in Germany near the Dutch border, Stolberg. One of the world's leading painkiller manufacturers is based here. It's called Grunenthal. And the global pharma giant has a controversial past. One of Grunenthal's key products is the opioid tramadol. Some experts warn that it's too loosely regulated, that it seems to be acting as a gateway drug. Meanwhile, in European countries...
So you guys are aware of tramadol? That's what I take for my pain. Meh, need a few drinks to really see what tramadol can do. Overdose deaths are dropping dramatically in the US, and no one knows why.
Like Germany, concern is growing over young people misusing prescription meds. Some experts see signs of an emerging opioid crisis. In parts of Africa, tramadol has already fueled a crisis of its own. And a little over a decade ago, Grunenthal started pushing a new and even stronger opioid onto the global market, tapentadol. Doctors have allegedly been actively encouraged to prescribe it. Potential risks may have been downplayed, and regulatory oversight may have fallen short.
What?
Some have compared...
Corporations wouldn't do that. Surely not. Not in the name of profit. They wouldn't put people's lives at risks in the name of profit. Surely not. Surely not. Yeah, they prescribed it to me for my migraines here, but opioids knock me out. Damn. It's my regular pain, man. I try to avoid taking it. Why is it really strong? I don't know, I guess it's addictive, I guess.
Grunenthal's methods to those of an American pharmaceutical company, Purdue Pharma, and their opioid...
Oxycontin. 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 Oxycontin.
Are we looking at a new opioid crisis? One made in Germany?
Together, we strive to make it possible.
Tramadol is highly abused in many African countries.
A world free of pain.
De tous vont prendre ça. C'est le truc même qui va te contrôler et ça va te créer des problèmes.
You might think here are the clean guys and here are the bad guys, but it's just a different way of influencing.
Da merkt man einfach wieder mal, dass die Pharmaindustrie, da geht's rein um Geld.
It's because the pharmaceutical companies are just about money, did she say?
Influencing.
Da merkt man einfach wieder mal, dass die Pharmaindustrie, da geht's
really about money, yeah.
It's rein um Geld.
The head of the working...
A new crisis? We haven't finished the first 10 crises yet. Come on.
Group was actually a professor whose whole professorship was sponsored.
A través del tratamiento.
And this is the... and that is pain and its treatment.
Una novedosa molécula.
With a new molecule called tapentadol.
Que se llama tapentadol.
All opioids have the potential to get people dependent.
Unsere Sohne sollen nicht umsonst gestorben sein. Das ist es.
We've come to Vienna to continue to sound the alarm. To sound the alarm around the dangers of synthetic drugs.
It's the 67th session.
An industry only caring about profit? Never. Crony capitalism. That's capitalism, baby.
Of the CND, the United Nations Commission on Narcotic Drugs. For just over a week, delegates, member state representatives, NGOs, and experts gather in Vienna to discuss global drug policy.
Agencies, Health and Human Services, Homeland Security, Justice, drug policy, drug enforcement. Everyone is here.
Among them is Maria Christoph, an investigative journalist.
Yeah, I get it given for kidney attacks, but half the time it just makes me drowsy and doesn't touch the pain. Then I have to get fentanyl on top. But that's during an acute attack. Otherwise, Bud works. Thank God for Bud, hey? Opium addiction is a real sneaky fucker.
She worked with reporters from 10 countries on a large-scale investigation into opioid abuse, led by The Examination. The team first looked at American company Purdue Pharma.
It's considered to be one reason for the opioid crisis over there.
OxyContin killed more than 450,000 Americans.
Purdue's flagship product was the opioid painkiller OxyContin, which was intended to treat severe pain. The company claimed that the drug wasn't addictive, that it was unlikely to cause withdrawal symptoms, and that it had low abuse potential. And from the late 90s onward, OxyContin was widely prescribed for all kinds of pain, from chronic conditions to minor back pain and even toothaches. Purdue's claims turned out to be false, and millions of patients got addicted to opioids. Consequently, over the last 24 years, more than 800,000 people have died from overdoses of opioids, both legal and otherwise.
You know when like people talk about, I know this is not a great place to put this in, but like when they talk about governments, they go around the world, or dictators or whatever, killing people, they're always in the order of magnitude of this. Like crazy regimes that go nuts and kill their population, or turn around and try and wipe out a rival population, engage in some type of war crimes or whatever, ethnic cleansing, whatever you want to call it. This is what is happening. But like the pharmaceutical industry is just as complicit in ethnic cleansing, let's say, as any nation state, government, or evil regime could ever be. And like this is one drug over a certain period of time. Imagine all of the other people that have aimlessly had their lives taken away because of decisions by pharmaceutical companies. It must be in the tens of millions, if not more, man. I agree. Big pharma is just as dangerous as big government. Have you actually, like, are you just like buttering me up here, or you actually think? Because I know how much big government is the source of everything. Big pharma just as bad as big government. It's a big call for you, Dilemmas. You mustn't make that call lightly. Do we discuss clandestine drug running on here? I haven't. Yeah, I stand by it. Whoa. Dude, that's a big call for you, man. My missus doesn't even bother with tramadol. May as well get some decent smoke instead. Class action lawsuits and massive legislation resulted from this, and Purdue basically got bailed out. Now that's crony capitalism. You buttering me up here. Lovely. I'd like to know.
The U.S. opioid crisis is still raging today. Every year, tens of thousands still die from synthetic street opioids like fentanyl. But at the UN conference, Maria keeps hearing the same thing. Purdue and OxyContin are old news. Instead, people at the CND toss around other names, tramadol and tapentadol. Maria's intrigued. Both products were originally developed by a German firm, Grünenthal. Like Purdue Pharma, Grünenthal is a family business. And from what Maria hears, that's not all they have in common.
What some experts actually told us is, you might think here are the clean guys, Grünenthal, and here are the bad guys, Purdue Pharma. But it's just a different way of working, of influencing.
But like now you're walking it back. Bite the pillow, I'm going in dry. Government is worse as they allow big pharma to get away with it. So it's not. Big pharma is not as dangerous as big government. Big government's the real problem. That's why I asked. So government is the real problem. Sounds like you're in for some more big government and regulation, right? My best friend died from fentanyl. I even drove him to a drug den in Boston's ghetto. He didn't die that night, but I watched him and these other people shoot up. I thought we were going to buy bud. I don't blame him for tricking me, but I still feel bad for supporting this habit.
In some way, it's a similar playbook, even though it's not as straightforward.
Brad Leaford lives in Victoria, Australia with his wife Linda Matthews. From 2016 to 2018, he was addicted to oxycodone, a semi-synthetic opioid painkiller. For the past year, he's managed to stay off opioids. But now he's suffering from chronic headaches. His doctor prescribes a new opioid, Palexia. That's Grunithal's tapentadol-based painkiller. Here in Australia, it's licensed to and sold by another company. The packaging warns that Brad might face a higher risk of addiction due to his history with prescription drugs. But he trusts his doctor. Linda, on the other hand, is worried. A year later,
Trusts his doctor. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, why would you give him another opioid? Because the doctor said, that's why.
Linda gives birth to triplets. Brad is still taking tapentadol, and the pills leave him drowsy, barely able to help with the kids. And whenever he goes into withdrawal, this otherwise peaceful man becomes irritable and aggressive. Today, things have gone completely out of control. When he misses the triplets' first Christmas, Linda has had enough. Brad needs to move out. 5 months later, he's found dead. The cause is an overdose of tapentadol and oxycodone. Opioids work differently than the painkillers many of us have at home. Drugs like ibuprofen, aspirin, and paracetamol can help relieve a headache or ease your pain. Opioids do that too, but they can also prompt your body to release endorphins. These are chemical messengers produced by the body itself. They reduce the perception of pain and increase feelings of well-being. Our bodies release them when we laugh, exercise, or have sex. They also influence our body temperature, hormone levels, and appetite. But one of their main functions is as natural pain relievers. Imagine you fall off your bike and hurt your knee. In response, your body releases endorphins. They attach themselves to opioid receptors located along pain-processing nerve pathways in the brain and spinal cord. By doing so, they inhibit the transmission of pain signals to the brain. So while the injury is still there, the pain becomes bearable. For many types of injury, the body simply can't produce enough natural pain relievers. But thousands of years ago, humans discovered a natural substance that attaches to the very same pain receptors: opium. The word opium comes from Greek. It means juice, referencing the milky sap of the poppy, which the
means juice, all right.
Drug is extracted from. Some sources say the Greek physician Hippocrates mentioned it as early as 400 BC. Others indicate that opium was used for medical purposes much earlier, in ancient Egypt. Centuries later, opium became deeply embedded in Roman medicine. In some parts of the empire, there were hundreds of opium pharmacies. Several Roman emperors appear to have been addicted to the stuff. A little later, Chinese surgeons also used opium, primarily as an anesthetic. The earliest known evidence of opium use was found in the Levant region. These ceramic vessels were probably used to store opium poppies. Roughly 3,400 years later, in the German town of Paderborn, a pharmacist named Friedrich Zerturner is experimenting with opium poppies. Eventually, Zerturner isolates a substance that can be dosed far more precisely than raw opium juice: morphium. Today, it's called morphine. His discovery lays the foundation for modern pain therapy. Morphine is an opiate because it's derived directly from the latex of the opium poppy, whereas the term opioid refers to all substances that act on opioid receptors, including partially or fully synthetic drugs. To this day, morphine remains the benchmark used to measure how effectively other opioids suppress pain. Tramadol and Tilidine are only 10 to 17% as potent. Purdue's OxyContin is roughly twice as effective as morphine. And fentanyl is 70 to 100 times stronger. That's why it's so dangerous.
Jesus Christ. Look at those numbers. That is absolutely mental. Not gonna lie, best pain relief I've ever had is smoking meth. Man, it feels good.
And fentanyl is 70 to 100 times stronger. That's why it's so dangerous. One of the strongest opioids currently approved for medical use on humans is sufentanil. It's up to 1,000 times more potent than morphine.
What do you use that for?
By the late 19th century, Germany is a leading center for chemical and pharmaceutical innovation. Manufacturers like Stada and Bayer lead the way. At the time, many people in Europe and the US are addicted to morphine. In 1898, Bayer launches one of the first commercially available opioids. Bayer claims it's less addictive than morphine and much safer. It's marketed as a harmless analgesic for pains and coughs, and in Germany, it's sold over the counter. The new drug is such a hit. You may have heard of it today. It's called heroin. It and other opioids soon become widespread recreational drugs. But as the 20th century rolls on, countless new laws regulate the use of opioids. Many of the drugs are now available only in hospitals and pharmacies. And there's a good reason for this. People who become addicted to opioids eventually build up a tolerance. So to keep feeling the same effects, they need to up their dose or consume stronger opioids, which leads to a higher risk of overdose. When someone ODs, their breathing can slow dramatically, making the supply of oxygen to the brain insufficient. This can lead to unconsciousness, coma, or even cardiac arrest, which often causes permanent brain damage. Mixing opioids with alcohol or other drugs further increases the risk. The worst-case scenario is sudden death. For many big pharmaceutical companies, the past few decades have been a roller coaster. For years, Purdue Pharma pushed its opioids through aggressive marketing and lobbying. In 2020, the company agreed to
marketing, lobbying. We live in a bourgeois society, ladies and gentlemen. You want to be able to push products onto people and make bank of human destruction and misery. Hey, it's okay if it's for profit. It's okay. Just got to buy the right politicians. There it is.
A settlement potentially worth $8.3 billion for its role in fueling America's opioid crisis. The year before, the company had already filed for bankruptcy. Since then, many pharmaceutical companies have come to consider the opioid business too risky. In 2021, pharma giant Johnson & Johnson stopped selling opioids in the US entirely. And as part of bankruptcy proceedings in 2024, Endo Health Solutions agreed to drastically scale back its marketing and selling of opioids. The withdrawal of Purdue Pharma and other big pharmaceutical companies left a vacuum, and that may have benefited the companies that continued betting on opioids. One of these players is Grünenthal.
Together, we strive to make it possible. Our vision, a world free of pain.
Compared to most German pharmaceutical giants, Grünenthal is still a relatively young company, but it has a remarkably controversial history. Germany, 1946, a year after the end of World War II. In the court of Nuremberg, high-ranking Nazis are on trial for their horrible crimes. Outside, the country is in ruins. People clear rubble with their bare hands. Many are physically and emotionally scarred. In West Germany, the entrepreneurial Wirtz family believes it knows what the broken country needs now: medicine. So far, the family business has mainly produced detergent. But in 1946, they found Chemie Grünenthal GmbH. It becomes the first company to bring penicillin to the German market. The young pharmaceutical firm recruits a large number of scientists. Dr. Heinrich Möchte becomes the new head of research. He's accused of conducting brutal and even lethal experiments on concentration camp prisoners during the Nazi era. But after the war, he apparently avoided being tried in Poland by fleeing west. He was never formally convicted. Heinz Baumkutter was a physician at Sachsenhausen concentration camp. He's believed to have conducted experiments on prisoners, including children. He was accused of injecting inmates with hepatitis pathogens and
training. They're not experiments, apparently. So we are to believe. Just training. Just waiting till we learn about the Pepsi Cola plant in Vietnam, Laos. I'm intrigued. I want to know now, biased viewer. Pepsi Cola.
Burning their skin with phosphorus.
Oh no, wait. I didn't read that night. Right. Vientiane? How do I say that? Vientiane, Laos. I'm intrigued.
The war, he was sentenced to 8 years in prison, but he had already spent time in pretrial detention and in a Soviet prison, so he's released early and ends up working for Grünenthal. But the company's most famous ex-Nazi is probably Otto Ambros, a chemical weapons expert widely thought to have been one of the leaders of the Monowitz concentration camp. After the war, he was sentenced.
Pulled a sickie today, randomly tore something in my back, lifting it right on mower out of a bog. That's stiff as a board now. Damn. Hope you're all right. And how good's a sickie, eh? Thank God we have sickies. That should be a goddamn human right.
The famous ex-Nazi is probably Otto Ambros, a chemical weapons expert widely thought to have been one of the leaders of the Monowitz concentration camp. After the war, he was sentenced to 8 years in prison. But 3 years later, he was released early for good behavior and appointed to the boards of several companies. In 1972, he became an advisor to Grunenthal. Reports suggest that after the war, the company employed at least 5 high-ranking former Nazis. Grunenthal confirms that it employed researchers who had held positions of power within the Nazi Party, but it claims this was common practice in Germany during the post-war years. Today, Grunenthal strongly condemns the Nazis' crimes and says it's committed to a free, diverse, and tolerant society.
Yeah, now we've set up the company and we're completely profiting off their work. Now we condone the fact that they were Nazis. But at the time, hey, we needed to establish ourselves in the market.
In the early 1960s, the family business ends up making global headlines. Not for the war criminals working in its labs, but for what is still widely considered the biggest pharmaceutical scandal in European history. In 1957, Grunenthal introduces Contergan, a tranquilizer and sleeping pill. Active ingredient, thalidomide. Doctors explicitly prescribe it to pregnant women, and many take it for morning sickness or as a sleep aid. The medication is sold under different names in nearly 50 countries. But then babies begin to be born with severe birth defects, including stunted or missing limbs. Today, we know this was caused by thalidomide interfering with fetal development during the early stages of pregnancy. Around 12,000 of these thalidomide babies were documented. At least a third died before their first birthday. The most common causes of death were bowel, cardiac, or renal failure. After 4 years on the market, Contergan is withdrawn. To this day, many of the survivors struggle with severe disabilities. In 2021, the Wirtz family publicly apologizes to those affected. The thalidomide tragedy is part of their corporate history, and they deeply regret the far-reaching consequences. The company told us it has a special moral responsibility in relation to the tragedy. It emphasized that its foundation, which funds projects that contribute to more independent lives for those affected, is an effort to support these individuals and their families. Back in the 1970s, the scandal almost completely ruined the young company's reputation. People around the world associated it with the thalidomide disaster. But in 1977, Grunenthal introduced a new drug to the German market, Tramol, with the active substance tramadol. It was the result of at least 15 years of research. Chemist Kurt Flick first synthesized it back in 1962. According to documents from the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, Grunenthal applied for a patent just a few years later. Developing a new drug takes resources, including huge amounts of time and money. Many compounds are abandoned long before market approval. Some never make it out of the research phase. That makes patent protection extremely important. Only the patent holder can profit from distributing a drug's active ingredient. That allows them to recoup the massive investment R&D requires. And according to Grunenthal, after its launch in 1977, tramadol became one of the world's most frequently
Isn't that
prescribed.
just such a weird way of doing it? Like, R&D is your problem. So, like, they're trying to trap people out. If they come up with a compound, they're trying to trap people out from reproducing that because they've spent all this money on R&D. Tough. Like, you shouldn't be able to control information like that. If you do R&D and you discover something and other people can manufacture that as well, like, too bad. Like, imagine if they did that with, like, the car and someone invented the car and then was like, all right, that's it. No one else is allowed to touch the car now because I spent all this time on research and development. But yeah, and so other people can make cars as well. So much for the free market. Such bullshit. Sunk cost fallacy in IP. Huge problem. It's just nonsense. And anyone who's a libertarian or a free market enthusiast or whatever should be offended by the idea of intellectual property, the way that these corporations use it. Anyway, maybe not for protecting, I don't know, artists and their artwork. But like these bad boys, they just corner a market and enjoy the profits. It's not about R&D. Come on. It's bullshit.
analgesics. At the time, it's considered a weak opioid. Today, we know that simply wasn't true.
Ja, hallo, ich bin Tanja Nicole Albuscheid.
It's why I think IP laws should be limited to individuals and no businesses. Like having a patent on a recipe for butter chicken. Yeah. The secret, 11 herbs and spices. Can't touch it. Sleepy Hawk. The USA stole the patent for Tamiflu. Intellectual work is work too. Yeah, okay, fine, it might be work. But like, what they're talking about is capturing something because, and on the justification that they spend all the money on R&D, so they should have all the profits. Intellectual work is work, yes. The entire human civilization is built on people passing down information and culture. So like if we start like saying you can't touch this information or culture and you can't use it, it's antithetical to our rise as humans and is a antithetical force to the general progression of knowledge. It's murky. I don't like it. Yes, you should be rewarded for your work, but you're just trying to capture a market and keep your profit margins up. Like that's it. That's like you do R&D and you make a breakthrough and other people have that same breakthrough as a result of your work. Then too bad. Produce the best product then. That's how the free market's supposed to work. It's not supposed to use big government to protect business and their profit margins. Oh wait. Yes it is. That's crony capitalism, baby.
Mein Sohn ist vor 3,5 Jahren
My son
an einer
died from a tramadol used 3.5 years ago.
Dosierung Tramadol gestorben.
It's 2019. Marco is 20 years old. He likes going for walks in the woods and hanging out with his friends. Now and then he smokes weed. And he's just started experimenting with something new. The stronger the medication, the harder it is to get. In Germany, you can buy nasal sprays or throat lozenges in drugstores or supermarkets. But prescription drugs are only available at pharmacies. Marco somehow gets a hold of blank prescription forms, and he buys himself a new printer. With it, he starts doing something usually reserved for medical staff: printing prescriptions for meds, like the anesthetic ketamine and the analgesic tramadol. We won't explain exactly how. We also strongly advise against taking medication without medical supervision.
We won't explain how he made those prescriptions. Why? Why wouldn't you do that? Yeah, IP laws meant to be about evening out competition. They should only be applied to individuals already disparaged by the system, not in industries at the top. Makes them redundant. It's holding back progress. It's holding back civilization itself.
Or a real prescription. Marco's forged prescription is ready. He just needs to take it to a pharmacy. May 2022. Marco's been taking tramadol regularly for 3 years now. He's addicted to it. His grandmother watches him enter his apartment. He doesn't seem well. His mother texts him, but her messages only get a single check mark. This happens frequently, so she doesn't think much about it. Maybe he's on something again and wants to be left alone. But 3 days pass without a word, so she drives to his apartment. She rings the doorbell over and over, but her son doesn't answer. So she calls the police. According to her, even after she tells them about Marco's history with alcohol and prescription drugs, they refuse to force the door open. After another 3 days pass, the police return. By this time, a foul smell is coming from the apartment.
Das war der 3.6.
It was June 3rd when
Das dann, ja.
Marco was just 23 years old. According to the autopsy report, he may have developed a tolerance to tramadol. There's enough of the drug in his blood to cause a coma or death. There's also alcohol.
Yeah, Jesus, no welfare checks for 6 days. Up your game, Germany. Like, look, if I was the mother, like if the cops go, you're not entering, I'm breaking the window or something. I'm getting in there. Why would she walk away? The cop said, no, I can't do it. Tough, man. body on the line. Break into the house then.
Small amounts of paracetamol, and traces of the antipsychotic medication promethazine. All these findings point to a combined drug intoxication with tramadol. Unfortunately, Marco's story is far from unique. Society often debates the abuse of traditional drugs like alcohol, cocaine, amphetamines, and weed. But despite being a long-standing problem...
But hey, prescription drugs. Pharmaceutical companies. Marijuana? No. Naughty. Alcohol? No. Tobacco? No. Naughty.
The abuse of prescription medication is often overlooked. Depending on the source, between 1.5 and 2 million people in Germany are addicted to prescription drugs. That's about as many as are addicted to alcohol, possibly more. In the US, 7.6 million people are addicted to prescription drugs, and teenagers and young adults in particular are experimenting with them more and more often. Many young users don't know how dangerous these substances can be. Maria Christoph tells us tramadol and tilidine are increasingly becoming gateway drugs. In 2023, 8 out of every 100 drug-related deaths in Germany involved opioid painkillers. Among 14 to 20-year-olds, it was 1 in 3. In England and Wales, opiates were even involved in a staggering 47% of all drug poisoning deaths. And the 2025 UN World Drug Report shows that opioids are by far the most involved substances in all drug-related mortality cases. The data were provided by 66 countries around the world. Apparently, prescription opioids are relatively easy to come by. Some order them via Telegram chats or darknet groups. Others simply snatch them from their grandparents' medicine cabinets. Some, like Marco, find ways to forge their own prescriptions. If opioids like tapentadol and tramadol are so dangerous, then why aren't they more strictly regulated? Time to look more closely at how big pharma companies operate.
That's capitalism, baby. Oh, yeah.
Right. Medical opioids are still urgently needed. Every day, hospitals around the world rely on them, especially for the treatment of severe pain and diseases like cancer. This tremendous need supports a global pharmaceutical industry, and Grunenthal has long been a major player in it. Since tramadol's patent expired in the late 90s, countless manufacturers have been flooding the market with generic versions. A generic drug has the same active ingredient as its brand name counterpart, and it works the exact same way too, even if the name is different. With increased competition, prices dropped.
Tapentadol is the new best-selling drug.
The free market. Get rid of the IP, and who would have thought? Other people get in on that, and they don't have capture on their profits anymore. That's outrageous. Look at the free market in all its glory.
It came after tramadol became a generic.
In 2010, Grunenthal introduces its new flagship drug in Germany. In the US, the FDA has already approved tapentadol back in 2008. Today, tramadol and tapentadol-based painkillers rank among the most prescribed opioids in many parts of the world. And Grunenthal seems willing to go to great lengths to protect its original brand name products. To understand how, we have to start in their home market, Germany. Before that, though, a crucial skill in this story is knowing how to interpret data. If you don't know how, it's a valuable skill to have. Learning's changing rapidly, and these days we're better at understanding how personal. It helps you step to our firm for classmates access Medicaid drugs. Search leads us to German annual subscription at brilliant.org.
This is not ground news.
/firm. Our search leads us to Germany's medical regulatory agency, the Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices. Among other things, it's responsible for classifying medications as narcotics. A special subdivision, the Federal Opium Agency, regulates access to opioids like tramadol. We emailed them to ask the head of the agency for an interview. They replied just a few hours later. Thank you for your inquiry. Unfortunately, due to limited resources, we are unable to offer you an interview. This was still several months before production for this video began, so we gave them a call and ended up speaking to the Institute's press officer. We introduced ourselves and requested a short call with the head of the Opium Agency. It's a hard no. We talked for 15 minutes, but the answer remains the same. Questions will only be answered in writing. Maria Christoph and her colleagues at the examination point us towards suspicious events in 2010 that might explain their silence. May 2010. Tramadol has been in the international market for about 30 years. Its patent expired a long time ago, so many manufacturers now produce it as a generic drug. The Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices has its headquarters here, Bonn, the former capital of West Germany. The Institute's expert committee on narcotics is meeting today. On the agenda is tramadol. The committee plans to regulate it more strictly. If they classify it as a narcotic, doctors will need a special tamper-proof form to prescribe it, a form that's much harder for people like Marco to fake. But the committee postpones any decisions. Then Grunenthal steps in. It sends a letter to the head of the Federal Opium Agency. It says it was surprised to see tramadol on the agenda, and it strongly advises against more restrictive measures. Regulating the drug more tightly in Germany could send the rest of the world a fatal signal. The committee decides to take a closer look.
Fatal? Like, how is the choice of words? Maybe it's not translated very well. A fatal signal? Who would have thought? Fatal for our profits.
8 of the committee's 12 members form a dedicated working group. Its job is to look at scientific studies and data to evaluate factors like side effects and the drug's potential addictiveness. Eventually, it'll make a recommendation on whether or not tramadol should be more strictly regulated. Looking at the list of names in the working group, Maria Christoph can hardly believe her eyes.
So we looked at the names of the people who were part of this working group, and what we found is that a big amount of people were actually quite close to the company. Which was most surprising to me, actually, was that the head of the working group on tramadol was actually a professor whose whole professorship was sponsored by the company Grunenthal. And still, they all told us that there were no conflicts of interest with regards to deciding whether tramadol should be more restricted or not.
In December 2011, the committee presents its final report. It does not recommend regulating tramadol more strictly. It does acknowledge the opioid's general abuse potential, but it sees no indication of an elevated risk of misuse or addiction. It's even described as less potentially addictive than stronger opioids. The committee unanimously decides that the drug will remain available without a special narcotic prescription. Many journalists, experts, and even politicians see a potential conflict of interest. They question whether people with such close ties to Grunenthal could really form unbiased opinions on how to handle one of the company's most relevant products. 15 years later, there are still doubts about this assessment. Maria Christoph says she and her colleagues talked to experts and looked at more recent studies. These all clearly point to tramadol carrying an elevated risk of addiction. Many users struggling with dependence told them they were hooked almost immediately. The Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices seems to disagree. It tells us it sees no evidence suggesting tramadol's potential for abuse was underestimated. It also claims it wasn't informed of any conflicts of interest that would have disqualified members from joining the working group. Many countries have much tougher rules. The UK, for example, classified tramadol as a Schedule III controlled drug back in 2014. Since then, it's been subject to tighter regulation on prescription, storage, and documentation. France also considers tramadol a high-risk opioid due to its potential for abuse, dependence, and overdose. Canada, the US, and Sweden also tightly regulate tramadol.
Yeah, the Germans, so the ministry that is in charge of overlooking tramadol and other opioids, actually says we cannot do this in Germany because this is the country where this drug comes from. If we restrict it even more than in other countries, they would have to do the same and follow our lead.
So Grunenthal may have influenced government decisions that could have negatively affected.
May have, allegedly, reportedly. Who would have thought? No. I guess you could draw a line there and make your own conclusions. But it seems suspiciously like there's some type of bank error in their favor. Just a coincidence, though, I'm sure. Just a coincidence.
Its product. But what's the company doing beyond its home market? How is tramadol's presumably safe?
Yeah, nothing like a bit of the revolving door between the bureaucracy and private sector. Like, this seems to be that case, hey? Like, just having people in the bodies that regulate you, also people that are fully associated with the corporations that are producing said product that needs to be regulated. It's a game of mates. They go from the bureaucracy into the private sector, from the private sector into the bureaucracy. It's a game of mates. You scratch my back. Yeah. I'll scratch yours. And to hell with the human costs. And see, like, this is what, like, capitalism as a system doesn't really take into consideration, is the human costs. They're not really weighed up. Like, they take it into consideration to a certain degree, but like in the current environment, a lot of people would call human cost woke. That's woke rubbish, thinking about humans over profits. Let's be realistic. We need to make money. We need this is good for the economy, etc., all that type of rhetoric. So, like, yeah, this type of economic system doesn't weight any costs higher than profit or the economic cost. You can have considerations outside of the economic. You can have social, environmental, public interest. But nothing trumps profit, baby. And so if the other ones interfere with profit, then they always go. They always go in this form of economic system.
For successor, to pentanol being pushed worldwide. Over the years, Grunital has increasingly focused on expanding its business in Latin America. Maria Christoph and her colleagues investigated how the company promotes its best-selling painkillers there.
So we also found in our investigation, especially our colleagues in Latin America found that there's a big influence on medical associations and on patient organizations. So the company is actually spending a lot of money, donating a lot of money to these organizations that then again have an influence on governments in certain regions, but also on the way how doctors prescribe this drug.
In many areas around the world, advertising prescription drugs directly to customers is heavily restricted or outright banned, including in parts of Latin America. So the marketing of opioid medications is often aimed exclusively at doctors and pharmacists, that is, at the people who decide whether these drugs get prescribed. And
hey, they might get a little bit of benefit as well. That's where the consequentialism comes in. With the old religious deontology, the human cost was the ultimate cost. With consequentialism, you can justify human cost for the greater good. Not saying I like religion, but it has ethics sorted out for sure. I had to deal with drug reps in the past. All female. All female. And 10 out of 10 maybe. That's what you're saying. It's only the US and NZ that can have pharma ads, like prescription med ads. That's crazy. So at least you know what's on the market. Hey, Doc, can you give me some of that good old sweet prescription X? You got it. Boobs sell anything. Wow. Best salesmen are women. Yes. Rule number 1, sex sells. Who would have thought? Unfortunately, I have to leave it there. What are we in? 28 minutes in. Sending hot women to sell your product. Shocker. Who would have thought? Shocker. It's a revelation. Revelation of the afternoon, can I just say. But yeah, I have to leave it there. But thank you everyone who's been hanging out today. Not only hot, but classy. Yeah, thanks for, if you've been interacting today, commenting. We've been on quite the ride, as usual. We're going to be back tomorrow with some more. Of course, as always. Han, Ravi, Spandonk, Dilemmas. Thanks for hanging out. DM coming in. Saint Chi back. Blaz. Biased viewer. Good to have you. Bansel Bandit was in earlier too. Hobo Joe was in it earlier. Voltateur. Thank you. Jag. I think 4IS was in earlier as well. Hobo Joe, I think I said you. Woozle was hanging out. Thanks everyone. And yeah, we're going to be back tomorrow with some more. If you're lurking, thank you very much for lurking today. If you're watching after the fact, I do appreciate it. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what we're covering yet. But it's going to be hot. So hot. Everybody's saying it's so hot right now. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Catch you on the morrow. Thank you.